Hubble taking anyway? So I went and looked at the images, and these images are, wow, these are amazing. Like, how are they getting such amazing images? Like, why don't they turn it back around on the Earth and get some really amazing images of the Earth? You know, like, they don't really have any images of the ball Earth that's ever been taken, right? Like, that was my question. And I actually had another one too, was about Antarctica. This is a really interesting one in my opinion. I want to hear your answer. It appears like no one has ever crossed Antarctica from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, even in a plane. Which seems insane to me, and maybe you know of some evidence that they have, but I don't know of any. Or at least someone's claiming that they have. And so I was sort of chatting with a friend the other day, because I've been so interested in this, I've been looking it up, and I said, well, if, we really just need to get a plane and fly it over Antarctica, like just to see what's going on. And my friend who doesn't know anything about your theories or anything, he said, oh, no, it's just way too cold. And I'm like, well, they fly over the North Pole pretty much all the time. And he said, no, it's just way too cold. It's too big, too, down there. And I said, well, in the 1960s, they had the technology to fly to the moon, which is way colder and way hotter, play some golf, drive around in a golf cart, and come back. Why can't we ever get a plane to fly over Antarctica? So I'll let you respond to that one.
Absolutely. Exactly. That's exactly what they say. They say that it's too cold, and that's why there aren't these flights. But, there's flights from Australia to South America, for instance, that if the Antarctica is a little ice continent underneath the ball, as they tell us, then you should take the most direct flight. But they don't take the most direct flight in all these cases. They go around, the long way around, and the excuse they give is that it's too cold. And like you said, well, that doesn't make any sense, because it's way colder and hotter out there on the moon and on the way to the moon that they supposedly went. So why is Antarctica giving them such a problem? And,
they haven't gone to the bottom of the ocean yet. The more you think about it, it's like a lot of things don't make any sense. It's like, well, if they can do this, why can't they do that? And if they can do that so easily, why can't they just fly over the Antarctica? And then, of course, as you know, and you mentioned Antarctica is pretty much a no man's zone. It's a militarized zone. If you try to get in there, you'll probably be turned back. So they don't want you to know what's there, from what I can tell.
That's right, yeah. People like Jarl Anderhoy have been turned away when you try to just go there on your own without one of their pre-approved tour groups. They will turn you away at gunpoint, fine you, and put you in jail. They don't take kindly to that at all. And yeah, they don't want you to expose the hoax. There's a UN treaty that's been going on since the 50s there, so they don't let anyone in there other than their pre-approved guided tours that they take people to the fake South Pole. They've got a ceremonial South Pole there at an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, and they take people there. It's a little barbershop red and white pole, and there's a ball earth on top of it. And they take photos there and tell people that they're at the South Pole. And it's interesting, though, you can hear on a BBC clip them talking about how, well, it's not actually the South Pole. The real South Pole is somewhere, several meters away. And so they tell us that this spinning ball Earth model is that the magnetism of the ball Earth happens from the molten metal core in the middle of the ball, and it causes the geomagnetic poles to constantly shift, so the north and south poles are constantly moving. So this is their perfect excuse that they can give for when people go to the South Pole and break out a compass and see that north isn't in every direction as they go around the pole. They can just say, oh, well, the pole's constantly moving, so there's no way that you can find it. And in the North Pole documentaries, they never break out a compass there either, nor do they give any star readings to prove that they actually are at the North Pole. So I'm quite skeptical of all the footage I've seen claiming to be at the North Pole or the South Pole. Whether they're actually there. They just show a Garmin, which is GPS, Global Positioning System, which is created by the U.S. military. And I'm not trusting the U.S. military just to show me 90 degrees north latitude on a Garmin, and I believe that they're where they say they are. So yeah, I have some serious questions about why people can't go to the North Pole or to Antarctica and independently explore it. Pilots are also not allowed to go over there independently. They have some polar routes, they're called, but they don't go directly over the North Pole, and nor do they ever circumnavigate under the supposed ball from one side of Antarctica to the other. They always go around. You can check for yourself on all these flights. If the Earth was really a ball and they can survive the cold of outer space, they should be able to fly a straight route across Antarctica.
Yeah, you'd think we'd have the technology for that, to just fly a plane from South America to, I guess, what's on the other side in their theory, Africa or something. Well, I think we should push for this. Let's do like a crowdfund or something to try to do the first manned aircraft flight over Antarctica. We probably need about at least. I don't know what we need because if your theory is right, they probably won't be coming back because they'd get so far that they wouldn't have any gas to get back. And I don't know what's out there, but probably not anywhere good to land. Right. And who knows, but or they get shot down. That's probably the other thing, especially as it got public. So if you're a really rich guy out there, if you're a billionaire and you want to do something super cool for humanity, and you're willing to die, try to fly over Antarctica and see what happens, and try to get us that information back somehow in real time using some sort of radio frequencies or something, so that we know what you see before you die, as you either get shot down or something else happens probably. Or if you get to the other side, great, then this theory's wrong and that's it. But this is what we have to do is question these things and look at real evidence. And like you pointed out, after everything I've seen, I don't listen to anything the government says. I don't believe anything the government says, and that's where I start. So you said, "Oh, the government says here's your Garmin with your GPS." It's like, well, who made up GPS? Oh, the U.S. military. Okay, I don't believe it. I believe those numbers are there, and I believe they actually work on where we live to get from place to place. But as far as it being a whole theory that makes sense, and I'm just going to take it from them, no.
Absolutely. I'd like to see some experiments done like that. If people could get a drone or a plane, either the North Pole or Antarctica, or take ships out there and try to walk it out. Somebody could fund Matt Boylan. He was trying to get an expedition to go from any entry point in Antarctica in a straight line and see whether he comes out the other side or what happens. What else could people do? I'm up for anything. I would love to see people who are, once you figure out this is definitely what's going on. As far as I'm concerned, we don't actually need to do this to figure out the Earth is not spinning and not a ball. That's been decided. But as far as what's beyond the Antarctic ice, that I don't know. Whether there's an edge, a barrier, a dome, or an infinite plane and it just goes on forever. Who knows?
Yeah, we should point out that it is kind of dangerous to talk about these things. There was David Cameron, the prime sinister or the prime murderer of the UK, was at the One World Government headquarters, the UN, which actually uses the flat Earth as a flag. That's very interesting. And he said that the non-violent extremism is just as dangerous as terrorism and must be eradicated using all means at the government's disposal. He references 9/11 and 7/7 truthers as examples of the type of extremism that must be dealt in a similar fashion to ISIS. And of course, the U.S. government and the CIA is ISIS. So, but no, this is quite serious. What he's saying is that they should kill us if we question what they're saying. And so, for people out there, if you're wondering why you don't hear a lot of these other theories, or especially this theory, it's probably because people are too scared to say it. Like if we're gone in the next few months and I die of a heart attack or something, and Eric, some strange car crashes unexpectedly, pretty much you can assume that we probably got taken out. But what we got to do is spread this information. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not 100% on the flat Earth. I'm going to need to see more evidence, but I think the evidence is incredibly compelling to the point where I will continue to look into it for sure. I think it is a point, though, as well, that David Cameron said that us people who are questioning what they're saying essentially is what he's saying, and actually rationally looking at the evidence. He's saying that we're as dangerous to them as terrorism. And that's actually right, because if enough people wake up and look at all the evidence and listen to their own senses and what they're seeing, and not to some professor on TV who's got all these charts and numbers that you don't understand and probably no one understands, and if anyone understands it, they probably don't even get that how it relates to anything. They're just like math freaks or something. This actually is dangerous to the government, and he's right. And so they're going to try to shut it down any way they can. So we have to just get this information out there. I'm not saying, again, that I'm a flat earther yet. Man, the more you look into it, I'm going to have to see some real solid evidence that I can see with my own eyes to prove one way or another at this point, I think.
Yeah, man. The second president of the International Flat Earth Research Society, Charles K. Johnson, he had his house burned down and all of his flat earth materials, books, correspondence, his whole library, and he swore till his dying day that it was a NASA agent that did it, who also tried to kill him on more than one occasion. So it's definitely that aspect to it. They also have controlled opposition set up to defer people away from the legitimate flat Earth. So, for instance, the International Flat Earth Research Society I just mentioned was started in 1957, and in 1970 they started out the Flat Earth Society of Canada, and then they took off the word Canada right away. And this one was a satirical society set up to control the opposition, to make it look ridiculous. And they did a wonderful job. Their president, Leo Ferrari, would go on television interviews claiming to be a flat earther, but then doing ridiculous things like taking on a big rock and saying, I was just at the edge of the earth and I almost fell off. I lost all my shipmates, but I held on to this rock and I saved me. And so I just brought this here from the edge of the flat earth to show you. And he'd say things like this. And nowadays, the Flat Earth Society promotes false flat Earth arguments, such as the flat Earth disk constantly rising to account for gravity. They say instead of the force of gravity pulling us down, the flat Earth disk constantly rises up. And they claim that this is what flat Earthers believe. But as I said earlier, we don't take gravity as being real in the first place. We just take experience and experiments, the zetetic method as it's called, just common sense. You don't need to, Occam's razor, you don't need to make unnecessary assumptions and call something gravity when it's completely explained with the already existing laws of density and buoyancy. So that's characteristic of their pseudoscience that's nowadays taught as science. And when somebody presents you with ideas of a flat Earth or a geocentric system, that's thought of as ancient pseudoscience that our ignorant ancestors believed, when in fact the experiments, experience, evidence, common sense is actually on that side, and we've been fed a bill of lies, pseudoscience, for so long that we believe it to be science.
Yeah, they always try to flip everything like to be the opposite of what it really is. And when I say they, I don't know exactly totally everything about all this stuff, but it appears to be Freemasonry seems to be a big one involved in what they call the occult, hiding the knowledge. Occult just means hidden. And for whatever reason, over the last few hundred years, it looks like they have just decided they don't want people to know what life is. They want to totally try to confuse them in every single way, including the money system. If you're in the U.S. and you pull out a $1 bill, just look at the back of the $1 bill. That's the Masonry symbol, the all-seeing eye pyramid. So you have an occult symbol in your pocket. So this is not crazy theories. This is what's going on. I've heard that what they're trying to do is trying to get humanity away from God, whatever God is, spirit, gods, from themselves, from understanding truth, from being human, basically. And I don't know why they're doing that, and I don't know if it's satanic, or I don't know if they're just screwed up psychopaths. I don't know, and maybe you do know. And if you feel you have some evidence on that, let me know. But isn't that right, that it's basically been sort of from Freemasonry, they've been trying to hide this knowledge for a long time? And if it is true, do you know why they're trying to do it?
Yeah. Like you said, on the dollar bill, the mono eye, that's the one eye of Freemasonry, of the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. So money is definitely part of the scheme. As you mentioned, the UN, their symbol, their logo, their flag is a flat earth. And it's divided like a target, like a bullseye. It's divided into 33 sections. And there's 33 degrees of Freemasonry. The first 3 degrees are called the blue degrees. The flag also happens to be blue. So yeah, you've got that encoded there. And then the people who originally brought us the spinning ball Earth from all the way back to Pythagoras and Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Kepler, these people are all Freemasons as well. I showed in my Freemasons Exposed book, there's pictures, paintings of them doing Freemasonic hand signs, standing with Freemasonic objects and everything. And of course, nowadays, the NASA astronauts are unabashed Masons. You can just look online and find that literally every astronaut that claims to have walked on the moon, and every astronaut that even claims to have been in Earth orbit is a Mason, or their father was a Mason, and it's openly admitted. So this deception has been orchestrated by and acted out by these actronauts, or astronauts, depending on how you look at it. They're Freemasons, on the mathematical, astronomical side, as well as the exploratory astronaut side, the whole thing. Even the Hollywood side, Hollywood is run by Freemasonry as well. So the special effects, everything they're using, right from their gravity, think of the G in the compass and the square, another possible meaning for that G. You've got God, geometry, gnosis, and perhaps gravity, their biggest deception. And you can see even Masons today, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan, they're always given their little Masonic hand signs and whatnot. So it's definitely part of the big boys club that's given us every other deception, and it's worth looking into based on that alone. And the more you look into it, the more you're going to find that, like you were saying, the reason they've done this is to position themselves as the authority. Once they tell you that because of their special telescopes and their special rockets and all these technologies that they have that you don't, that are able to see out into the cosmos and determine all of these things, that they are the authority, and so you have to go to them, you have to watch their documentaries, you have to go to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you gotta prostrate yourself at his feet and ask, "Oh, mighty NDT, tell me please, what is the universe like?" And you give up your own common sense and your own experience to him, and he tells you that you're on a spinning ball, and he tells you all the, he weaves quite a nice story, and he does a lot of nice little NLP stuff. I don't know how he does it. Well, you got the Mason hand signs going, you got the little NLP, you got the flat earthers over here, and the ball earthers over here, So they've got all their little magician tricks that they're using, from CGI to zero-G planes to underwater pools, to make you think that they're floating in outer space. But in reality, what goes up must come down. There is no point where you can just go up in a rocket and suddenly pop out into the nothingness, the vacuum of infinite space, they call it, which is a paradox if I've ever heard one. How can there be a vacuum in infinite space when it's adjacent to an atmosphere and not separated in any way? You can't have a vacuum. And how does gravity pull you back to the Earth, but then get less and less to the point that you float? How does that happen? And they said that the atmosphere is spinning because the gravity is sticking it to it. So if you figure that, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but then as you go up higher and higher, the atmosphere must be spinning even faster because it's further away from the point of the center of rotation. So as you're going up in your rocket, you're going through layer after layer of constantly faster and faster spinning atmosphere hitting your rocket until finally you pop out into non-spinning vacuum of infinite space, says NASA. Interesting that we all buy this and just accept this, even though it's physically and philosophically impossible. We just watch a little CGI image and a little camera trickery. You splice a rocket launch together with something else, and then you think that they're in outer space. But again, if you use your eyes and you watch those rockets, you'll see that they don't go straight up. Every single rocket forms a parabolic curve, just like every amateur rocket, just like any projectile that you would send up. It couldn't just go straight up and keep on going until you go into outer space. It comes right back down. So, but what does NASA tell you when you ask them the question, well, why is there a parabola formed by all of your rockets? Well, that's because it's going to spin around the ball Earth before it reaches escape velocity, and then it will go out into outer space from there. Right. I've seen a documentary full of nothing but NASA rocket launch failures, and if you just watch that, I don't think you'll be able to believe that they've put a man on the moon or even put a rocket out as far into outer space as these supposed ISS images are coming from. It's absolutely ridiculous. The technology we have is nothing like the science fiction that we've been shown.
Yeah, it's amazing. So much deception. I was talking, we could talk forever about this. I don't want to keep you too long. And if people really like this, we can have Eric back on another time to do it and maybe answer your questions or whatever. And if you don't like it, then that's the last time he's on because I need ratings. So I'm just joking. So I was chatting with a friend who, again, was because he's a very science guy, which is fine, whatever. And he said, we started talking about the space station. And I said, why do they even have the space station? Why don't they just put it on the moon? And he was like, well, no, they want to have it there because they want to study orbits or whatever. And I said, okay. And I said, well, why don't they just put one on the moon? It was so easy like 45 years ago just to fly up, drive around a go-kart, play golf, take some really awesome, amazing pictures and then just, hop into like this little tinfoil thing and then float into outer space and then come back and then it was really easy back then. I don't know what's changed since then, but why don't they put like something on the moon, like, because now I'm hearing they're starting to talk about Mars, and they're like, we want to do put humans on Mars and start a colony. It's like, why don't you do it on the moon? It's so much closer, according to what you guys say. It's like, and it'd be so much easier. And if it's so easy to get to the moon, the guys on the space station should, just every weekend go to the moon. Why not? They're already out there. It's just like, bloop, hop in that little tinfoil thing and just, land down, no problem, go, drive around a bit, have some fun, then come back. It'd be like a nice little weekend getaway, because the hard part's really, according to them, getting outside of the atmosphere, right? So once they're out there, just take off to the moon for the weekend, but they never do. No one's ever going there. I don't know why. It's strange.
That's a good point. Yeah, why haven't they been back there in 45 years? And if you look at the moon on a clear night during a waxing or waning cycle, you can see through it. Especially if you look during the afternoon, you'll notice that the supposed craters on the moon, you can see the blue sky right through those craters. Just look up, type in moon afternoon or something in Google and take a look. Or when you can see the moon sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock, when it's still, the sky is still blue, the sun's still out a little bit, but you still got the moon there, you'll notice that what is called craters is clearly not craters. And the supposed solid globe-shaped moon that they've presented us with cannot be the case, because you're seeing right through it. And even astronomers from the Royal Astronomical Association from hundreds of years ago have have written periodically having seen stars and planets through the moon. So like the popular Islamic flag and the symbol you see on mosques, for instance, with a crescent moon and a star occulting it, that actually happens. You can see that happen. So the moon, it appears, is its own unique light. It's semi-transparent and self-luminescent, whereas they tell us it's a spherical terra firma body that reflects sunlight. But you can prove that this is not the case, and that the sun and the moon are actually the same size as they appear. That's another thing. We were talking about things that you can see with your eyes, but then are told to be different by so-called science. They tell us the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away than the moon. And from our faulty parallax perspective, we just see them appearing as exactly the same size. But no, one's really big and really far away. But if you're just using your own eyes, you would see that they are the same size. And the horizon is flat, and the Earth isn't moving, and everything in the heavens does revolve around us. Like you said, why haven't they been to the moon? Because you can't go to the moon. The moon is just a light. It's not a spherical, terra firma, Earth-like body that you can land masons on.
Yeah, we should keep this a little shorter because I think if anyone's watched this far, they already know most of this stuff. And if they haven't watched this far, then they've already given up because they're like, oh, these guys are crazy, so there's no point even talking any further. So, but there is probably some people who are like, whoa, and watching and watching and watching. So, why don't you let us know where people can get more information on this sort of stuff? That's one thing I noticed. It seems to be all over the place. Maybe you, since you've already written what I consider the only book I know of that looks like it makes a lot of sense, The Flat Earth Conspiracy. Maybe you can sort of figure out a way that people can, or maybe you already have it, some sort of place where people can put evidence that proves the flat Earth theory that can be all collected, actual evidence using video cameras and showing, whatever. It obviously could be fake, but some sort of repository for this information that you can build off. But anyway, let people know where they should go if they want more information on the flat Earth and about your books and everything else.
Yeah, I actually just restarted the International Flat Earth Research Society that I was talking about earlier that ended after he died and his materials were all burnt down. So I started it up again as a forum, and I've put on all the materials that I have on there, and everybody on there is collecting their own experiments and evidence as well. So I definitely recommend going over there if you're interested in learning more about the flat Earth. It's ifers.boards.net, which is ifers.boards.net. My website is atlanteanconspiracy.com. I have a flat Earth section on there. You can see a bunch of research I've compiled there. And my book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, you can get from the website as well. I have a documentary called The Flat Earth Conspiracy you can see on YouTube. Go to my YouTube channel, Eric Dubé, and actually I have a lot of documentaries on the flat Earth and other related subjects. That's a good place to go if you're wanting to look into some more of this information. Check out Eric Dubé, ERICDUBAY, on YouTube.
That's great. And I have to say, after talking to you in person, I'm even getting closer to pretty much being a flat Earth person. I think I'm going to hold that still because I haven't done enough research on my own to be totally comfortable. But just the way you are and the way you talk and how you're on the same wavelength as me on 9/11 and all these things says to me that either we're both crazy, which a lot of people are going to say, or I should listen to you because you're on the similar track to me, so you can bring me a lot more information which I can decipher and figure out for my own self, make my own decision on what I think is correct. But fascinating stuff. I'm really glad to have had you on. I think we're probably going to end up having you on again if you're open to it because already we're up to an hour here, and we want to make this quite a good video as well, so we're going to put in some graphics and stuff. So this could be quite a bit of work for a lot of people involved here to kind of show you what Eric's talking about. So let's keep this one to about an hour now. And like I said, if you like this, if you're interested, you want more, please comment anywhere you see this on Facebook or on YouTube and just say, yeah, I want to hear more about this. And if not, no big deal. It's just information. We're just trying to figure out what's real and what's not. And there's a lot more unreal out there than we appear to know. So we're just digging into all that kind of stuff, and now we're the terrorists. So welcome to 1984. And so, if you like this information, share, like, subscribe to this channel. Download this may get taken off YouTube, and that should be a sort of a little bit of hint. YouTube owned by Google, I believe, with the slogan "Don't be evil." I think it's should be don't expose evil is really what it is. And so, yeah, like, download this, put it on something that can't be destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse, which they could totally do at any time. All this kind of stuff. They want to hang on to their control of this reality grid. And the more that we can just get information out there, the better. So please like, subscribe, share, and download this video and keep it and re-upload it. I don't care. Re-upload it anywhere on any video channel because they will probably be starting to ban a lot of these pretty soon if people start talking about it. And so that's it for Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet. Peace, love, and anarchy.
Happy Friday to you. Happy Friday to you. Happy Friday, all you flat earthers. Happy Friday to you. Excuse me while I dodge the bottles and tomatoes being thrown at me. So is everybody asleep or just really enjoying their Friday?
If this go,
No, I was just saying. No, I was just saying free food. So,
Free food?
yeah, I mean, when it gets thrown in tomatoes and what have you, then enjoy it.
Well, yeah, but the only thing is the beer bottles were all empty. So what is everybody up to tonight? Just waiting for somebody else to start talking? Or dinner? Bottles thrown at them? Looking through looking through their P1000 or P900, trying to find that curve that I've been looking for about 6 years now. I still haven't found it.
Wait, say again?
I was just wondering where everybody was. And I thought maybe they're out with their P900 or P1000 trying to find the curve, and that's why they're not in here talking. I just said that I use my P1000, and I've been looking for the curve for several years now, and I still haven't found it. I was wondering if anybody's found it. I've been looking for it.
Yeah, there's no way you'll find any. The imaginary dreamland has you sucked in so hard that your own delusion becomes your prison.
Well, speaking of presents, the week before last was my birthday. I mentioned this here on Discord once before, about a week or more ago. My son got me a pet chameleon. I thought that was really cool, a little lizard. And I brought him home, but he wouldn't change colors. I put him on my wife's green blouse, and he didn't turn green. He just stayed gray. And then I had a pair of blue brown shorts.
Yeah, usually chameleons only turn on faint their colors when they feel comfortable. When they're in anxious mode or whatever, they kind of just observing. So it takes time.
Tried feeding him and doing other things to get him motivated, and he just isn't doing anything. I think I'm probably going to have to take him to a vet. I'm kind of concerned that he may be suffering from a reptile dysfunction.
I personally don't think so, but I mean, you can check him, of course. Maybe there's something to it, but I doubt it.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to keep my.
I appreciate that.
Who appreciated that?
Scout of Gondor. I'm new.
Oh, Scout of Gondor. Okay. I am by no means a comedian, but if that didn't fly over your head, that's exactly what it was meant to do. Times I try to be a cunning linguist.
Say shit. If this gonna be that kind of party, I'm gonna stick my dick in the mashed potatoes.
Well, that was a nice little clip to bring back fond memories of, I don't remember what the name was, but he came in to visit a week or so ago. And his whole thing was talking about how Earth was flat, like a platter, like a plate, and the outside was surrounded by mashed potatoes. Oh, that was his fun gag of the day. see Indio being very quiet over here. Pharisees quiet. Sunny, Ethergrass. A lot of other people in here. Well, and a bunch of people I haven't talked to. Or are there any globe earthers here? Any skeptics? Anybody that wonders why the hell people would think the earth is flat? Scout, what brings you in here? How long have you been joining us?
I started looking into everything about a month ago. Just joined your guys' Discord, I think, a week ago now. Today was the first day I really started kind of being active. I found you guys through Google, but I had been watching some videos off of Rumble, and I think I saw a couple of your guys' videos pop up on my feed as I was searching, and just wanted to dig in a little bit more. So, I mean, I'm Christian and grew up in the faith my entire life, and just started trying to be a little bit better about actually reading the Bible and everything. And once I came across this, I've been reading a lot more verses. So the whole thing is kind of set for me, in addition with the obvious experiments that have been conducted. So really, I'm trying to listen in and get arguments to try to convince the people around me, like my family and my wife. So I've actually set up a meeting with them on 4th of July. I've convinced them to watch some videos that I have set aside. So hopefully I can move some minds.
Well, if you can find somebody that's open-minded and want to listen, it's a blessing. And there's many places in the Bible, I believe there's over 140, that make references to the earth that we live on, specifically being an immovable object. And specifically in Genesis, right in the very beginning, talking about how earth was created. It doesn't talk about any giant explosion that the scientists have no idea how it was started. They said, oh yeah, it must have been a big explosion. So, there's a lot of different places. I've actually got a reference sheet that I could send to you if you're interested. And it shows you all the different quotes and what they say.
Yeah, I've actually, somebody sent it to me a couple days ago, just a giant list of verses and what topic they pertain to. I've started compiling a OneNote sheet with all the verses related to their topics, putting them side by side. That way, nobody can really come down and be like, oh, well, the interpretation or the translation is maybe a little off on this one. Well, it says the same thing over here and here. Like, you're going to tell me it's mentioned this many times and it's going to magically fit the heliosphere theory.
Well, what part of the world do you live in?
I am from good old Missouri.
Okay, so I'm out here in Los Angeles, California. We have this thing called light. Aside from air pollution, we have what's called light pollution. And I cannot see most of the stars. I mean, the wandering stars, the constellations, I can see. But for the most part, I don't see tons and tons of stars. But something that you can do is if you've got a camera and you can do a digital camera that you can do time-lapse photography, and if you point it at the North Star, just let it go for like a couple of hours, and then the people that you want to, talk to this about the heavens that God made for us. You take a look at that, you're going to notice that the North Star doesn't move. All of the other stars circle around. Now, that doesn't tell us, that the Earth is round or if it's flat. What it can tell you is that you look at your position on a globe and look at the position where the North Star is. Okay? Now, you would have to be directly south of the North Star in order for you to take a picture of the North Star and have it remain in the very center while all of the other stars revolved around it. If you were on a globe, the only way you could do that is if you were standing directly under that on the globe. Now, the fact is that a lot of people here from all different places around different countries taking pictures of the North Star, and they get the same effect. We can't all be on a globe if the North Star doesn't move. Because if you can imagine being on a carousel or a merry-go-round, pointing out to a building, and then as you're making a 360 going around, your finger's not going to point to that building. When you make a 180-degree turn on that carousel, your finger's going to be pointing the exact opposite way. So you had a camera on that carousel, and it was spinning around. You just have a blur of everything. But the point I'm getting to is that there's no way, if we were on a globe, that the North Star would be in the same position. No way in hell. Not to mention, for centuries, people have been using the North Star for navigation. They've been using the stars for seasons of times, events. That's just like what the Bible says, that's what they're put there for. So you can look at the ground where we're at. You don't feel motion. And you look at the North Star and you don't see us in motion. And the only thing can be is, we're not spinning around, flying through space. You don't have to prove that it's flat or anything else. I don't know what shape it is. I don't know how big it is. I don't know if there's an ice ring out there. I haven't seen it. But the one thing that I've learned about flat Earth is to question everything. Not just question authority, but question your friends too. Because my friends told me that I lived on a ball, and I believed them. So, people aren't always lying and deceiving you. Sometimes they're just misinformed and just as lost as everybody else, doing what they've been told. And if I could only bring that to my wife, I'd be a happy.
Yeah, I lost a friend because of this very issue. Not only the flat Earth topic, but in general, the whole topic about politics and such. I've made the cut. I couldn't stand it anymore.
I think that some people, and I've been talking to other people about this. I think that some people are born in a way that they can't comprehend this. And I don't know, because I went through the entire indoctrination my entire life, but yet here I am, right?
Well, let us put it this way. God had people made in a specific way, and he knows their capabilities in and coming out of certain doctrines. He knows their life, how they are going to live it, and such. And he puts faith in them so that they may come to him again, even though they may have sinned or sin still and whatever. There's still time for them to come to conclusion because of this, because there's enough opportunity to listen to the truth, and the truth is topic in terms of flat Earth also, because he speaks directly in the beginning from this, how the shape is. So this is the first step towards him, besides fearing him.
I hate bringing God into this because we know that God's all-knowing, but it's so he knows already if you're going to change or not.
How do you know that?
Yeah, but it's not the Marxism way in terms of predestination. You still have a choice what you believe in, but he counts on your capabilities he has given you in terms of making logical conclusions and such, even though it takes time sometimes to develop them yourself. And the point is yourself. You have to make your own research. You have to be in the moment where you find the truth, or in terms of seeking the truth. Whatever it is, even it could be non-related to flat Earth at all. It's like finding out a topic about some friends who were talking about something about you, and then you research them, ask other friends, and such. It's a continuous cycle.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have people that are born without arms. You know, we have people born, they're not born perfect physically, right? And I think that this is something in the mind that they're not born with, and they're not capable of seeing the truth.
This is where most people start to say, why has God done this? And it is for His glory. The person does not care, or may care, because of the society he is involved in, how he should live, or could live his life if he had such and such abilities and being able to move in a way that normal people do. But the testing starts by the people who observe that very person who struggles with this, that has not the capability. This is where it starts. It's usually a test for other persons, not for the person himself.
Well, I mean, I don't want to bring God into this, because we can keep going with that, But I just think, like Whitsitt said, it's a mind virus. It's maybe they're born with it. Maybe they get it as they grow up. I don't know.
I mean, if we could take the more modern part of this, all the vaccination takes, and that has damaged over the years multiple people, despite the thing.
Excuse me. There's certain words Way may not want to say.
You shouldn't say that word.
Okay,
that's Baltimore.
the stingy sting, that has been going on over years.
Yeah, I think we all know that, but I mean, I don't know. So you think that everyone is capable of seeing the truth?
Well, I'm not. I only can look on the front of people's stern, I do not know if people are capable of this. They should be, if they are listening. It's
either everyone should be able to, or there's only some people that are able to, which is what I'm arguing, that only some people are able to see it for whatever reason. I don't know.
I mean, I say everyone is able to, but it's up to them what doctrine guides them.
Because I can see some information, right? And I can look at it and I'll see it in a certain way. But then another person will look at it and they'll see it in a different way. And so, I mean, I don't know. There has to be something there.
I mean, if I give an example, when I was in college, I asked my professor how chemistry or the physics in general work in real life? And he couldn't give me an answer to this very question because I couldn't make my mind about all these symbols and what have you around it, you know? It's like I see it as it is. But all the made up stuff to describe something didn't make sense to me at all. So even though I could pound my mind into all the formulas that were being given to me and pound them up and down, make them how they describe them to me, it's like mathematical explanations is also a form on linguistic explanation in terms of visualization and numbers. So some people are capable of making the same or coming to the same conclusion by hearing or listening to some formula that has been given, but the teacher only accepts the way he has learned in class, you know, even though the people or the person describing this, how he came to this conclusion without being able to formulate it, is a no-go for the society. You know, they do not accept the status quo. And this is also an issue in psychology in general. People do not understand or listen to. This is why we have so many suicides and whatever, because they do not know how to out themselves. This is a big problem.
Yeah, I mean, we have people who are great artists, right? We have people who can sing. We have people who are capable of playing sports better than other people. I mean, there are certain things that some people are born with that other people don't have, and I think this is just another thing that some people are born with, capable of thinking logically, maybe thinking, of free thinking. And then other people just don't have the capability of free thinking. They have to follow, right? Not everyone can be a hunter.
Yeah, I'm getting where you're going with this. And people, I mean, there are most people out there who really trust or have faith in goodness in people, that when they talk to someone that they may have or receive good information that they can work on. But if you have a person who may know or doesn't know that he is deceiving the person who is in good faith with them, giving information, then you have a really good struggle. You have to have a third-party listener to decipher if the information is really good or helpful for that person. But usually we only do this when the person asks for help in general.
Yeah, but you have to have the ability to critically think, right, on your own. Because you can hear stuff. I can hear everything from, the globe to flat Earth. And in the end, I have to kind of critically think and look into it and make my own choice.
Yeah, well, this is not a given. Not everyone... Listen, a critical thinking in general has to be developed by someone who distinguishes between information. And you have to have a trustworthy source that you can rely on and test yourself in order to make distinguishes in other forms that you are listening to and decipher from them. This is a learning process. Not everyone who reads a text understands the text he was just reading. This is also something that is going on. That everyone has to learn to listen to his own voice while reading and understanding. This takes time. This is a developing process.
Yeah, I mean, I was when I grew up, I went through the same learning as you did, right? Like I was taught to listen. I was taught to believe what other people tell me. I wasn't taught to critically think. Like I was. It's kind of like as I got older, I kind of like developed that on my own, or maybe I already had it, and I never was, and I never believed what they told me.
Yeah.
I mean, if they taught you in school to be an independent person, to critically think, I think we'd be in a much different world today.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I don't know what is going on, but the channel is emptying itself.
Should be just kicking off people that are AFK for too long. I don't know.
Well, I doubt that. Usually, this happens when trigger words that they cannot deal with at the moment or so. Yeah.
Well, you did say the V word, so who knows?
Yeah, I try to avoid this. It just happens in a moment, It's like, how else to say something specifically?
Yeah, it's crazy how there's just some things you just can't say. That's crazy to me how we live in that world. It wasn't like that when I was a kid.
Yeah, I know. I've seen a change myself.
I mean, they're putting whoever is in control is definitely putting their foot down and reducing our freedoms, right? Further enslaving us in whatever this matrix is.
Yeah, I mean, the most gullible ones are the ones who are in charge right now, It's like they say they are the biggest, they promote the biggest change in our lives and how it is good for us and such. But us who know what is really going on, those puppets have a puppet master, and those puppet masters are spiritual.
I mean, we're all puppets. Even the ones that know they're puppets, they're puppets.
Well, I do not agree with this. Some people see through this from the get-go.
Yeah, no, you can see through it. I mean, you can understand the world and how it is. Doesn't mean that you can escape from it. No, there is no escaping this earth. We're all here, and we're all gonna,
Yeah,
we're all gonna experience the same thing.
Abide by the rules, but the difference is when a certain moment comes into place where the government oversteps the rules that are bound to your conscience. And this is where you have the decision, and usually those ones who then try to speak out get put into prison or get killed. And I've seen this over the years. At least 50 people on YouTube I've seen have died because of being witness to something that they should not out. And this is it's a scary thing.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you aren't a threat to the to whatever their plan is, you can believe whatever you want. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, here's what I noticed. For instance, there's a let me search it up real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump on the bike, so you can just keep talking about this because I'm interested in this too.
Yeah, do you know Serpenza, the guy who reports as an American from China and how China works and such? After I subscribed to him, I started getting multiple women on Twitter on my Twitter page who were following me after then. So I started to notice this. I didn't block them and still do not block them. I'm guessing that China has their hand in observing the people that are living all over the world, Even though I'm in Germany, it wouldn't matter anyway, but I don't know how this goes. Well, it's very curious.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's happening right now with TikTok. Were you talking about TikTok or Twitter?
Twitter. I mean, I'm not on TikTok. I don't watch garbage. Yeah,
I mean, I know there's a few people on here who are using TikTok now to spread the message, but I don't know. I don't like TikTok. I mean, it's obvious it's a CCP app.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if they want to do it, that's fine. I wouldn't put that shit on my phone for nothing. Never. They're just data mining all the information that you're on your phone. They're trying to find out who you are. At that point, they find out everything about you. I mean, it's no way. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. I mean, for me, the most biggest change that happened in 2015 or 16 was when every website has to make their cookies and such for third parties and such acceptable for everyone. So every freaking site you join puts up their cookies and you have to disable them and only the necessary that are for their... It's ridiculous what is going on. Usually I don't even go on that site anymore. Or any site that has these cookies. I started noticing after I visit some sites and that Google is listening to us, and I have used Google, even knowing that they are listening to us, that when I was talking to my family and such on my phone, then after 2 or 3 days, I started getting ads that are catered to that very topic I was talking about. And I don't put a microwave into my living room just to put my phone in it so that it is shielded so that nobody can hear it. It's like I'm not doing that. I'm too lazy for this step.
Can you understand me right
Yeah, I can.
now? Okay, yeah. If you notice, like Google is connected to everything. So like when you you can connect your Google to like all the other for like a login, Google login. That's like almost everything now you can log in with Google, right? So it's like,
Yeah, I mean, if you upload your cloud into Google, you are effed, basically. Whatever it is. If you upload your browser into Google, they know every freaking password you did. They could access it at any time. Whatever it is, even if it's not in the World Wide Web, but a black web, Even then.
yeah, we know that they do that. They've been talking about that in court. When they bring them to court, they tell you that they have your data. Like,
Yeah, and this is where the point is, where I'm standing at. Fuck it, let them have the information about me. What gives,
Yeah, big deal. I hope they are sharpening their battle axes.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying this right now. I mean, in real life, if anyone, whatever reason, the police would start going to my house door and start talking to me about certain things, or try to put me into custody, and I wouldn't go with this in any way, even though I'm in Germany. I have my ways to defend myself. I have been in the military. Just like my family member, my uncle, we both have had the same mentality, and we did go through the same drill as such. I'm not going into further information because it would compromise my status quo. I'm capable of.
oh, we got a Fed here. Watch out, guys.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. Yeah, I mean, not distinguishing between friendly and foe. I'm just saying that. If shit hits the fan, I'm in that mode, basically.
Yeah.
And basically, we are in it right now because, maybe in a week or 2 weeks, we are in World War III, basically, because NATO is going apeshit.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't watch news, so I don't have any of that. So when anything happens, I'll know it on the ground level. And so far, I don't see it. Nothing but.
To me would be use your eyes, and your eyes don't see it, so it's not real.
Pseudoscience is anything that doesn't use the scientific method. Do you know what the scientific method is?
Yes, I've been to school.
Okay, what is it?
Oh, good. You can repeat it for us.
Yeah, what's the first step?
I don't know. You make a hypothesis, then you do a test, all that stuff.
Isn't there a university by you?
I'm sorry?
Isn't there a university nearby?
Yeah. What do you want me to ask them?
Maybe they can tell you.
Well, the first step of the scientific method.
Okay. What, did I get it wrong? Did I fail your little quiz?
You sure
that
did.
proves the Earth is flat?
No, it proves your ignorance.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't walk in here to talk about the scientific method.
Dude,
I don't know if you know that.
Ass. You've been a smart ass.
You've been like rough on me for no reason.
Well, now you know why.
Grow some balls, man.
Okay.
All right. You need to stop drinking soy lattes.
Never have.
With the gym, man.
Never have. And nice insult, but it's not going to prevent me from asking my question.
Yeah, you need some testosterone boosters or something.
Yeah, totally. I've never heard a scientific person say, use your eyes. Therefore, if you don't see it, that proves said X, Y, or Z.
We
That
just
doesn't
asked
really
you.
make sense.
All right, what's the matter
We
with
said we were talking about pseudoscience. So pseudoscience is anything that doesn't use the scientific method. And then we asked you what the scientific method was because you brought up pseudoscience. So
No,
you don't even know
Mr.
what the
Old
scientific
Whore
method
Ass
is.
Sad Burn brought it
No,
up.
poor ass didn't bring up that. Sorry.
Okay.
So scientific method, first step is natural observable phenomenon.
Okay.
Where's
You
that?
obviously have to use your eyes to get somewhere. Yeah, I don't disagree.
Okay, so using your eyes to observe a natural phenomenon. Correct?
Do you think when they built the
You
city...
just said, wait, but you just said pseudoscience was using your eyes. The first step is using your eyes.
It's not what I said, but nice try.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Can I just talk to one person, or am I going to be talking to 50 people?
I don't know. Can you?
This is ridiculous. I specifically asked to join room
All right.
2 to
Yeah,
only talk to one
we'll,
person.
we'll let you talk to one person after you show us the curvature of the Earth based on a 3,959 mile radius.
Yeah.
Drop over distance. Yep, great. Bring it up and we'll have a look at it.
So if it's not curved and it's flat,
No, we're just asking for a measurement. Anyone measured it? Anyone show drop over distance,
you
curvature at
seriously
that rate?
believe in 2023 nobody measured the Earth? I mean, I could look it up for you. It's going to take me more than 14 seconds under pressure.
Go for it. Please do.
You want me? Okay, let me
been-
write this down.
Yep,
all
I've been
all your
waiting
questions.
since
I'll get back to you.
Right now, just Google it. You're on a goddamn computer already.
No, because the first thing I'm going to Google and just read off of you in 10 seconds is make me sound stupid. I need some time to read it.
Go
What do you
for
want
it.
me to Google? Measurement of the Earth?
Yeah, who directly measured the curvature of the Earth?
Okay. And you yourself have done this, and you believe that the information's inaccurate, or
Yeah,
what?
we've been outside. You admitted you hadn't been outside. I have.
Yeah, I'm trying to be funny because you really think I've
Old
never
Hoss
been
and I
outside.
have both been outside.
Yeah. I heard Timbo one time. It sounded like outdoor noises around him. So
Yeah, I'm out walking the dogs out in nature, observing natural phenomenon. First step of the scientific method.
You can't be
and remember,
serious.
Freezer, you're the one who said that you see it from the ISS camera.
Yeah.
And then I said, okay, well, if you see it from up there, it should exist on the ground. And you said it
Do you
certainly
realize
does.
how small we are compared to that?
Are you Googling or not?
No, I'm not. I'm gonna Google it the next time I come back here because I wasn't talking about
Google
this.
it right
Speak for
now.
yourself. I'm not.
So you're not even going to look to see if anyone's directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Wouldn't that be the
will.
first thing you look at?
Andrew, there's
But it's
two
not
of
gonna
you.
be something I take 10 seconds on.
One of you can't Google this.
And Freezer, your original response was math.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, if someone told me the Earth was flat, the first thing I would Google was who's measured the curvature of the Earth and how did they do it? That'd be the first step, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily because I'm trying to avoid that discussion, but
Because you're off into
Avoid the
space.
truth.
okay. My thinking is I really don't think everybody's lying to me. So if I could get a
Doesn't
picture
matter
of it,
if you believe that or not. You believe you live on a spinning ball without any evidence. Sorry, mate, go ahead.
No, that's an appeal to your own personal incredulity.
yeah, that's a big word. I'm sorry.
Well, you're saying, well, I can't understand how it could have been. I can't understand how a lie could have been told. Therefore, the lie was not told.
No, I'm
That's
saying
that's
I don't think.
illogical.
I'm saying I don't think everybody responsible
Yes, and that's
for
illogical.
space.
That's
That's
illogical thought.
That's fine. I could still look into it and see if
That's
it makes
fine.
sense.
Yeah, I'm saying it's fine to be illogical, but just acknowledge that it's illogical.
I personally think it's illogical to have a flat plane and go around the world. That's
Does
impossible.
water see confined level in reality?
I don't know what that means.
Are pools, the surface of a pool, is that flat?
Sure.
Okay. the surface of a canal? Flat?
Depends if the canal has a hole at the bottom. I don't know what you're trying to say.
What a hole at the bottom? It would be an empty canal then.
You could fill it.
No matter how big the body of water is seeking level. Sea level?
Can you just say it conforms to the bottom of the surface, and then we see that on the top?
No, he said that there's a hole in the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, no, you wouldn't see it at the top. On the top, it would be flat. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be like having a fork in the sink and then having an imprint of a fork up on top of the water.
I'm just trying to point it out to you that this is the crazy conspiracy that you think exists.
No, listen. If you're just using your eyes to look into the ocean, your eyes, even if it's 0.1 degree
can
below,
measure it too.
you're not gonna see it.
Dude, yeah, you can. Listen, let me run something by you. If you're looking off into the distance and the Earth is a certain size, eventually that sphere will have to begin to form. The sea or the land will have to start curving away from you if it is a sphere. Do you agree with that?
Yes, and you don't think it curves at all.
Well, they give us a certain size, okay? So you can go out and find distance markers, distance demarcations, and you can see what you can see.
So hills don't exist?
Not of
That's
water.
topography.
What the hell?
Not of the water.
What do you mean?
Well, what I'm saying is you're claiming you can't see it. Well, you most certainly can see that it doesn't conform to the curvature rate that is claimed.
The thing that
Are you looking in the live stream voice text too?
Yeah, I've seen this picture, guys, and you need to understand that this picture makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, on a globe.
Let's walk through it, because if you've seen it a lot, maybe you could kind of break it down. What is your understanding of the argument?
Like,
Yeah,
okay.
read it out. Read out the
Well,
writing.
before we even get to that, I want to know. Before we even get to that, I want to know what is your understanding of the argument. If you've seen it a lot, you should understand it a lot.
It means nothing.
No, well, we gotta before you get to what you don't like about it. I'm curious to know what is
you got two things, and one should be a little bit lower than the other because
Incorrect.
it should be curving by now.
Incorrect.
Is what you guys
It's
are
not
trying to say.
It's not the argument, no.
Then what's the argument?
Let's go through it. You've seen it a lot, so let's make sure you understand it a lot. It's not about how much of the rigs we're supposed to or not supposed to see. Is that what your takeaway after you've seen?
Well, I would assume the one 9.41 should be under the one who's 6.21, but it's above it.
Well, is
Or
the
flat.
argument about the horizon or something else?
Exactly.
No, that was a question. Is it about the horizon?
Horizon, yeah. And the two objects, one should be lower than the other.
So not the rigs. It's about the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So the question would be, where is the horizon in this snapshot?
I guess behind the second 9.41 ship, like where the yellow and the blue meet.
Cool. So now let's get to what Timbo was asking. Now let's get to the argument. So do you want to read it out, or do you want someone else to kind of walk you through it?
Somebody else can if they want. I would just say that it's a very small square.
Well, before you try to like discredit it, it doesn't seem like you understand the argument just yet. So let's make sure you understand the argument before you form a rebuttal. Is that fair?
I'm all ears. What do you got to say?
Cool. Well, maybe after this, you can finally say like, I've seen it and I finally understand the argument. Because a lot of people have said like, oh, I've seen this a million times, but they can't even like they couldn't tell a 5-year-old what the argument is. So anyway, let's get right to the argument. So it's just an if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. This is a modus tollens statement. So we'll start with if P and check to see if you agree with the P statement. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, do you have any issue with this P statement?
I don't know the specific amount, but let's go with that number.
All right. Well, do you want to just double check that? This would be the size of the globe Earth. So you could do that in radius.
Radius of Earth. I got it in kilometers. Fuck. Okay. Hold on.
Should be about 6,300.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay.
Cool. All right. So let's move on to the next, the Q statement. So then, every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, we can reference an Earth curve calculator. I've got some snapshots and a link. You can pull up any calculator you feel comfortable with, but you should be able to double check this 1.22 number. And I'm just going to pull up my server here and drop you some screenshots. And guys, if you have anything in the chat, you're welcome to throw that in there. But essentially, this is based off of an Earth curve calculator, so you should be able to pull one up and double check this. I got a link here for you. Some people will try to say, "Oh, this is flat earther math and all this stuff."
I have done a lot of googling, and what people say about your math, that's definitely not positive. So,
well, it's not our math.
It's not flat earther math, bro. It's just like if you claim that you are 6 foot tall, just because I'm a flat earther, and I say, okay, well then there must be 72 inches there. Saying like, oh, you're a flat earther, that's flat earther math, isn't a rebuttal when you can double check the math yourself and understand that that's the math that's tied to the
Before we go on with the black swan, can I just ask a simple question about what's wrong with the maths? Because it's not our maths, it's what you guys came up with. And it's simple geometry, so what's wrong with it?
I don't know. People who are negative on the internet, to your point of view, just say that you guys nitpick data. And let's say if I was to stand on a hill,
maths was my question though. Like, this is just a simple geometric question. What's wrong with the maths?
It would be like, this is not me saying, I don't know how much value you're gonna put it. It would be like getting the answer on a math question wrong and then justifying it by maybe, like, let's say erasing a number or switching up the equation.
Look, that's definitely not what. While CB's explaining the other thing to you, why don't you look up what the maths equation would be?
I currently have an Earth curvature calculator up. What do you want me to do?
Great.
Perfect.
Well, Timbo, just to be clear, I don't think he was saying that this was flat earther math. I think he was saying that there are people on the internet that claim that there's flat earther math and this and that and the other. I don't think it was him saying that.
So look into it yourself and, actually confirm that what they're saying is correct, because we're just getting simple maths equations and working it out ourselves and coming from their measurements, so it's not our measurements. Go ahead, CB. Sorry about that.
Well, just to be, and just to, address the whole like erasing numbers and stuff like that. I've been in the flat Earth, flat versus globe Earth topic for maybe 6 years now, and I'm just being. I don't want to seem biased, but we don't do that here. I haven't really noticed flat earthers trying to like fake the funk and edit things and do this and the other to try and make an argument. So I don't think that's fair. But I posted in the chat at 44 minutes past the hour. I wanted you to take a look at that D1 equals horizon distance. Do you see the screenshot I posted there? 44 minutes past.
Yeah, 130 and then 1.22.
Yeah, so that's where that 1.22 claim is coming from.
Okay, so if I'm trying to plug into mine, your eye height is 1 foot.
Yeah, we've got the camera at 1 foot off the surface of the Earth.
Okay, and the distance to the horizon.
So that's when you can look back at the image there, and you can kind of choose for yourself. You've got that second rig at 9.41 miles. So a lot of people just put it at 10. 10 seems.
What if I put it at 20? Could I put it at 20?
Yeah, I have it at 30. When you look at the video, there's actually an island to the back on the right, and it looks like it's almost about 30 miles. So you could put 20, and I think that'd be fair as well. You're welcome to try that.
Put it 20. It's better.
20 is, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
10 works just fine anyway.
It has to be past the 9.
Okay, I agree. Yeah.
Put 5.
I'll show you the screenshot of the 29 miles where the island is here, so you can kind of get an aerial view of the area. This is off the coast of California. I had the chance to go there. I should have visited, but I regret not going. But there's the kind of the bird's eye view of the land there. There's kind of an island to the right. And I have a GIF as well. So 20 miles is giving it some slack, I will say, but still seem fair. So anyway, let me post this GIF and then we'll get back to the argument here. Also, Sasha posted a video there that you could reference or throw in your back pocket. It's like a 90-second video from like 9-10 years ago from, not from flat earthers claiming the same type of math. They're saying like if your head is in the water 8 inches above the water, the distance to the curve will be about 1 mile.
Okay.
So this kind of checks out. It's not, like I said, it's not flat earther math or anything like that. It's
Yeah, it's in every educational program in every country.
Can I just ask, because I'm curious, besides Andrew, I think he left, is everybody here think that the Earth is flat except for me?
In this panel or in the server?
I guess in this chat. So the 12 people that are here. I'm the only one? Okay.
Looks like you might be the only one in this panel. There's a couple people. It looks like Andrew's in the panel above us. What is I'm just curious how the panel got broken off. Did you guys start?
I just wrote in the message that I want to speak to somebody about a question, but it's cool.
Okay.
And then I came down. What he wanted to do was go in a circle on a globe, flying in a circle from L.A. to New York, New York to Germany, Germany to something, and something back to L.A. And he said, how is that possible? How can you fly like that? And I said, I don't know, but let's pull up a flight map from the U.S. military, which shows the distances. And then he said, I've never seen that before, and here we are.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that.
You can't do that on a flat.
Yeah. I had a big problem with that. We'll get to that in a moment, but let's get through this Black Swan.
Yeah, I'm curious about this. What do you got?
Put a bow on that, and then we'll move on to the next thing. And then Chris has a mention about moving up to LS1. So why don't we finish up the Black Swan? We'll address the going around a flat plane, and then we'll try to merge back in with the panel.
Okay, I got your chat. Yep.
Cool. All right. So let's see. Back to the argument. So we've got our if P then statement, or our if P statement, and then our then Q statement. Do you have any issues up to this point in terms of the if P and Q? So we had if P being the globe claim, the size.
No issue.
359 or 6,300 in kilometers. And then we've got our Earth curve calculator referencing that 1.22 times the observer's height in feet to the horizon. All right, so then we go to the back to the image there. Not Q would be the horizon being greater than 9.41 miles. Okay, so therefore not P. So essentially
Sorry, could you go back and say the last sentence one more time?
No problem, yeah. Well, the not Q statement would be the evidence looking at the image. So when we look at the image there, and this is just a screenshot from a video, which we can link for you, so you can take a look at the original video, since it's just a snapshot. But you can see that the horizon is clearly beyond 9.41 miles. It's not at the 1.22 limit that's claimed to be there. Okay. In the Q statement. Q, every horizon measurement, distance measurement must be no more than 1.22. When you look at that Earth curve calculator, it's showing that hump in the way. So if it helps, let me repost this. I'll show you the issue with what we're looking at here. So within this screenshot, if you see H1 is the red arrow. And then we've got the green line would be the curve of the Earth, essentially. That green line would be the surface of the water.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of what I had in my head.
So the problem here is we're seeing the green line behind H1 when there should be I joke around and call it a hill of water, but essentially the horizon or the curve or this geometric, hump of Earth curve should be blocking, or essentially in the way of this green line that we're seeing in the image. So essentially what it's debunking is this claim that there should be a hump of Earth curve at 1.2 miles.
Okay. So you're saying because the horizon's 1.22 miles and I could see that the 6.2 mile object kind of appears flat.
What?
It's the horizon. Don't worry about the oil rigs.
Okay.
Oil rigs are distance demarcations.
Well, you're not too far off because we spoke to a guy named Bob, the science guy, right? Very much against the flat Earth. And he had this to say about that 6.21 rig there. Take a listen. One second. I need to replay it. I had the soundboard bot deafened. 1 second. Let me restart.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay, buddy. Sorry, I don't. It's not making fun of him. He's a smart guy. He's wealthy and all this stuff. He just doesn't need anything from us. But
these are one of the educated.
It's so you can hear the claim, at least what the claim is.
Yeah, I'm curious because I'm not as well educated as he probably is.
Take a listen.
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
All right, so this is me and him. I'm saying, well, essentially, there's a horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be. We're seeing the horizon, 10, 20, maybe even 30 miles when it's supposed to be at 1.2. And he's saying, well, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig? And I say, well, not a hill of water, because that's what's claimed. We look at pictures from space, they show you curved lakes, curved oceans. So essentially, I joke around and call it a hill of water, but however you want to phrase that, a curved water or whatever. I'm saying that that's not what we're seeing there. And he's like, well, that's exactly what it is. So what you've got to side with, you're either Team Hill of Water or, welcome to Flat Earth, I guess. It's a tough pill to swallow, the Black Swan, but it is a very good argument, if you ask me.
See, this would be a lot better if I knew what that oil rig would look like at 20 miles, at 50 miles out, just so that I could have a better,
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
More and more and
Dude,
more.
Listen.
Wait.
Let me boil it down to him real quick. Because this guy's, I don't know what's going on with him. You have to remember, that's a 1 foot observer site. Correct?
Yeah, and that's also hard to me to visualize. A midget, 1 feet tall dude.
You put your camera down.
Come on.
You put your camera down.
Yeah.
Or you can lay on your belly or something,
Yeah, get in the water. Anyways, jeez. This guy, man, I'm telling you, it's like, I hope he's sincerely confused. Because if this is the best they've got, I'm frightened.
It's not about the oil rigs dipping down, my friend. It's about where the horizon's supposed to be.
At 1 foot observer site, if the Earth were the 3959 spheroid, at 1.2 miles is where it starts going around to complete the circle, the sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're seeing those oil rigs are at 6 point and 9 point. The horizon is beyond that. So the point is, the horizon, there is no geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. If the Earth were a sphere, it would have to be.
That does sound like a problem. I see what you're saying.
Okay. It's as simple as that. Yeah. And you can do your own observations. It doesn't have to be there.
Look, if based off of this observation, if you really wanted to stick to the globe and be like, no, well, I still think it's a globe, then it would have to be a much bigger globe, which a lot of people don't accept that argument.
Yeah,
it's still a globe, it's just bigger. I don't know if
my argument would be whatever the scientists or experts size, that's the size that I'm saying it is.
Right, exactly. I have a running joke about BYOB or bringing your own ball.
Yeah.
Which you shouldn't be doing. You should stick with the one that everyone's supposed to be.
No, this does make a lot of sense. I'll give you that.
All right, cool. All right, well let's address the going around the flat thing, and then we'll get back up to the.
I'm curious though. You said a smart dude, physics guy, came in here. Besides that hill of water thing, what else did he say when you brought this up, or anything else?
Let's see. Well, he was. Someone jumped in after me because he was just kind of trying to thumb his nose up. He was like, "No, what is the hill of water? I don't know what you mean by that." He was trying to try to play goofy afterwards, but I don't. That was just me and him speaking directly. So other people might have experience with him, and you might have some history in the chat as well. You could take a look at if you search Bob the Science Guy in the server, you might be able to find some stuff. But I haven't seen him around in a while, so.
Oh, you scared him away.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm sure he's doing all right. But let's just address the going around thing. Is you probably realize it's more simple than you think. Like, think of your neighborhood.
What I think he's still in here. Old. Me and him talks about this. I'm not sure if you have the same rebuttal to what I'm going to ask you, but me and him, if that's the model that he's going to go with, we don't disagree. Because all I would say is I'm going to just take the model that he posted, and I mean, I guess I could ask you the question later, and all I would do is just wrap it in a ball, and we have the exact same model from a paper plane, flat plane, to a globe. So if that's the way you're going to explain it,
you have to stretch that paper then.
that's fine. That's fine.
No,
I guess,
it's not fine. You can't stretch paper in reality.
well, I guess what I'm trying to say is your models aren't too far off of what I have in my head. And I thought flat Earth meant if you go in a straight line in one direction, you're
Not a model. Not a model. You just
It's a
were
straight line
talking
thing.
about how straight line plane flights work, and he gave you a military map. So what are you? I don't understand what you're arguing against.
that if I was to take that map and just wrap it in a ball, like
So
a
how do you fly in a
styrofoam,
ball?
it would be fine. I'd have
Is it
nothing to
easier
disagree with.
Is it easier to fly on a ball or fly on a flat surface?
You can't fly on a flat surface because eventually you'd find a way out of it.
Oh my god!
Well, that would also be true for the globe as well.
It was
but
north. North is at the center. The latitude lines are exactly the same. They go around in circles. Your compass points north. You fly east or west. You keep on correcting to stay north, to stay east or west. You fly around in a circle.
I see what you're saying, but here's my point. I'm just going to copy this really quickly. Give me 2 seconds here. What I'm saying is if you were to, where am I looking? Okay, if I'm in Australia, there, here's my point.
Good choice.
Random thing. If I'm in Australia and I flew east, I'd be able to do that.
Well, east would be a circle around that northern.
No, it wouldn't, because I'm trying to avoid the circle altogether by flying out of it.
No, well, because if you're going to take a straight line, you're going to eventually end up going south, which you end up doing in this little image that you put.
That's fine.
East is a circle. East and west are circles, even on.
All right, southeast. Let's go southeast.
But if you to do the whole straight.
Why would you fly southeast?
Because I'm trying to escape that way. That doesn't make
Right.
You're not allowed to go that way.
We want to explore as well, but there's it's like who knows how big this place is, number one, and you don't just get to freely roam the whole earth either. So there's that.
So I can't
go to the
take a fighter
shop
jet
in
and
the
do
last
that.
3 years.
What?
I can't take a fighter jet and do that.
I mean, what is?
Go for it, man.
That's an interesting hypothetical.
You can't even fly a jet in Flight Simulator. How do you think you're going to fly a fighter jet?
First of all, do you have a pilot's license? Like, come on,
Regardless of whatever I use, I can't.
no, it's not regardless. You have to be realistic. First of all, you have to be realistic. Going straight in reality isn't something that's very realistic. You don't do that walking or riding a bike or driving or flying or boating or any of these things. It's very difficult to quote unquote go straight. But you're talking about let's go south, let's try to venture outward. That's fine. It's just not something that is very feasible at the moment. Just 3 years ago, you could barely go to the grocery store and get toilet paper. And now people are talking about, well, let's just freely set sail, guys. I don't know if it's that simple.
Yeah, but we were being restricted. I don't know if that makes too much sense to
people
escape.
waiting. It's not like there's people waiting in the south or gonna, there's a military waiting for you or anything. But it's the same idea when you get in your car and travel or drive to work or wherever. There's not police officers waiting at every corner or every mile on the highway. But if you do something that's out of line, they can take action. They have faster cars, they have helicopters and planes and things that you don't have. They have resources that you don't.
I guess I'm just trying to understand all of your guys' point of view. Do you guys believe that we can escape the Earth?
No.
Why?
Can you escape like reality?
So nobody's been on the moon.
Could you escape like outer space?
Yeah, well, that's where you go there. Like the speed of light is like ever like expanding outer space, so we don't know if it ends and all that. So
Gotcha. But like the way you think of outer space is like, well, you probably can't leave outer space.
Yeah.
Well, I would say the same thing about Earth. That's just since we don't think Earth exists within outer space, we're saying Earth is the whole space that we're within. So it's like I don't think you can leave reality. That's why you can't go outside of it and turn around and take selfies.
So do we currently have like rovers on Mars?
No.
Pictures? No, we don't. No. All of that is a conspiracy.
Well, it's fun to believe in. I used to believe in
movie studio.
Really?
You have to define conspiracy as well, because the definition of conspiracy is two people getting together to come up with a plan. That's it.
So what you guys are saying is there wasn't a scientist who invented a robot and then somebody shot it up into outer space, and now that piece of metal is running around on Mars gathering data.
Definitely not.
Even like there's people that are not flat earthers that don't buy that stuff.
Right. I don't.
You know what I'm saying? It's not exclusive to flat earthers to not believe in the moon landing. I was very much into the globe. I loved outer space. I never bought into the moon landing ever. But I loved outer space. So there's a video of a guy from like 1968. He's like, no, they're never going to land on the moon. It's not physical or land, you know, and he's not a flat earther or anything. So in my view, if you're asking what our perspective is, the land is the earth. If you were to point your arms up at the sky, like Mars and all these things in the sky, none of that is land or places that you could go to. You know what I'm saying?
And I just want to again understand what you believe. I just Googled meteor misses Earth, and according to NASA, on January 26th, the meteor just barely missed Earth.
Yeah, dude, they say that freaking every week.
So you don't think that actually happened?
That's literally like you should follow Crit. He posts space news every day, and bro, they say that like once a week, bro.
I wonder how big it was. Was it 14 giraffes this time?
Well, yeah, that's besides the point. My point is, you don't think that a rock almost hit us, regardless of size.
Yeah, actually, that's funny.
Dude.
I have another running joke about selling. Well, I heard a commercial about selling space insurance. If something were to fall from the sky, maybe hit your car or your house, you can be covered even if it falls from outer space. They said this. And I have a joke about, we don't talk about like the last 3 years and everyone had to wear something on their mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I joke about having to wear something on your head, like a helmet to protect yourself.
Oh, that's good. I like that. That's good.
I call it a space junk helmet. So it's like, as a flat earther, no, we don't believe that the outer space there's incoming rocks and things in here.
The asteroid belt doesn't exist altogether, or does it exist, but the rocks are just chilling out? And if I was to take a telescope and find one of those rocks, they're not really moving towards us.
You wouldn't find one.
I would probably be on the side of there's not rocks coming from outer space.
So can I ask Troll if, again, because I'm not educated, I don't know where I'm looking. If I was to ask an educated person, hey, show me the asteroid belt, and they point me with my own eyes in a telescope and they show me, here is where you should be looking, and I see rocks, Troll, would that change your mind, or am I going to need to dig a little deeper?
Well, no. Well, here's the thing. We all live on the same earth. We're all in the same boat, regardless of what you believe. The thing is, like, so when we look in the sky, we all see the same thing. Some people have things like stories attached to what we see. So we look at the asteroid belt, so-called, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we see that, but like some people will add, those are rocks, right? So it's like, we're just not going the extra step and adding stories saying like, oh, that must be a rock and this is a gas and that is plasma.
So can I ask you if you think the dinosaurs existed?
No, only before you go there. Where is that rock situated?
I think they say it's between Mars and Jupiter.
No, I'm saying in which kind of medium?
Outer space.
Outer space, yeah.
And outer space is what?
A second law of thermodynamics violation.
Not too familiar with the second law of thermodynamics, so I apologize.
That's okay. That's just our position.
Okay.
We don't think it's not just we don't like it or whatever. I very much like outer space. A cool theme. It's a violation of natural law.
Do you breathe pressured gas?
Do I breathe pressured gas? Honestly, I was never the best in science class, so you're going to have to give me the answer.
Our position is that yes.
Yes, okay, yes.
You breathe. Oh, yeah, and it's 14.7 psi. It's and do you know in science that you cannot have gas pressure without container?
That makes sense.
Okay.
That mean you cannot have the open system atmosphere next to the vacuum of the space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So not only are you breathing pressurized air, you're breathing contained air. It's kind of It's like it's one of those things, dude. You kind of have to pinch yourself and go, "Whoa!" Like, so outside is actually kind of inside. It's kind of trippy to think about it. It's one of our arguments. Gas pressure requires a container.
It's very, very awful in one day to lose, the curve and space immediately. But that's it when you hear,
That's why
it's not only flatness; it's space, man.
Yeah, that's why if you ever see imagery, Freezer, if someone shows you a video, look at these flat earthers believing in this flat Earth in space, you can automatically know that's a straw man. I've spoken to flat earthers; none of them believe in outer space. So if they're showing you pizzas and discs and magic carpets in space, you can automatically know that they're either like making fun of this idea or whatever. That's nothing to do with our position.
That's what I'm thinking in my head too, and I'm just struggling to think of any other model that would best represent flat Earth side of the argument.
That's probably why you're getting tripped up, because I have a skit where I say, you know how you can't load Halo into a PlayStation, right?
Okay.
They're not compatible, right? So you also can't load flat objects into outer space. They're not compatible. Flat Earth doesn't go in outer space. So like, you're probably best off trying to view flat Earth not from this outside view. In the same way that when if you were to try to picture all of outer space, all of it, your entire view of reality, it would be fuzzy. You probably wouldn't really have a good image in your mind, like, okay, it must look all like this, because you can't go outside of it and see it from this God's eye perspective. So in that same way, that's why you can't close your eyes and think of a flat Earth, because just in the same way you can't close your eyes and think of what all of outer space looks like. It's not somewhere that's not a POV that you have or you're going to get. So like in the same way that's why we don't have a shape claim. We're not saying, well, it's shaped like this, because I don't even think you can see the whole Earth.
Are you guys saying that the calculations we have are maybe like 1 or 2 degrees off, or are you saying that it's completely out of whack and it's not a sphere at all?
Yeah, it's not a sphere at all, because the surface can only be doing one of two things. If you take a look around your room at all the surfaces, walls, the floor, everything has a surface, and there's only seems to be two options. Either the surface can be curved somehow, or it's not curved at all. And so unless you can find a third option, it seems to be a true dichotomy. So the surface of the Earth can only be doing one of those two things. If it's curving, then it can't be flat Earth, bro. There's no chance for a flat Earth if it curves. But the problem is we're going out and measuring. We're not just looking at the Earth and going, oh, well, it looks flat. It measures flat. When you test it, it presents itself as flat. So that seems to be the only option. It's not just like flat because we want it to be or whatever. It's flat because it measures that way, and the surface can only be doing one of those two things. It's either curved or it's not curved.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
So, but it's not a shape claim. Same thing with, like, if I were to ask you what shape is a lake, it's pretty irregular. Most things in nature are pretty irregularly shaped. So
if you were to ask me that, I would just refer you to like a Google map photo of it.
Well, yeah, but the answer wouldn't be circle, square, triangle.
Yeah, it would be like weird.
Yeah, it'd be weird. So if somebody asks, like, what shape is flat Earth? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Number one, you can't see the whole Earth, and number two, it's likely shaped like everything else in nature, kind of weird and quirky and irregular, like your hair or your heart or your, a lot of things are shaped kind of irregular. So
I'm curious if I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm switching the topic. If you believe the dinosaurs were knocked out by a comet.
Obviously not. Like, so because it has to have come from outer space and all that. So I don't think the Earth is that old. They talk about dinosaurs were 65 million years ago.
Yeah, Freezer, you're speaking as if you know dinosaurs even existed. Come on.
I mean, I used to believe it. It's gotta give
who didn't?
I used to believe it.
Well, you probably know I'm not 65 million years old. Yeah.
I'm not besmirching him for being wrapped up in the fantasy, but it's funny the way he said, he goes, well, if Comet didn't kill the dinosaurs, what killed them? Dude, I'm just saying that even those dinosaurs that they have in the airports, they're plaster casts.
So dinosaurs are like dragons that fire breathe. They didn't really exist.
I think you're better sticking with the possibility of dragons but this whole idea that every little chameleon that you see running around now, there was one that was supposedly the size of a jumbo jet. It's far-fetched.
Yeah, in my research, if you want something to chew on, from my research through all the years that I've looked into this, the idea of a dinosaur was spoken into existence before anything was ever dug up or anything like that. It seems to be like an idea that kind of caught storm, and people were digging up big bones, like, oh, see, this goes with my idea. And what Haas says is there's no bones. A lot of them are chicken bones and cast. They're not real.
Yeah, they're complete. They're admittedly very small percentages of actual bone.
Yeah.
And if these things were everywhere roaming the earth, I mean, I've seen other large animals that are complete skeletons. And all the I don't mean to go down the dinosaur. You brought
I know.
Dinosaurs. Yeah, I know it's hard. It's kind of twisted. It's twisted that we live in a world. It's a little surreal, but here's the thing, Freezer. Probably the last big lie. Well, you're still wrapped up in the whole thing. So probably the last big lie that you got unveiled to you was Santa Claus. Well, it's probably, chances are, and now I'm just speaking from the heart, but chances are Santa Claus isn't the last big lie you'll uncover in your life.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, I tend to second that we're lied to on a daily basis by the news and stuff like that.
Yeah, and yeah, they had. Listen, I mean, they put out a propaganda masterpiece. The whole Apollo 11, the rockets, the moon golf, the dune buggies, the one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. I mean, it's massive. But it's just a story.
I'm not Russian, but why do the Russians accept defeat?
These are narratives, dude, in books.
The whole world the stage.
So, like, okay, I struggle with two things, and I'm not trying to be difficult. These experiments that would be required to fool us cost a lot of money. So, what is the net goal? Just to have like a brainwashed population?
What experiment? Are you talking experiments or stunts?
I think
stunt.
I think you just answered your own question. I think you gave the answer. That's probably the answer.
So is it to like keep everybody in, like, if we have everybody under this big lie, then we could do X, Y, and Z behind their back and they won't notice?
I can sell you space insurance for your car and your house.
Okay.
Because I can tell you that a big meteor might come crashing into the Earth anytime now, any day now. And I can also sell you insurance. Dude, if you want me to play the commercial, I have the commercial.
You could DM it to me. I'll enjoy it later. And I guess my second question would be, why do the Russians, which historically don't really like Americans, accept the fact that you guys did that when it's against their interest.
You saw that on TV, right? Did you see that on TV?
No, I wasn't old enough.
Well, just look at the last 3 years. You were old enough to experience the Coco and how everyone was working together. It's not like Russia was like, "Yeah, we're not doing what you guys do."
Yeah, you could definitely pull a worldwide lie. I'll give you that.
Complete lockstep, and the whole world is a stage, man. So it's not saying a lot, but
Freezer,
sorry.
Freezer, you're in Canada, right?
Yes.
So do you think that they set all the woods on fire to chase Bigfoot out so you guys can finally find him?
You know what? Saying that they set it on fire is a good theory, and I'm leaning towards that now. So, using COVID to say that they've lied to the
make
world.
sure you make sure you speak in a little code word. We try not to say the actual word. So you got to say like Coco
or something. I'm sorry.
Just that word is a spicy word we're on YouTube. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So just say like Coco or the
C19 good.
Whatever.
Okay.
The C, so whatever. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, with your point.
No, that's a great point. That C19 was used to manipulate the entire world. So it's possible that other things in the not so distant past was done in the same way. That's a really good point. I'll give you that.
With like
it's done every day, all the time. It never stops. The machine does not stop.
Yeah, look at the Antarctic Treaty, right? Everyone came together during a wartime, from my understanding. I'm a bad history guy, and they're like, all right, we're all going to agree, no one's going south. Huh? Why wouldn't someone be like, nah, screw you guys, we're going to go ourselves or whatever? I don't know. It's just there's a lot of stuff going on. Flat Earth has a lot of branches, but you are asking some good questions, and we definitely appreciate that. Do you guys want to merge back with the other panel, or what do you think?
I'm down. I just want to know. I'm not going to talk. I'm getting way too much attention. I'm sorry. CB, how long did it take for you to, I guess, transition? I don't know if that's the right word.
That's a good question. So I was, raised on the globe like everyone else, so that was with me for about 23 years or so. And so 2017 was the first time I even heard the words flat Earth put together. And, I started asking questions because I was a very staunch, I loved the globe. I would draw globes and I would meditate on my position in outer space and stuff like that. I would tell people for their birthday, like, congratulations, you made it another trip around the sun. And I sincerely meant that. And a lot of people would hear that and go, wow, I've never thought of it like that way. That's a good point. Blah, blah, blah. So, I loved it. And so 2017, I started asking questions. Oh, flat Earth, like, how does this work? How does that work? I had friends that were training to be pilots, and I would ask them questions. And I noticed right away that simply asking questions was getting me kicked out of like the globe camp. And so I recognized right away that I wasn't necessarily a part of the club. And all I was doing was asking questions. Hey, how does flight path work? How does this work? I heard about flat Earth. How does that work? And so 2017 was kind of when my dimmer switch started getting brighter and brighter. And over the years, 17, 18, 19, the Coco happened. And, just been... there was one crucial moment. It was when they did the Tesla space car. I don't know if you remember the Elon Musk.
The tires didn't blow up, or?
Well, they tried to say they were going to put a roadster in space. They're going to launch a car into space. And because I already didn't believe in the moon landing, even though I believed in outer space. So when they said they were going to shoot a car out there, I was like, ain't no way, bro. There was no chance that was going to be sold on that idea. And so that was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of me believing in like outer space and everything. So about 2018, 2019 is when I really kind of like clicked on and started researching flat Earth more and more. But I don't think it's like an overnight process. So I don't expect people to hear flat Earth in 1 month and then figure it all out the next month. For a lot of us, it takes like time. A good wine takes a couple years to age. So, I don't expect people to figure this out overnight.
Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of debates, and I'm sorry, guys, but the more I hear both sides argued from like people who know what they're talking about, the more I'm convinced you guys are wrong. But maybe that's step one.
That's fine. Well, just whatever. There's some people say there's a debate going on. I think the debate already happened. I think the debate's over, and we're celebrating at this point. But if you still are having people out there making a case for the globe, that's great. What I find is that people are, instead of making a case for the globe, they're just talking about flat earthers. Oh, flat earthers are this, flat earthers are that.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of that. Yeah.
And so, that's one of my issues. Is like flat earthers, we try to talk about the information. Globe earthers talk about flat earthers. So they're not actually making a case for the globe. Like, hey, this is the globe. This is why we believe it. Here's the proof. Go tell everyone. They're just saying flat earthers are dumb. They don't get it. And it's like, that's not really positive evidence for the globe Earth. Because if there was positive evidence, I would want it. I would seek that out, and I would go teach it to other people.
All right, then what would convince you that the Earth is a globe, given everything you know in 2023?
So if your girlfriend asked you, well, let's say if you're dating a girl, you're not your girlfriend yet, you guys are flirting, whatever, and she's like, it's a little dirty, but she asked you how much you're packing, right? How much heat are you packing down there? She asked you, and you're like, well, I could calculate it for you. Do you think that would convince her, or because for me, what would be convincing is measurements, direct measurements. You whip it out, measure it, bam, here's what it is. When it comes to the globe, we need those measurements, but all they're offering us is calculations. And
what do you want me to get back to on the next time on here? Measurement of the Earth or measurement of something else in particular?
Here's the problem. I have two choices here. I can either send you on a wild goose chase for you to look for something that may be there.
I guess I'll do my best to find it, and you could prove me wrong.
Sure. I'll that's fine. Or I could just rip the Band-Aid off and tell you that it might not be there. And if you think it's a flaw on my part that, I'm not looking hard enough, then that's fair. Because we're looking for direct measurements of the surface of the Earth. What we tend to get in response is, well, there's this guy, Greek guy, Eratosthenes, 250 BC. He measured sticks and shadows. But the problem is it's based off of a lot of assumptions. There's the sun involved, but the sun rays are supposed to be parallel. He already assumed the surface of the Earth was curved. It's also a calculation. And they'll say, well, his calculation was close. It's like, well, close to what? Like, if you tell me that you calculated your Johnson and you got close, it's like you would only know you were close if you had actual measurements. So
that's the Joe Rogan theory that like you're not really 6 foot because
I did see
you're
that.
never really 6 foot. Like, is that what you're saying?
No, it's not that, but it's like, okay, that would be like how accurate. You know what I mean? Oh, well, you're 6 foot and 1 inch, but you're actually able to. You can test it over and over and over and over again, and it's something testable and repeatable. But the problem is, when it comes to the globe Earth, they're not even offering you measurements. They're offering you calculations. Well, we measure these sticks and the shadows, and we assume some things. And if our assumptions are correct, our calculations are correct, this will be the size of the globe. So, okay, great. But how do we go into the field and verify those calculations? You don't just hit enter on a calculator. You have to go into the field and verify that those numbers are correct. And so it doesn't seem like anyone's going out into the field and measuring the actual globe. I wonder why. I think I might know. But that's what it's kind of boiled down to. We've got calculations for days, but like when we go into the field, we're kind of measuring the surface to be flat. So maybe that's a reason why no one's going out and measuring curvature, because when you measure the Earth, it's measuring flat. And, I went to test this in 2021 in San Diego, spent a month in San Diego, and I've made sure to go to the beach and do some long distance observations, find islands that were a certain distance off the coast, piers down the coast. You can use boat trackers and stuff on your phone and find out how far away those are. And you can test this 1.22, this geometric horizon claim. So I would recommend you go into the field at some point. It doesn't have to be tonight or tomorrow or next week, but eventually you'll go on a trip to a lake or a beach, and you can whip out your Earth curve calculator and do your own tests in real time. And, that way you don't have to just hear it from flat earthers. You don't have to end this Discord call and go, well, those flat earthers said this, so, well, That must be what it is.
No,
We
I'm
don't
not
want you
gonna
to
do
do that either. So eventually, it'd be good if you go and do some of your own tests.
Yeah, you've definitely given me some homework, so I'll Google that.
Sweet.
Just last thing. This is going to be a complete change of topic, because I was thinking about this before I went to bed, and I was like, okay, maybe I should talk about this, maybe not, but I haven't really looked into this at all. What do those people who track airplanes that make sure they don't crash into each other? Has anybody from that job field ever came in here?
Not that I've personally aware of.
Yeah, I heard a guy one time air traffic controller, who was telling us how far he could see off into the distance, not exactly realizing the implications of the distances he was seeing. Flat smacked himself, in other words.
Okay.
Do you feel like that role would imply? Do they get some sort of view on things, or what is your?
Because if they're making the planes not hit each other, and the thing that always bothered me, and I don't know how it doesn't bother you guys, is if it's not a sphere and if it's more flat or if it's completely flat, then how are you guys not killing yourself to figure out what's on the other side, what's on the limits? Because you do understand there has to be a limit.
Okay, well that's fair. You understand that when you're presented with the flat Earth, you have questions, and that's good. You should get in line because we have questions. But the problem is there's a lot of mystery, and there's also things that aren't necessarily feasible. Number one, with this kind of thinking, it almost reminds me of the mentality of say we all just got our licenses, right? Driver's license. Our parents bought us cars, and so we're like, all right, guys, we're gonna meet up in a parking lot. All right, when we break loose from this parking lot, everyone just scatter and drive. Just drive however you want. We're all gonna scatter. They can't catch all of us. That's the mindset that you have to go into it like that. It's not a mindset that I have naturally, that we should just go out and break rules and just go wild. Because when you drive on the highway, there's a speed limit. There doesn't have to be police officers at every mile waiting for you to break the law. But if you start driving 100 miles an hour recklessly, you can get away with it, but also you might get caught. And people can report you. Officer might see you from a helicopter. There's helicopters that do speed traps and stuff like that. So to that same idea, if you just were like, all right, forget rules, let's just set sail. I want to break my neck to try to figure out what's out there. There's rules, man.
Could I address this real quick? Because you brought up two things. Well, I could ask you, well, what's that? Why aren't you? How can you sleep at night when you haven't figured out what's at the edge of the universe? There's got to be an edge. What's out there? I mean, come on. But the other thing is, you said something. Well, what's on the other side of it? Who says there is another side of it?
Being flat, if you have a pizza, you got your top.
Okay, that's what I was addressing. Let me address it real quick. What I'm saying is, who says there is another side of it?
So you're telling me there's a shape that we
May I address it, dude? May I address?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're still wrapped up in this idea that this Earth must be embedded in some sort of larger space. That's the only way that you could ask sincerely. Let me take a look at the undercarriage of this thing. Who says there is an undercarriage?
Yes, he's got a point.
This isn't omniscience 24/7. You know what I'm saying? All we can do is try to help the people who are brainwashed by the myth to get them to see that it's a myth. And all you have to do is go outside because they tell you how big it is. That's all. But yeah, you're still you must be wrapped up in this idea. I know it's hard to conceive of, isn't it? It's impossible to conceive of anything else other than us being suspended in outer space, but that may not be the case.
Bro, you said pizza. We gotta address this one more time. I want you to at least leave this Discord call understanding that that's not a representation of the Earth. I personally don't think that there's an object that you can pick up in reality in your house or wherever that you could say this is a representation of the Earth.
So what we live on is a shape that we've never seen before. It's not a square. It's not a cube.
Correct, but you have to think about
Hey, what shape is the lake? Tell me the shape of a lake.
The lake is like a cup. It fills the surface of the hole.
But hold on. You have to understand why you can't know the shape. It's the same reason why you can't know what shape all of outer space is. Because you can't leave outer space, turn back and go, oh, well, it's a big blob. You don't know. The only thing, that's not a POV that I can offer you, that your neighbor can offer you, that you can offer yourself. That's like a God's POV. So just like you can't say what shape all of outer space is, hell no, I can't say what shape the Earth is. Because I don't have this outside God's view of the Earth. You can't look at the Earth like you can look at a puppet on your hand from the outside. So that's why no one's going to be able to tell you what shape the Earth is, because first of all, how would you even see the whole Earth to know that?
You know what? I have a question, because Old said that it goes in infinity in one direction. Right?
Like, what? I did not say that. I have not used the word infinity.
You probably
I did not say infinity.
Well, yeah, but you said it doesn't end, right?
No, I did not say that either.
I'm sorry.
I said who's to say there's another side of it?
Yeah. Okay. So my question,
what it is.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Well, the Tesla space launch would be a bad example, but if you can strap a camera on a rocket and it's not manipulating the image when the rocket explodes up, and then it leaves whatever this thing that we're on is, it would show you what it looks like. And I'm pretty sure we have that video.
Incorrect. I would challenge that.
Can lenses create curvature?
See,
well, I
don't. It can to that degree, though. Like,
yeah, sure it can.
There's still an issue with that. Where even if, like, say I was a globe earther and we were going to shoot things up away from the surface of the Earth, number one, you have to know how big the Earth is claimed to be. That way, you can know how far away you need to be to even see some curvature. So just like if I look at your face, doesn't matter how far away I go from your face, I'm not seeing your whole head. So there's no such thing as seeing the whole Earth, even if you go away from it super, super far.
But can you see enough of it to determine what it is, or no? Like,
so this is another thing. I say this is a CB original saying. You can go up, but you can't go out, and you can zoom in, but you can't zoom out and see the whole Earth. So no, I don't think you can go far enough away to, like, quote unquote, see the whole thing. I don't think there's such a thing as seeing the whole Earth.
What if I do this? What if I get you a rocket launch from North America and a rocket launch from China, and I get you 80% coverage? 40% from one side, 40% from the other side. Could we assume that the bottom 20% lines up, or will I have to get you a third rocket launch from Australia too, and then we'll just pair all three together? Like,
well, I don't know if rocket launches are really what we would need. Obviously, we have things like that, and we have high altitude balloons and stuff that are going up. But I don't like, who's to say? It's not like you just go up and I see the whole thing. Like, I think theirs is quite big. I think it's very, very big. I think, just like you can't just like go into space and see see all of outer space. It's a very big place. We've got Voyager 1, Voyager 2 claimed to be out there exploring, and they're like, what? Barely out there. You know what I mean?
The outer space thing, but my argument would be that Earth is.
But you have to have that same understanding that, like, your view of reality involves this very large space called outer space. But, like, for the flat earthers, we also see the Earth. It's not a small space. It's a very big place that hasn't been fully explored, like outer space. we've got things trying to explore, but it's not like we've been everywhere, and it's a big ass place. So it's like if I go up in the sky, that doesn't allow me to see to China and see to this place and see all the way across the earth. It's quite big. It's a very, very big place. So I don't think there's a such thing as seeing the whole earth, and going up isn't really going to help you achieve that either. That's why we come down and we measure the surface and we go, okay, well, at least we know the surface is flat. And that's why we're flat earthers, because we're testing the surface. We're not trying to tell you, well, it's shaped like a donut, or it's shaped like this, or it's shaped like that, because we don't know. And I don't know how you would know that unless you ask whoever you think made this place.
I really think we know, and I think that your approach is one of like an ant colony where they're living inside their own ant colony down at the surface, and that's their entire world. But outside of it is like a big thing.
No, but even if we were living in an ant colony, we're intelligent enough to test the surface of the colony and understand that the colony is curved. So we are intelligent enough to be able to test the surface of the earth. It's not that we're stupid and we're just going out to the beach and flapping our eyelids and going, well, looks flat, guts go home. Like, that's because even if we lived on a globe, that's what it would look like. You understand? Like, the globe is claimed to be a certain size, so you would need to be a certain distance away from it to see curvature. Quite far away, that is, farther than you can go in like an airplane or anything like that. I'm talking like you need to be like 700 to 1,400 miles away from the Earth to see curvature, and that's farther than where the ISS is claimed to be, which is like 250 miles. So it's not that.
What do you mean the ISS is claimed to be? Some of you don't believe it exists, or all of you don't believe it's up there?
Well, I was just referring to altitude, like distance away from the surface of the Earth to be able to see curvature. The ISS is claimed to be about 250 miles away.
Do you think that's where it is?
Well, I mean, I am talking about where how high you need to go to see curvature. But if you're asking me about the ISS and where I think it is, it's probably like on the ground.
So the ISS is on the ground, and there's no metal thing. Oh,
probably
okay.
Not. Probably not. I mean, like. Think about how they filmed Interstellar.
I got you.
Gravity.
No, definitely not. There is a metal thing floating in the sky with people in it. That's definitely not.
Well, not doing what they're claiming, because we can surely have technology in the sky, bro. If you go and just sit outside for a while, you can understand that we have a lot of business in the sky. There's a lot of things going on. There's technology up there all day long. Literally all day, every day, there's technology in the sky. So we're not saying that, no one can be up there. It's just that what they're claiming, we're in orbit, 17,000 miles per hour, all this stuff. We're shooting toothpaste in 0G. Dude, like, I watched Interstellar, a great movie. There's no reason why that stuff can't be being done here on the Earth. So,
question to you guys. I just Googled, can you see the ISS? And if you use binoculars and you know where to look, you could find it. What would I need to do to convince you guys that it exists?
I don't know. I have a screenshot. I'm going to post this. Let's just say it does exist, all right? Even if I just give it to you and say, all right, great. There's a thing in the sky traveling above the Earth. Cool. Does it change the surface of the Earth? Does it make the surface of the Earth curved? No.
Well, it should be a problem to you to think that something that you thought didn't exist actually exists.
Bro, we can have technology in the sky. That's fine.
But do we?
Yeah, I just explained why we have tons of technology in the sky. There's balloons, there's freaking planes, there's all types of stuff going on in the sky. We have a lot of business up there, and I often wonder what the hell we have. We have so much business in the sky. It's crazy.
Then why isn't there like a legion of pilots protesting that what we're being taught in school is a myth?
Number one, the pilots, they're not, first of all, like, as a pilot, you're not high enough to see curvature. So regardless of whether you believe it's flat or believe it's a globe, when you're flying, that's not indicative of one or the other.
Right, but they're going from point A to point B, which is on a curve.
No. You said the first statement perfectly. They're just going from point A to point B. It's not like you.
Yeah, and if that's what
that's one thing that I'm not going to lie. That's a pet peeve that I have. That's a pet peeve that I have. Is like people ask flat earthers, well, on a flat Earth, how do you go from point A to point B? It's like, bro, you just go from point A to point B. What? It's that simple. You just go from point A to point B. So that's not difficult. It's just like how do you navigate to your girlfriend's house or the grocery store? You go from point A, where you are, to point B, wherever that location you need to go is. So that's not indicative of, like, if I were to say, if it was a globe, how do you go from point A to point B? You'd be like, dude, that's a stupid question. You just go from point A to point B. So that the same thing applies to the flat Earth as well.
I've never asked you this because we never talked. How do you navigate from point A to point B using a GPS?
You just go there.
How do you use a GPS?
I mean, dude, you got to really zoom out and think about this.
Coordinates are marked on the map, east and west. You just dial that in, and you make sure you stay on that heading. That's how you fly.
How does the GPS work?
I'm not a GPS expert.
I didn't say GPS,
but
I did.
I know. It's not I'm not a big GPS person. I joked around with this, a couple girls I dated. I would tell them my middle name is GPS because I get around town. I don't need a GPS, blah, blah, blah. But like, the idea is like, you're just going from your location to the point B. So you just point in that direction and you go there. You don't necessarily need a curved path to achieve that. So that's possible on both with,
no, you're missing my point. My point is that a GPS uses like satellite signals and it maps the world.
But again, that just goes back to technology in the sky. You can still have tech in the sky, bro. There's no issue with having technology in the sky that's helping you out.
Bro. GPS just works on signals received. That's all.
Where's the signal coming from?
And it correlates it with maps, wherever it's coming from.
Where is that?
Could be coming from the sky, could be coming from the ground. Who knows? Who cares?
Where is it coming? I'm not asking where.
You tell me.
It's coming from the satellites in outer space. If you have a different opinion, I'd love to hear you to explain it to Google and anybody else who uses satellites.
Well, that's their claim, sure. What does a satellite mean?
What are you asking me?
Yeah, what's a satellite?
Piece of metal in outer space that transmits info? I don't know.
You said you don't know at the end there. That's kind of... You do know or you don't know?
Do you want like the official definition? What are you asking me for?
What if it's only something that's very, very high? Right? For example, you said in outer space. Isn't very, very high just similar? What's wrong with saying very, very high?
I'll grant you the definition very, very high. Doesn't change my opinion.
Yeah. The point is there's plenty of technology that puts things high above the earth that are capable of transmitting a signal or repeating a signal. Because it doesn't prove the shape of the earth.
Does, though?
No, it doesn't, dude. How?
Because if you're in Indonesia...
It's not funny. It's not funny. I'm just asking you how.
Yeah, don't laugh. Because this has been a great conversation this far. That doesn't prove that doesn't prove what you're saying.
If you have satellite number 1 that's directly above my house, and somebody from Indonesia is trying to use it, it's not going to get the same signal because the entire globe and the core of the earth is blocking it. So it needs satellite number 2 that's directly above Indonesia, let's say, that I can't use because I don't get that good signal because I have to
okay, fine, that's cool. All right, I appreciate that. So what you're saying is because person A can't utilize the signal of satellite A, therefore the Earth is a globe.
And the GPS itself shows that it's a globe.
But why? How? But let's address that point first. You said that if someone's far away from me, they can't use the same signal I'm attached to.
Yeah.
Okay, and that works for all kinds of things. That works for balloons, that works for towers, that works for every piece of technology we have. And if you're far enough away from it, you can't connect to it. So that doesn't prove anything. All right, next point.
Are you going to be making the next point, or am I supposed to?
You were about to. You were moving on to something else. So I just wanted to wrap that one up.
I'm just amazed that there's a big conspiracy around GPS technology. And that's what you have to
really? Did you know that recently they spoofed the trackers for the boats and they made a political symbol, right? So instead of watching where the boats go on the GPS, they had a drawing of a symbol. Very interesting.
I didn't hear about that. You're going to have to tell me more.
I'm just saying, like, technology isn't as simple as lights on a screen and claims, and therefore what they claim is true. So, for example, if you look at what the boat charts did that day, you will see an image of a political thing that has to do with, like, the Russia-Ukraine thing, right? But, of course, that's not the real path the boats took. Somebody spoofed it.
Yeah, I'm not saying radar jamming
right?
isn't.
So, the point being... but the point being is that just because you're shown a graphic on a screen does not mean it correlates with reality, one for one. So, yes, people claim that your GPS is based on a globe and global satellites that are geostationary in orbit around a globe. That's a claim, and people can repeat the claim ad infinitum. That's fine. But I know that something high up in the sky, and even ground-based with the idea that you can reflect certain signals off of certain conditions in the atmosphere, means that you could still get signal ping, right? That would still give you the information necessary to have a matrix of grid coordinates for a GPS system to be able to tell where you are corresponding on a map without having the Earth be a globe. So I know that a system of being able to navigate on the Earth by pings from distance markers is not going to tell you necessarily whether the Earth is a globe or not, because there are ways to interpret that aren't contingent. So, for example, if the Earth is a globe, it must, of a contingent necessity, without variance, have surface curvature, 360 degrees all around. That's a contingent necessity of a globe. GPS is not contingent upon a globe.
I have something to add to this conversation. I've been listening, and I worked with a group of people back in the 90s, and they were working on GPS. They didn't call it GPS. They were trying to map a way that they could locate phones based off of the cell phone towers. And I don't know if anybody ever remembers this, but do you remember when you used to turn off your Wi-Fi on your phone and it would warn you that your navigation was not as accurate? I have a clear memory where my phone would prompt me and say, if you turn off your Wi-Fi, your navigation is going to be weak. What's interesting about the GPS navigation on our phones is as we drive around, if you're not near houses or anything that has Wi-Fi, the navigation gets a little bit weak. What's interesting is Google drove around, and it was a huge data privacy issue 20 years ago, maybe, whenever they were driving their cars around, and they were capturing Wi-Fi networks with 360 cameras, and that's what they were doing, the navigation, the mapping with pictures, and they were capturing people's houses and their dog and their children, and they started fuzzing out people's names and or their faces and the numbers and stuff on the. So, to me, the satellite GPS can be just as easily proved with using the cell phone towers as anything, because I was pretty close to some of that work that was done well over 30 years ago, and it's pretty amazing what was being done with the tech that was available. But one of the things I have a question is anybody familiar with the term tropospheric scatter?
Not me.
All right, I'm going to paste this into the chat. I've been studying this for a while, and I'm like, how could they pull off the digital radio, and how could they pull off different things? And a simple Wikipedia link, but it's kind of interesting. You have a dish pointing up at the sky, and then you have other dishes that are receiving that data. Pretty plausible. The cell phone towers, I've seen a few people doing these experiments where they try to position their phone in a way that they can still see the sky, but they're unable to get cell phone service, and their GPS gets a little stupid. It's an interesting thing. Just putting it out there. It's an interesting puzzle. Add to that the balloons, the fact that, who was it, Google and Facebook, I think we're going to do the balloon satellites to get internet to people in Africa. I guess because satellites can't fly over Africa, maybe? I don't know. It's an interesting paradox.
Can I ask you what you think about the satellites to give internet to Ukraine?
The satellite internet is an interesting phenomenon. It's highly possible that they have balloons that are going up very high, and they're able to transmit and receive internet over that. There's also no reason that they can't use the tropospheric scatter in the same way. They basically create a microwave hotspot that they can see from another location and just point up. It's that technology goes back to, I think it goes back to the 50s, at least the 70s. And it's interesting that, I don't trust Wikipedia, but it says that it got replaced in the 70s. Probably replaced with better stuff.
Well, I guess my question to you would be like, if you're saying it's a balloon, so you're saying the company Starlink is lying to its customers when it's saying it's providing them with a satellite internet connection, when in reality they're providing them with like some balloon transmitting a strong Wi-Fi signal, let's say.
Well, one of the things that I discovered many, many years ago when I started my exploration into this was there is launch locations where they launch the satellite, the balloons. One of them is in Switzerland. There was a spreadsheet that was available. I'm sure I could find it again if I really started looking for it. But the balloons are named the names of the satellites. It's possible that they like to name balloons and they like to give them the names of satellites, but I thought it was interesting. This was actually very early pre-censorship on this whole subject. But when I started watching the censorship gear up, I find it very puzzling that this is such a threat to whatever the mainstream, and I hate using the word narrative, but the story that we're supposed to believe. So they've got this place in Switzerland. They shoot balloons up, and they happen to name them the names of satellites. So either it's a psyop that they want us to believe there's balloons, or they want to confuse us that somebody's lying. But this was a pretty serious website. I mean, it was government, Switzerland.
Well, can I ask you if maybe you're curious, you could buy a Starlink, and then you could sue Elon Musk and the company Starlink for false advertising and take them to court, because what they're advertising is a satellite internet connection, when in reality it's just a balloon, and force him to prove it to court. It would only cost you about $100.
A balloon is a satellite. Let's be clear. Let's be clear before you go to court and make a fool of yourself. A balloon is a satellite.
NASA is the #1 consumer of helium.
I just rejoined, but I heard Starlink was kind of trash. I know, like Sean O'Malley, UFC fighter, he bought a house in Arizona, and he bought Starlink, and it doesn't work. So he bought another house across the street so he can get like fiber optics or something, because Starlink doesn't work. So I don't know. I've not heard such good things about it. But I also wanted to guys, why don't we merge the streams, because Livestream 1 is playing a bot. So why don't we re-merge and continue where we left off? Does that sound all right?
Okay.
Cool.
All right, I'm going to just voice move the whole channel in. And then I'll pause the bot and we'll pick up where we left off. All right, one moment.
Lord.
All right, we've officially re-merged the stream. We're back. We got 33 members in the panel. Illuminati confirmed.
There you go.
Hey, Sonny, how are you?
Hey, pretty good. It's been a good few days here. It's been great conversations here on the Discord. Yeah, awesome stuff.
Good. I'm getting good energy from you tonight. So shout out to Sonny on the plane. We've been away from Livestream 1 for a while. So glad to be back. Hope you guys didn't miss us. So yeah, we've just been speaking with Fraser. Shout out to Fraser and shout out to Andrew. I think you were chiming in recently as well. So shout out to the whole panel. Sinistar was chatting, and yeah, guys, sorry if I cut you off or anything, but if you want to pick up where you left off, you're welcome to do so, or I can start up a new topic or something.
Can I just mention
go ahead.
something? Yeah, can I just say something about the satellite thing? Like, it's entirely possible as well that they just could be bouncing something off whatever layer of the atmosphere, whatever you want to call it. So let's say there's a transmitter, it sends a signal up there, it bounces off whatever plane of the sky, and then it comes like that. So the whole scan could be that they aren't even using anything. Just wanted to mention that.
Well, one of the other things that's really hard to wrap the head around is this concept of decibels. And every 3 dB requires doubling of the power to get the same, so to increase the decibels of 3 dB, you have to double your power. It's an incredible thing. As distance increases, you have to keep increasing your decibels. And it's hard to wrap the head around that they could transmit the technology to the moon back in the day with the power that they had, with the battery technology that they had, and then even rolling the clock forward to today. These satellites are supposed to be doing what they're doing, but they're so far away, and you still have this fundamental concept of power, and then it doesn't scale very well.
I just find it interesting, if I can interject, I just find it interesting where any discussion of satellites in outer space is even talked about, considering it absolutely violates Newton's third law of motion. There is no question that Newton's third law of motion is used here on Earth with pretty much everything terrestrially. But supposedly we can go into outer space where there's nothing to push against. There's no ignition. If you put a candle in a glass and seal it up, in a few minutes, if not sooner, the candle will go out because there's no air, so there's no ignition. So this idea of satellites in outer space violates Newton's third law of motion right away. It's all a fairy tale.
I was just going to comment on, I don't know who was asking about like suing SpaceX or whatever. Starlink, that's the one. I think somebody was saying like a balloon would still be a satellite, so technically there wouldn't be a case. But I think a satellite, in like a definition, requires it to be in orbit around something, right? So if you just have a balloon floating, that's like by definition not in orbit, so not a satellite.
A satellite is something orbiting around a celestial body.
Yeah. So
by definition.
Yeah. So I mean, if you want, like, I get there's probably other arguments for why this lawsuit would fail, but you definitely could, for false advertising, try and sue them.
Yeah, that's
but
what
the
I
other
was saying.
thing, the other thing you should realize that this sort of leak. You see, some people ask why would they lie. No, we're not supposed to go into speculation, but a simple explanation is they built up this house of cards that you don't just have to sue SpaceX. The NASA would be involved, the government would be involved, different agencies be involved, private companies, NOAA. It's an entire house of cards that's all linked together. So that's why I don't know. Like, if once this starts to unravel, if it does, it's going to bring a huge amount of change, and it's going to be a huge reset. So it's not as simple as saying, "Oh, okay, I didn't get my internet from Starlink. I'm going to sue them because of this flag." It doesn't work that way.
You have to sue 100 years plus of indoctrination. That's what you have to sue. So whenever you go sue somebody, you're suing somebody, but also the people that decide the lawsuit have 100 years of indoctrination into the spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, which is impossible according to science. So not only do you have to go sue individuals, you have to get a jury or however they do it to agree with you, who going in will not agree with you. So you have a huge problem. I just find, I went out to eat tonight and I wrote down 12 things that say there's absolutely no way we live on a spinning space ball in vacuum of outer space. And the first three, Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, inverse square law of light. And I can go down, but I'll do that another day. And so there's 12 of them, and I just listed the first three. All 12 say we don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. There is no observable evidence that we do. Everything is stationary. Michelson-Morley, Dayton Miller, every interferometer experiment shows that we're stationary. We have a sidereal rotation of the sky, which translates motion down to the Earth. Now, what that translation, the medium is, that's up for discussion. But we are not going around the sun. I mean, that is obvious we're not going around the sun. The interferometer experiments alone destroy heliocentrism, because heliocentrism says Earth around the sun and not sun around the Earth.
Right.
I want to say something about the lawsuit.
Do you guys have any
Hold on a
like,
second.
lawyers
One more
in here?
thing about the lawsuit. You can't sue SpaceX because you have to prove injury and damage. So
You could
what's the injury and what's the damage?
advertising like a suit?
Not really. That's a FTC, Federal Trade Commission complaint. Which is something
No, you
different.
can sue people for false advertising.
Yeah, it's a FTC, a Federal Trade Commission complaint.
You said you couldn't sue.
You have to prove injury and damage in any lawsuit.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do. It's called
America, you can sue people even if you don't have a case.
Well, yeah, you can sue, but you're going to lose.
Oh, okay. Here's maybe an
No,
argument.
not all the time.
You would have to.
You just said you can sue if you don't have a case. Yeah, you can file the case, right? And then you can get
still
sanctioned for
drag it
filing a
out.
case that has no merit.
Yeah, it does. No,
They
it
can
doesn't get
sanction
thrown
you
out. America's justice system is corrupt.
Could I present
Yeah,
an
we
argument
know
maybe
that.
for a lawsuit? So you could sue for misleading advertising. One path in this is that they're trying to oversell you on a product. If what they're actually selling you is a weather balloon, that would cost, maybe I'm wrong here, I assume making a weather balloon costs less than making a rocket, right? So they're overselling you on a product by lying to you about what it is, right?
Yeah,
So-
but the whole thing, hold on. You're missing the point, though. Listen, they're a government agency. It's NASA.gov. So what?
Sorry, we're talking about...
The only way you could do it is by.
we weren't talking about NASA, though. We were talking about Starlink.
Hold on, I was talking. Okay, it doesn't matter. It all ties in. Listen, I'll show you how. So because you could only like sue NASA or somebody like that, which is the head of the snake, by doing something like civil liberties violations or a civil lawsuit for deprivation of constitutional or right, rights as a natural person. Like you would have to show that it damaged or deprived us of our right to know the knowledge that they're keeping from us I don't think you can go and do that by the means you're saying.
But Starlink is like a company, right? You're buying a product from them.
Yeah, but as far as the product goes, they're not selling you the satellite. They're selling you a service, right?
They're selling you a service.
But part of the
And if you
cost
read
is
hold on, man. If you read their terms of service, it says it's in beta and they have no service level agreement, meaning it can be out forever, and you can't do anything about it.
right. But sorry, the argument here is that part of the cost that they're charging you is for putting something in a rocket and spending all this money to put it into space, right? If what they're actually doing is just launching a weather balloon, then they're lying about their costs and they're overselling you on the product, right? So, okay, maybe this isn't 100% certain lawsuit, but you could. I feel like there's definitely an argument you could make.
You could sue, but it would you'd end up losing.
Yeah, it'd be tough. I don't even know
in the process of this, they're going to
because what they would do is say, this is what we actually offered. Here's the service. Here's this agreed service contract. We agreed to provide internet. We did not agree to provide it by any means in particular.
Well, and I guess I'm curious about the cost of goods sold, right? I don't know if that's relevant. They don't have to disclose that. And if you think about it, think about a Louis Vuitton purse, right, which is $5,000. Well, it only cost them 27 cents to make the damn thing, right? So they're not necessarily overselling. I mean, I suppose definitionally they might be overselling the product, but there's a demand for it, right? Lots of suburban women buy those, right? So, but the cost of goods sold doesn't factor in, I don't think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we know they're being honest about how much it costs to make it.
They're not advertising anything. Look, it doesn't apply. It's a non sequitur. They're GOV, government agency.
SpaceX isn't. I'm sorry, Sonny. I really enjoy you, but SpaceX is not a government agency.
You're interrupting me. So I'm talking about NASA. So NASA, who do you think employs SpaceX? Come on, man. So listen, they're just a subsidiary, just like all the government contractors in the military industrial complex are included. All the widget makers, all of them, all would have to, you can't do anything but take it off at the head. So you would have to show some kind of constitutional violation or something because they're a government agency. They're not a regular corporation that you can just sue as a corporation. You can't sue a corporation anyway. It's a dead thing. So you would have to sue for violation of deprivation of rights somehow.
No one, and SpaceX is a privately held non-public company. For all we know, the U.S. government owns the majority of the shares.
Mm-hmm.
But Elon Musk admitted that 400 government employees monitor what they're doing and basically go back and forth between them and NASA.
Well, and I think it's public knowledge that SpaceX does receive public funding. They do receive government funding somehow. I don't know how. This is conjecture on my part, but
he testified before Congress. Either he committed perjury when he said it, or there's 400 government employees at SpaceX.
I mean, you might be able to do some FOIA requests, but that's if you trust the FOIA system to begin with, right? Which, why would you, right? So.
Yeah, but they're one of their outs for FOIA requests is this is a proprietary contract, and we'll be revealing trade secrets. They have that like loophole.
I'm trying to read the terms and conditions on the Starlink page, and it's one of these like black pages with white writing, and it's fucking impossible to read.
Nor does it make any sense, right?
I don't know if anyone else's eyes bug out when they try and read stuff like this, but
look for the hold harmless clause. That's usually where all the meat and potatoes are.
Sorry, can you say once more?
The hold harmless clause. There's usually a hold harmless clause. Basically,
liability.
It's a waiver of liability, hold harmless in case anything happens to you, your house burns down, whatever. All right. Because they don't want to guarantee you any level of service, because if you say, hook your burglar alarm up to SpaceX or Starlink, right? And then someone burgles your house and kills everybody in it, they don't want to be sued by the survivors for your Starlink failing. So they have these hold harmless clauses which tell you what their actual liability, what they're actually claiming. Then usually they have a binding arbitration clause inside of that, right? So you can't even sue. We have to go to binding arbitration. These companies aren't stupid, man.
or the liability will be capped super low, so that even in the worst case scenario, they're out 50 grand, right, or something ridiculous.
I mean, like I said, you have to prove in any case, if you want to have subject matter jurisdiction, what the hell? There's a legal name. I can't remember like the Latin name for it, but what's the name? Anyway, you have to prove injury and damage to sue somebody. You have to prove that person injured you and caused damage.
So no lawsuit in the history of the world other than those two things.
Listen, think about it like this. You win the case. How do they know how to compensate you if you don't have damage?
In this case, I'd probably say like something related to the cost of
because they have to make you whole
versus.
But they have to make you whole from whatever you were deprived of.
That's you bought a product and they lied about it.
Okay, and you lost what?
So, say like the cost of like launching a rocket is twice as much.
So you're listen. Well, let's do it right now, man. Like you're the plaintiff. You said SpaceX injured me from doing XYZ. What they promised PDQ.
Mm-hmm.
This is how I was injured. This is what's going to make me whole. What are you going to ask for?
Okay, so I'd get my lawyer to get the cost of launching a rocket versus launching a weather balloon. Say the weather balloon's like a quarter of the cost, and they're launching like 10 rockets a year. I'd say this is maybe like 10% of their operating fee. As an end user, I'm like 1% of this. Therefore, they're upselling me by like $200 a year. Whatever.
Hold on.
Okay, so what? How is that? How is that an injury though?
That's like damages because they're false advertising about the product, and so they're
you'd have to. You're citing like a price gouging claim there, right? Like they're somehow price gouging you. You have to cite a law.
Listen, here's how. Hold on. Here's how it would go. It would go injuries for loss of all my literal exact wages that were taken out in the percentage that NASA takes. Personal injury, thus causing me and my family deprivation of our rights and physical health, or like whatever. It has to be injury, because
injuries can't be conceptual. They have to be actual. It can't be like, well, like I'm imagining in my head that it would have cost less to fly balloons versus satellites. You'd actually have to prove that if they flew balloons, and they would charge you less, and et cetera, et cetera. Like, dude, like, good luck, man.
So, for instance, these million flat earthers that have gotten together, these 5 million 20 million flat earthers that got together, all of their taxes that were taken out during their entire lifetime, the percentage of this, that, and the other exact amounts, dollar amount, this is it. This is how much we're taking out. That's how much we want back.
Okay, I just do want to point out that U.S. law does say that advertisements must be truthful, not misleading, and backed by evidence.
But
by scientific evidence.
You're talking about regular corporations. They're not one of those.
Yes, they are.
No,
SpaceX is publicly traded. SpaceX is a
just made that shit up, man.
Is it public? That's just what U.S. law says.
Show me the law. Paste it in the chat.
Guys, hold on. You seriously can't agree that you can sue somebody over this?
Why do we give a fuck about a fictional court case?
Court case that'll never happen.
Exactly. Why we even... You got nothing solid that you can go off that any of this would ever happen and any of this could ever happen. What a stupid fucking argument.
You're never even going to get to discovery. This case will be thrown out. They're going to file a motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim from which relief can be granted. They're going to get the case dismissed right off the rip because you're not going to be able to state a tangible fucking injury, and it's going to go right back out the door.
So no business gets sued for false advertising.
No,
you can get them fined by the FTC for false advertising, but you can't sue them because unless you can state an injury. Like, it's really simple, dude.
Yeah, what about in their terms and conditions? So you need to define satellite, and satellite can be defined as a balloon, so it doesn't really matter. They're providing you a service. They've provided you a service. You're not paying for the rockets, so therefore you have no loss, no damage. So
that's what I was saying. The product is the service. The product is the internet, right? That's The connection to the internet is what they're selling you. They're not selling you the rocket or a balloon, right?
Exactly.
And so whether or not that's part of their manufacturing cost of goods sold or whatever, that might be baked into the cake. They've got overhead operations. They can always dismiss all that. Doesn't matter.
They've
What they're selling
received
you,
federal funding.
If they mention
yeah, that's why I said
satellite,
FOIA request might be a way to go, but you're not going to be able to sue them for false advertising.
You can't take taxpayers' dollars, say you're throwing a rocket into outer space when it's really just a balloon, and then say, "Oh, you weren't damaged." Are you kidding?
Well, you can't.
Yeah,
Why have we sued NASA? Yeah, they've been doing it for 50 years.
Then what's your listen? Then what's your injury? Just state it. How are you injured? Does your feelings
The
were hurt?
amount of money you paid towards that industry.
Yeah,
What are you talking about, Sonny?
you don't get to select where your tax money goes, no matter what you do.
But
People
listen,
try to
guys,
withhold taxes
Percentage of
because
everyone's
protest.
tax money.
Dude, listen. They lied about the Vietnam War. Got proven that they lied.
You're going to take them to court for that?
So
What they lie
people
about the Vietnam
refused to
War?
pay their taxes based upon the lie. They still went to jail for tax evasion. Okay, sorry.
The
You have these
NIH
pie in the
takes
sky ideas about the government, man, that are not realistic. They don't give a fuck what we think.
the
So
NIH
what's
takes
the point of
taxpayer
even
dollars.
trying to bring up suing if the government doesn't function.
You guys are
The
missing the whole
NIH
point. Look, let's
Hang on.
You know what's
government
fun?
laws, but you're also
it
saying the
functions
government
exactly
doesn't
like
work.
as it was designed to fuck you over. It's working perfectly.
Now listen, since it's under the presidential branch of the government, they just run to this War Powers Act that we've been under since the very beginning of this entire union. So they've been in continuous war. Like all they have to do is go, it's War Powers Act, and they've never stopped that since like the World War II started. Or even like since World War I, the whole thing, they've been under these war power acts, so they can do whatever they want. That's why you have these presidential decrees now where they just do whatever they want because they don't let you know it, but you can't sue power like that.
Guys, I'm not saying the court system isn't corrupt. I'm saying you could sue over this. And it's a very legitimate lawsuit.
You can, and it'll get thrown out because you can sue for anything. Pay the fee, you can sue. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
So I just read the Starlink terms of service, and the word satellite is not actually in the terms of service. There's a preamble, and then it gives the terms of service, and in those, deposit, agreement to purchase, rent, installation kit, fixed service plan, mobility service, et cetera, et cetera. Nowhere in any of that text does it say the word satellite.
There's a little bit where it talks about what the signal might be like and the variations in the orbit causing
that's so many
poor signal.
steps. That's so many steps down the road. Yeah, that's just like.
But okay, so if part of the signal strength is like the stability of these satellites, giving you like a constant signal, and you're getting like some weather balloon getting blown around a bit in the wind, decreasing your signal.
So how are you going to bring that to show damages?
Now they're selling you like just a blatantly worse product, right?
Okay, what did it cause you injury? What type of injury did it cause?
So what if Apple sells you a phone that's twice as slow? Where's the injury? Like, what are you talking about? They lied.
What
That's
are you
the
talking
injury.
about?
Yeah, it has to cause you injury. There has to be harm.
Yeah, you're getting
right.
worse
You're
product.
Two for false advertising.
You don't know anything about law. You have to have standing first in the court to even bring a case. It has to have standing. You don't even have standing if there's no
Standing
injury, no harm.
means that you are a proper party to sue because you have suffered some sort of injury or deprivation of right. That's it,
why I
dude.
said buy the Starlink for a month and then sue them.
Okay, you have to find out if you have standing in their court.
Okay,
with your
buy
case.
Starlink for a month. And then it says, agreement to arbitrate. You're never going to court. Sorry. Have a nice day.
Then it goes to jurisdiction. Do they have jurisdiction?
No, it has an arbitration agreement.
Arbitration.
Dude, it has an, arbitration agreement. That's a wrap, dude. It's over.
The SLA, the terms of service, is not a document that tells you exactly what you're going to get, yada, yada. It is literally a document. They pay lawyers an incredibly obscene amount of money to make sure they don't get fucked. That's what the terms of service is. That's all it is. They go through every precedent previous and make sure there's nothing in this legal agreement that's going to hold them liable. So you're already on your back foot if you even try, right? Why hasn't everyone sued Comcast, right? And why isn't Comcast out of business or whatever, right? Like for bad internet, it's just not going to fly. That's all.
Well,
it's just nonsense.
Let me ask anybody: does anybody know what binding arbitration is? That means you're waiving your right to sue in court. You're going to go to
you have a third party arbitrator. Yeah,
exactly. You have a administrative judge who's just there's professional arbitration services. Usually they're ex-lawyers, whatever. And you have to both sides agree to the arbitrating party, but obviously they're going to pick because that's the way it goes down. Otherwise, you're going to pay. So basically, if you let them pay, they pick. Then they're gonna adjudicate the beef, whatever, right? And if you're going, you false advertised, what do you think they're going to do? Do you think they're going to let you out them? They're going to go, okay, we'll give you $50,000. Sign this non-disclosure agreement.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Why don't any of you guys do that?
And we're going to make all our money back. Keep selling this shit.
Why don't you guys do that?
You're going to sue a space agency for false advertisement. Oh
yes. Why don't you guys do that?
It's fucking stupid.
Hey, you know what you could do? Go measure the radius of the Earth so we can know how high to fly a satellite.
Funny. Why don't you guys do SpaceX?
Because you can't,
that would
dumbass.
cost a lot of money.
Because you're a numpty dipshit. You don't understand how any of it works.
I just said binding arbitration. You waive your right to sue.
What happens if nothing gets agreed upon in arbitration?
A judge, the arbitrator forces it. It is like court, but it is a civil court, right? It's a court it's not a government agency. It's an independent third party, resolves the dispute between the parties, and it's binding upon the parties. Whatever that judge decides, well, you can call him a judge, but it's just some guy that you both gave authority to settle your dispute, and that's it.
Who would ever agree to that? Who'd ever agree to something like that?
Anybody that signs up for you can't get Starlink unless you agree to it, you dumbass. You agreed to it already. When you use Discord, when you install Discord, you would agree to binding arbitration.
Ta-da, just like your driver's license.
When you installed Windows or fucking Linux, or not Linux, but fucking Apple, like almost everything you use with a terms of service has a binding arbitration clause. They've been doing this since like the 80s.
Yeah, you're right. Windows has never been sued. Apple has never been sued. You're right.
It's a tacit agreement.
They have by the government. They've never been sued for the performance of their products, right?
Not Windows.
Who sued Windows because it's a piece of shit? Oh, I got 50 blue screens of death this week. Oh, man, I want to sue. Nobody. They get sued for monopolistic practices, right? They get sued from breaking other competitors' products. That's what they get sued for. They don't get sued for fucking selling junk.
Right. And it's only usually one huge company that can afford the lawyers and another huge company that can afford the lawyers. You ain't one of them. That's the way
It sounds like you still can sue even if you signed a valid arbitration agreement if you didn't understand your rights or the claim falls outside the scope of the arbitration provisions.
Yeah, there are other exceptions too. Like, first of all, if the arbitrator themselves don't follow certain rules, like when they actually adjudicate the claim, they have to, because
false advertising.
No. Just let me finish. When they adjudicate the claim, they're supposed to construct the terms of the agreement in the light least favorable to the person that wrote the agreement. Right, so, you, the customer, you didn't get to write the agreement, so you're at a disadvantage, right? So when the judge reads the agreement and wants to apply the rules of the agreement, they have to apply the rules in the light least favorable to the author of the agreement. Now, if they don't do that, right? Well, you can sue in federal court and say, oh, the arbitrator didn't use the standards of justice commonly practiced in the United States of America and didn't apply this particular legal standard to the arbitration, and I got screwed. And a judge can throw out that arbitration agreement and make them redo it. Because AT&T got sued for this. Because they were doing nasty shit in their wireless I think it was text messaging. Do you remember, Sonny? Remember back in the day, AT&T got sued for screwing everybody with their fucking licensing agreement?
Was that the MCI?
It was in California. It was in California where they got sued.
Like causing everybody, like charging for text messaging or something like that.
It was something like that. Like they were people were getting like these enormous, like $3,000 phone bills, man.
Vaguely remember. I don't know how I was not aware of that.
It was like, it was before. It was like way back, not way back, but like in the probably like late 90s, like 97, 98, 99.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I could probably find it on Google.
That wasn't MCI WorldCom. That was definitely AT&T.
Could have been. They all merged, man, and broke apart and merged again. I don't fucking know at this point. Nobody knows what they are or were.
Nope.
It's all the Rothschilds. Yeah.
You need a flow chart for that shit.
It's all hidden away somewhere. Not even on what is it called? On shore. It's not even on the continent, on the soil.
Yeah.
Like the IRS. The IRS is based in Puerto Rico.
Anyone got a measurement of the curvature of the Earth?
Timbo.
Yeah, we need that radius. We need that radius so we can know those satellites.
Just one thing, I'm kind of like long-term plan for you guys. I feel like, and maybe you have other ideas. Wait, hold on. Yeah.
We don't have to worry about asteroids. We love life.
Yeah.
We live on a flat plane because it makes sense.
Yeah, no alien anal probes.
We're not going to get sucked into a black hole.
Okay, so long-term plan for you guys.
How depressing are you, mate?
Okay, so long-term plan, I'm just kind of curious, because this to me seems like the path that would be good for you guys to go, is like find routes where, you can make some noise, you can...
That's good. You live on advice from a guy who thinks he goes on a cartoon.
This is loud enough.
Okay, so...
Dude, with all due respect, though,
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious, are you just kind of hoping the community keeps growing to where you're the majority in the population?
It does grow. Every day we get more and more and more people. Every day it keeps growing. It's growing even more than it did before.
Yeah, so is it kind of like a passive thing?
I just have hope that you may... I personally hope that you will pull your head out of your ass and know that option is available to you.
Okay, so it is kind of just like a passive wait for it to sort itself out.
Depends on how tall you are, but...
I don't know. I was just curious.
We think we want to take over the school curriculum and then brainwash people to flat Earth and do that. Oh, read your textbook. Of course it's flat. Just see the textbook. All the teachers and scientists said it. What do you think? They're all lying? You think we want to do that? Think we want to repeat that?
No, it's just, to me, making some noise, getting some lawsuits going, making if this is what I believed, I would really be pushing for this kind of thing.
I doubt you would even write a paper to go into court.
Yeah, luckily, Andrew, we don't have the crutch of belief.
Okay. Anyways.
Water seeks and finds. Go ahead, overtalk me, but water seeks and finds level. That's a reality. So, I mean, I guess we could, sue the waves.
All right, it was a genuine question. Sorry, it didn't work out. I'm going to take off.
I got one question for you.
Does it take a minute?
In the legal system, okay. This will take a second. In the legal system, there's a maxim called to measure the credibility of a witness. You measure their sacrifice, right? How much are they giving up if they're lying, right? So that's why we have people swear under the penalty of perjury, right? Because if they're lying, they're putting risk in going to jail behind their lie. And then when people swear in the Bible, they're risking their immortal soul, and if they lie, right? So sacrifice is a measure of credibility. So tell us, how many astronauts have testified under any penalty that they went to space?
No idea.
0.
Okay.
Anybody can say shit in front of a microphone on TV.
Okay. Anyways, it was a good night, guys. I enjoyed talking with everyone. I'm going to stop procrastinating and go to bed. So, have a good one. Oh, actually, the red globe earther tag, can I get that? The red is sick. I fucking love the color.
We can give you the soy latte tag as well if you want.
Does it make my name red or no?
You're not spinning.
You're more of a
pretty close. Are you a simulationist? He's a used globe salesman.
Yeah, I don't know what color that is, but
Okay. Anyways, have a good night, guys.
Anyway,
Love you all.
Enjoy
Depends
the
on what
five-
year NASA took the picture.
Enjoy
Good
the
night.
5 trillion. Enjoy the 5 trillion miles that you're going to travel from when you put your feet up to bed and then you put them back down in the morning. 5 trillion miles.
Yeah, love you too. Bye bye.
All right,
how'd you like that, Freezer? What'd you think of that, Freeze?
I'm going AFK for 10 minutes, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Those two
What
gotta
a
go hug
dog.
each other.
What? I hope it wasn't something I said.
Question: How do I get gold?
Is it about the radius?
No, it's how I get gold plus on the server.
You don't.
Oh shit!
I just want to be a known associate.
That's a Glober oxymoron.
Listen, we did have a gold Glober way back in the day.
It was
Dense
probably
pressure.
What do you do?
But it
Is
turned
just
out he was a
turned by the
furry
comment?
that pretended he was a snake and was kind of like being a pervert and fucking, whatever. So yeah, he got kicked out of the server. But he was a Glober.
Oh, it's
His
just
name's Dense Pressure. He sells NASA memorabilia. He ran a Discord
Hey,
called
Prissy
Flat
Cow,
Earth Society. I'm dead serious, man. I'm actually not even
NASA
joking about this shit, man.
Shoot, I freaking figured it out.
Hey,
Just
Prissy
so I
Cow,
deductive reasoning.
in the chat you were saying that gravity, the law of gravity. Do you have a citation that says that gravity's a law?
what, like from the Newton book or from like Harvard? Which one?
From anywhere, man.
People talk about the.
I can give you the Harvard one, but I was scrolling through the Newton's book. It was just real dense.
Crypto, you said something?
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if I was coming through. Yeah, when people talk about the law of gravity, they're often referring to just the measurement of acceleration down.
Yeah, so the law of things fall down.
Yeah,
No,
it's
but
like
that's not what Newton. Oh,
Sorry, go
never mind.
Go ahead, Crypto.
I was just saying, yeah, well, everyone knows that happens, so there's no point calling it fucking law, is there? It's just trying to give it sort of. Yeah, they're just trying to give it gravitas.
I was speaking in reference to Newton's law of universal gravitation that says mass attracts mass, not the things fall down
But
part.
is that a physical law derived from experiment?
Yeah,
Oh, what experiment?
but from experiment.
Yeah, it's a physical law derived from experiment. That particular law, the universal law of gravitation.
I haven't read the
Mass
book
attracts
yet.
mass
I'm working
inversely
on it.
proportional to the square of the distance. Was that derived by experiment? I actually already know the answer to this.
What are you talking about?
The universal law of gravitation states every particle in the universe attracts every other particle in the universe inversely proportional to the square of the distance.
Find that in the book because it's fucking dense, bro. It's like 300, no, 600 pages?
Are you talking about the Principia?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
Because
stated
I've been
as
trying to
plainly
find
as
that part of the book.
I don't think it's, well, first of all, Newton repudiated his own theory before he died, so, I don't know.
Oh, you got a source for that one? That sounds mad interesting to read.
Oh, yeah. It's awesome.
What if his source is 600 pages? Would you read it then?
Oh, no, I meant, like, you don't need 600 pages to say that.
So you're
That's why I
looking for,
haven't
like,
linked the 600-page source.
yeah, you're looking for like the Cliff Notes, right? You want like the summary, right?
You want the
video. Well, no, like how would it
Gravity
take
for-
600 pages to have an eyewitness account or personal
Like Gravity for Dummies,
published
something
thing?
like that.
No, I'm saying no. That's not at all what I'm talking about. He said Newton said he didn't agree with his theories before the end of his life. That wouldn't take 600 pages. That would take a published work by Newton or an eyewitness account of him saying that.
What if it
doesn't take 600 pages?
I posted in the live stream, bro. It was in a letter he wrote.
Did? All right.
I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I don't. I've been wondering this. Well, I've been wondering. I know what the answer is, but do you guys know why it was called the Principia Mathematica and not the Principia Scientifica?
Oh, that's a good question.
Mathematical principles.
Because it probably wasn't considered science, and he probably didn't consider it science at all.
Right, that's exactly the point.
Pretty abstract concepts, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, no. Philosophy is the study of the fundamental nature of knowledge, reality, and existence. That's what.
What does that have to do with what I just said?
Yeah, what does that have to do with math or science?
Fundamental knowledge of nature.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with what I said?
His
you
book's
said
not
it's
called
not called
Principia.
science, but it is called the philosophy of of nature, which is
science.
The book is the Principia Mathematica, isn't it?
The Principia, the mathematical principles of natural philosophy, is what it is.
He called it maths.
Yes, the maths of the natural world.
So he didn't even claim it to be science, did he?
The maths of the natural world. What are you?
The maths
over five
relating to what we know about.
What do you walk outside and trip over fives or something?
Kiwi.
The math in reality don't interact at all.
Math and reality, they're not. Mathematics isn't real. It's abstract. It's the opposite of reality.
Math isn't real?
Yeah, math.
Fuck, why did I bother studying it?
Give me the chemical formula. Charge, momentum, or spin. Or
chemical. I just meant math.
Don't overtalk me for a 5.
So if I got 4 oranges.
Did you listen to what he said?
What did I just tell you?
Jesus Christ.
You proved that it's real. So, I'll say it again. Give me the chemical formula or structure, charge, matter, momentum, or spin, or millielectron volts, kcals, or kilojoules for a 5.
Why do I get muted for staying?
For a 5. Answer the question.
Why do I get muted?
You'll get muted. You're done. Unless you answer the question. You want me to repeat it again?
What was your question? Can you write it out?
Yeah, write it out.
Yeah.
Why can't you
just make sure you use less than 600 pages?
I'll make it brief. He wants the physical properties of the number 5. Any physical property for it.
Physical property of the number 5?
No, there isn't.
So
that means the number 5 is not physically real, and by extension, mathematics is not physically real.
So how does mathematics interact with reality? Can we use it if it's not real?
Use it for what?
Knowing how many things we have?
Look at Degas. Look at Degas down there at 40 minutes after the hour from Richard Feynman. Listen to this closely, Prissy. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity, this is the punchline, is not experiment.
I never said it.
You never said that's why I asked you, Prissy. Newton's alleged universal law of gravitation. What was the experiment that was derived from? I asked you that for a reason. I'm not just asking you for, to be
I've
funny.
been asked 15 questions. It's hard to reply to all of them.
We started there, dude. That's where we started, remember?
But no, I started with where's the bottom of the oil rig, and then y'all banned me.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You never answered.
You the wrong goddamn oil rig.
Okay, but then I posted the right oil rig and you banned me again.
And you posted platform A.
No, I posted the picture from the video that you sent me.
Nice diversion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a nice diversion.
It is a nice diversion.
It's not a diversion. That's why I came here. And y'all just yelled at me until we weren't.
What do you mean by where's the bottom of the? Okay, we'll play this game for a minute. What do you mean by where's the bottom of the oil rig?
All right.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, I'm trying to go get the picture because it was a while
I
ago.
just need you to explain your words. I remember what the image looks like.
Well,
Explain
I
with
want
words.
everyone in the call to see the image too, so we can all have conversation about it.
Then we'll get back to the Principia.
Yeah.
He laughed that long.
While he's digging that up, QE, what about a high five? Is a high five?
I found it for him.
Oh, I
That's
found
right
it
one?
too.
That's a Hill House, right?
Come to present. Yeah, that one. That's Hill House.
Yep.
Okay, so where is a picture of Habitat?
Hold on.
Because, like, I asked you to send me one and you didn't.
Yes, I did. I posted it at 10 p.m. There it is again.
The chat is full of them.
All right. So, now please send the Black Swan. So, the Black Swan picture again?
Why are you worried about the platform? The platforms aren't the argument.
What are you talking?
What am I talking?
No, my question was solely about the platforms.
Oh, within the Black Swan. Did you deal with the Black Swan argument before that?
No, you don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Oh,
I don't want to talk about that. I just want my question answered.
10-mile pole.
Okay, so where? See how in the top picture of Platform Habitat, there's poles that extend below it, and then the main platform. And there's 2 layers of the main platform. Does everyone see that on the first picture?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you talking about?
I see it. I think I see what he's talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
I see it in the second picture too.
Bottom of. Okay, so there's the bottom of the platform, which is mostly poles.
Are you
Then
talking
there
about
is
the platform or the pole?
the platform is the entire never mind. The poles holding up the platform.
Yeah.
You mean that? Yeah, what's wrong with it?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Well, that's Habitat, right?
Yeah, so you see...
And here's Habitat, right? So now they're right next to each other. What's the problem?
Because that is missing... See where the boat is?
Yeah. Is that actually a boat underneath?
Where is that level of the platform?
He's talking about.
Where is that part? Where's the boat
that
is?
level? What level?
Where the poles are.
You can see it off to the right-hand side.
You mean the horizontals or the verticals?
In the verticals.
You can't see verticals in that image.
What? In which image? The clear image or the Black Swan one?
Either one of them.
Yes, you can. You can see the vertical poles next to the boat.
Yeah.
Why did I stop drinking?
I don't know.
2 poles in front of the boat or around the boat.
Yeah. And
where are they on the Black Swan image?
Which Black Swan image? The one above?
The one that is directly above it.
Yeah, Indios.
I
you can see the poles coming down. They're a little blurry, but you can see them.
No,
And
you
that's the
see the
horizontal
second tier. You see the 2 horizontal tiers, and then below that there is poles.
What the fuck?
Bro, do I need to like go into MS Paint for this
I'm
one?
not your bro, buddy, and you have no argument here.
Okay, so I'll go into MS Paint so I can more clearly.
Let me ask you a question.
No, we don't want your fuck.
Hold on, I got a question.
You don't want my questions or conversation?
No, your drawings.
No, yeah, we don't. I mean, it would be good for the meme bot, but because you guys suck at drawing. But what are you trying to say about the image? Is it behind the curb or something?
No, I'm just asking where that part is because I don't see it in the Black Swan image.
I'm making no claim about the globe or where it is. I'm asking you a question.
This isn't the Black Swan. The original Black Swan image is not what's posted above it.
It's not in that one either. You can post that one too.
You can post that one. You do it. It's your claim.
I did. That's why I originally started talking, because you had the wide ball.
Do it again.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one. Okay. What's the problem?
Where are the vertical holes at the bottom of the platform?
I can see them. Habitat.
I'm going to draw arrows to them. Like, dude, this is horrible.
So you can draw arrows, but I can't draw arrows? What the hell?
It's so... listen, it's so obvious. I don't know why I have to draw arrows. Are you legally blind? I have to ask.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. And you can see the post at 11:47.
I can see the post.
Yeah, you can't see vertical poles. What the hell are you talking about?
I am actually legally blind, and I can see them.
Did you say you're legally blind?
I didn't. Someone else did.
No, I am. The blind spot.
Yeah, you're legally blind. Can you see the curve?
Yeah. No. Even if I had 20/20, I couldn't see the curve.
Well, exactly.
Blind spot. You know who Tom Edison is? The blind guy on YouTube?
No.
You've never seen him? Hold on a second, Jane. I'll post something in the live stream. It's funny. Actually, I'll play the audio because it's actually that funny. It's only
Is he the comedian guy?
I mean, he's funny, but I don't think he's trying to be funny. He's been blind since birth, so.
Okay. I might have seen some of his videos. We'll see.
You probably have.
Get it? I might have seen it.
Hold on a second.
Are we done with this argument, or do we want to get back to the
You need to talk to Professor Phil some more, see what to say. So hold on.
Don't let me derail. Yeah.
It's
definitely more interesting.
I'd like to look at the planet Earth, from space, like from the Hubble telescope or from the space shuttle or something like that. I've heard it described as a big blue marble, but I guess you have to see it to believe it.
That guy's my hero.
Yeah, I posted a link to the video. This guy's he's pretty funny, dude. People send him things, right? Like 3D printed things, and he'll guess like what they are just by the touch. He's guessed like the Eiffel Tower. Like someone sent him like a 3D printed little ass Eiffel Tower. He guessed it, dude.
Interesting.
I don't know
I'll check it out.
how you could guess that from just touching it, right? You've never seen the Eiffel Tower. You only heard it read about in books. Now, how could you know what? Like, I don't even understand like how.
Only through description, right? That's the only way you would know anything about it. So, yeah.
Yeah, through a verbal description of what it looks like, and somehow he took from what it looks like to what it feels like somehow.
Yeah,
there must be some pretty damn descriptive descriptions.
I mean, it's built a long time ago. There's a lot of descriptions of it. I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
What color was it?
It was color 5.
Can you tell us that?
Color 5.
That guy's real cool. I've seen some of his videos.
All right, we're getting back to Principia anytime soon.
Actually, I'm gonna go to bed because I gotta fly around the globe tomorrow. So I gotta go.
Aw, come on.
Sorry. Okay, go.
I have a flight to catch in the morning.
Don't leave so soon.
I didn't think I'd be here for 2 hours.
Is the flight going to account for the Coriolis effect, or do you know?
No, I'm not a pilot. All I care is if I get to my destination.
Hopefully all the best.
I'll update you guys when I get back in like a week.
Whenever
I
Glover
did
gets
make it
pressing,
back.
is sleepy for some reason. Every single night.
Where is he flying?
Every single night, it's midnight.
Where are you flying to?
I'm flying to Europe from the east coast of the United States.
How many miles is that?
I would not like to specify.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty long. It'll be about 5 to 8.
Like an 8-hour flight.
It's about 5 to 8,000 feet every second that you'd have to drop on that flight.
Neat.
Yeah. Can you tell us if that happens when you get back?
I don't know. I was planning on like watching a movie.
Yeah, on your Globetard, you'd have to drop about. It's going to be over 5,000 from here to Europe. I haven't figured that one out yet. I'm going to need the mileage and the plane speed, but I can safely say it's closer to 8,000 feet a second along your flight. It's going to have to vertically drop 8,000 feet every second.
That's pretty impressive that he's able to do that.
Yeah, that he's able to do that, and you not to
Big
know
ups
it.
to the pilot.
And do you not to know it?
While you're
Make
watching
sure
your
you're
movie.
chewing the bubble gum to keep your ears.
So I am. I'm not.
Yeah.
I fucking hate my ears popping.
The nose of the plane would never give above horizontal. There, buddy.
Yo, just to let you know, I've got a really good deal on Coriolis insurance if you need it.
You don't need Coriolis here. He just needs to deal with Earth curve. 8,000 feet. The nose of the plane would never get above horizontal, save for takeoff from New York.
Does Coriolis insurance cover overflowing toilets?
Yeah, it's a load of shit.
I just moved, so I haven't been in the call for like 2 weeks. So now I'm going on vacation. I gotta be away for like another week and a half. Come on, I'm gonna miss you guys. I'll be sure to join the call when I get back.
Take
Have a
me
great night.
on a sentimental journey.
Oh yeah.
Enjoy Europe. Take care.
Remember, thank you. Everyone, get good sleep. We can't find the truth if we're all tired.
What?
Good night.
Good night, goodbye. I disconnected him. I can't take any more of his long goodbye.
I was tearing up.
Dude's like, just leave already, man. Just go.
He was like, no, I love you more.
Ugh.
No, you hang up.
Oh my god.
Well, that was fun.
Wasn't it?
Now I got to go watch some Tom Edison videos, apparently.
Oh, man, he's hilarious, man. I mean, like, when I say he's been blind since birth, basically, he was born with, like, no retinas. So, he's never seen anything, ever.
I can't imagine that. That's crazy to me. I'm only legally blind, but they just won't let me drive a car. So,
Bet you could fly a plane.
nose up, keep the nose up. Yeah.
Hey, do you need Coriolis insurance?
Funny enough, I wanted to be a pilot when I was a kid. That didn't work out. Probably for the good of the passengers at this point, but I don't really even like flying. I don't know what was wrong with me.
Bro, do you know how to stand in front of a green screen and sound retarded?
Are you offering me a job at NASA?
I am, yeah.
You just need
Just tell him
you need scuba certification.
I just
swim
watched
underwater.
I just watched the video of, I guess his name's Kelly Smith. He's the navigation guidance engineer of the Orion mission, talking about the Van Allen belt and how we have to solve that problem before we can send people into space. I just thought it was incredible.
Well, you got a lot of catching up to do.
No, I know. I sent it to my dad. I'm trying to convince him, so some of the basics anyways.
Does your dad have a functioning brain?
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, I thought I did 2 months ago though, and then that got altered. So
that sounded really assuringly. Yes, no, I think so. No, I'm just joking.
Well, he works at NASA. No, I'm just joking. He doesn't. It's hard to be deprogrammed unless you're, at least in my opinion, unless you're somewhat predisposed to be deprogrammed from the big lie. But yeah. Hey, QE, are you doing Ballbusters tomorrow?
Negative.
Okay.
I should, because I just realized the next 2 Saturdays I'm going to be out of the net. But it's too late now, so no.
That gives me more time for the mission that Adam sent me on.
No, you got Tuesday was supposed to be.
Oh, is it Tuesday? Okay, Tuesday. I'll be ready. I'm already prepping my slides.
Well,
I'm joking.
That's what
I'm not.
He told me.
Yeah.
I don't know what I can barely faintly remember what he gave you, but faintly.
No, that's fair. That gives me a few more days. July 4th. Are you going to do a Ballbusters on July 4th?
No, I'm going to do QE Live on July 4th.
Whatever. I meant a show.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm learning a shitload. That's for sure. It's been a ton of fun the last couple of months. Hanging out with all you guys.
Well, it sounds like we need to do a bit of a check-up on your logical fallacies. So define straw man for me.
Straw man would be framing your opponent's position in a very easy fashion so that you can easily overcome it through argumentation. How's that?
Yeah, but it's specifically misrepresenting it. But yeah, that's the spot.
Framing, misrepresenting, yeah. I'm not good with this, though. Keep quizzing me.
Close enough. All right, genetic fallacy.
No idea. Something to do with genes.
No, not really. Okay, let's go a bit simpler.
Tell them what it is.
Yeah, no. Teach me.
Tell them
yes, genetic fallacy is saying that something is false because of the origin, right? So,
I was going to say the root of it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
but there's can't remember how many forms.
It's usually followed by an ad hominem about that particular group that they already set up with the first.
Can you use it as an example, Sonny? Maybe that'll help me.
Because flat earthers said that the black swan, that the horizon's further, they don't understand sphericity. And it must be because flat earthers are just dumb. There you go.
Yeah, that is the genetic and the ad hominem. Okay.
Okay, circular reasoning.
Circular reasoning, reification fallacy.
Yeah, I can definitely get the sense of it in my mind, right? But I kind of feel like we live on a sphere, right? Because gravity, right? Therefore, because gravity, we live on a sphere, right? Something along those lines is kind of what's in my mind when you say circular reasoning.
Almost kind of like it's a globe because we say it is, and we all say it is, and therefore all these other things we're going to string along, they're true also.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You got pretty good. I do feel like you're kind of half guessing them, but it seems like you've got the basic kind of way of thinking about it, So that's
no, just to be completely transparent about it, I'm learning a lot of that from being on this show, from listening to FED, Elijah specifically is really good on the logical fallacy. So now, look, I haven't sat down and looked up all the fallacies and studied them, but I'm starting to get the sense of a lot of them. So yeah,
What's the difference between an insult and an ad hominem?
Say that again.
What's the difference between an insult and an ad hominem?
That's a really good question. I would have thought they'd be synonymous until you asked that question. I know that an ad hominem is attacking the man instead of the argument. How is that not an insult? I'm not sure, I suppose. I don't know.
So normally an ad hom is in service of or in replacement of an argument, right? So if I just call you a dick, I mean, I'm just insulting you, right? Whereas if I was to say, I don't know.
Like in response to a question, maybe? Is that the distinction?
No. I mean, so if I was to say you're a dick, therefore you don't know what you're talking about, right? That's an ad hom. Do you see the difference?
No.
It's insulting in lieu of an argument.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, within the framework of a debate or argumentation, if I'm presented with an argument and instead of challenging said argument, I challenge the man or attack the man, that would be ad hominem, versus you and I just having a conversation and me saying, you're a pussy. That would be me insulting you.
If I give you an argument, if I say, if you claim gravity is bowling balls rolling down the mountain, and I defeat that argument rather simply and then call you a retard after it, that's not an ad hominem.
Right.
Okay. This is interesting because I've often thought about many of your videos, QE. Okay.
Yeah.
I now see the distinction.
And then you get into some really niche ones. You know what's funny though is that like Globers have this unique ability to like combine three fallacies in a single sentence, and then you're just like, hold on, that's a straw man wrapped inside an ad hom, wrapped inside a making the question fallacy? What? How do you even do that?
I actually had a question about fallacies, QE, and I was listening to an episode. I want to say it was FED, but it was like back catalog, like 16 or 1700s. And you guys were discussing the appeal to authority. And what was the guy's name? Anyways, whatever, doesn't matter. He had questioned the appeal to authority fallacy, and he had questioned it, I don't know, in a nuanced way. I guess what I was curious about is first of all, I'm ignorant. Someone define the appeal to authority fallacy for me first. Let's start there.
Appealing to an authority that is not a subject matter expert on the topic discussed.
Okay, so if we're talking about, let's say, space travel, and I say, well, NASA says it's possible, I'm not appealing to authority or committing that fallacy because theoretically, at least in this hypothetical example, they would be an authority on space travel. Is that fair to say?
No, technically they wouldn't be. They'd be in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. In name,
it was a bad example. You knew where I was going with it. So let's say we're discussing this lawsuit earlier about a SpaceX lawsuit, and I say, look, I don't know. You're going to need to ask my friend the judge, right? He's a county circuit court, whatever, Fifth Circuit Court judge, right? That would not be the logical fallacy because I'm actually appealing to an accurate authority for the subject matter. Is that correct?
It depends on what the subject matter is.
Well, it was the SpaceX lawsuit thing we were talking about. It was probably before you got on here.
If it's dealing with a lawsuit, not any of the... Yeah, then you wouldn't be appealing to authority, no.
Okay, so appealing to authority is only when you appeal to someone who is not a subject matter expert. Is that correct?
Yes. It's like appealing, like bringing up Bill... Now the best one is Richard Feynman. So... if you use Richard Feynman, and there's a caveat to this, I'm going to have to tell you because I do use them, but you'll understand it after I tell you. So if you appeal to Richard Feynman, let's say somebody's talking about natural science, and you appeal to Richard Feynman to discuss the tenets of natural science, that's an appeal to authority fallacy. The reason being is that Richard Feynman was a theoretical physicist. Theoretical physics is not a natural science, making him appeal to authority fallacy. Follow? Now,
yep, no, it makes sense. Yep.
Now, I present him for the most part to globetards because they worship him. So they're not going to say appeal to authority fallacy, QE. They can't do that, right? Because they love him. So I use him as a hostile witness to destroy them.
So he's like a legitimate Neil deGrasse Tyson? Would that be?
Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson is an astrophysicist. Richard Feynman was a
theoretical physicist. And the difference being that Richard Feynman is not necessarily so concerned about the astrological, more the, okay, gotcha.
Well, the other issue they would have in saying anything about an appeal to authority to us at all is that would destroy probably 75% of the arguments they make. So.
There's also another part about appeal to authority. Another thing is when you invoke the credentials of somebody as the basis of the argument. So you say somebody is in the field, therefore they are right, without addressing actually how they are right. Exactly.
See, that's what I thought. I thought that's what the fallacy was. That's why I was, curious.
It's not the primary one. The primary one is not a subject matter expert whatsoever in the field of discussion.
I mean, fundamentally,
that is also a thing.
You should be appealing to the evidence. So, if the person is a subject matter expert, then they should be able to point you to the evidence with which you could present to the person anyway, right? So
let me give you an example. Sorry to interrupt you. I was just talking about this. So I was watching a video today. It was Witsit debating Bryant Mercer or something like that, who's a physicist. Yeah, and so they're having this debate, and Witsit kept citing quotes from Einstein, from wheelchair guy. Come on, what's his name? Stephen Hawking. Yeah, and like William Pauly, whatever, right? All these different whatever physicists, whatever they were, scientists in some respect. He kept citing these quotes from them about the fact that you can't discern or you can't prove the Earth's rotation from Earth. Right. And so Bryant kept pushing back and saying, well, you can't just use their quotes. You have to use peer-reviewed, documented. Like, is that an appeal to authority? Like, is that a fallacy in and of itself that he's... Yeah, go ahead, QE. I'm curious what you think about that.
No, it's not anything. It's just an appeal to dipshittery. Then he'd have to cite that somewhere and support it.
He would have to cite that you must cite peer-reviewed materials. What you're
that doesn't Brian doesn't know what peer review means.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I felt like when he was saying that, I'm like, I'm not so sure you're correct, but I didn't know how to quantify or qualify that.
Now remember, this is really important too, since you're a new guy. Now this could help a lot of people too. Just the mere fact, the citation by itself is a baseless assertion fallacy unless that person you cited has demonstrated it himself. If he hasn't and you cite it, you better be able to demonstrate it.
That was your point on the video I had watched, the FED 1600 or whatever, that a citation is moot unless there's demonstration included with the citation.
Yeah, it depends on what genre. There's a lot of flavors. If you're just appealing to like a citation for a definition, that's an axiom. You don't have to fucking demonstrate that unless all you have to do is pull up the dictionary definition, right?
Yeah.
So you have to be. It's not a cut and dry situation. Each specific topic under the discussion or the point would have to be made specifically. Hyper specificity. Follow?
Yeah, no, 100%. Look at me learning at this age. Crazy.
Never too late.
Never too late.
That was Luther Vandross, wasn't it?
Wow, that's a name from the past.
You know what triangle is?
Oh yeah, it's adds up to 270 degrees internally.
Well, if you guys don't mind me asking some more learning questions, this is one I've struggled with for some time, and I know QE, I think you're probably a bit of an expert, at least Nathan claims you are. which is really trying to understand. I was trying to explain this to my dad today. I know I did a bad job, but it is the Coriolis effect, right? And of course, first thing I do is type it into YouTube, and the first thing I see is the National Geographic video with the 4 grown adults sitting on a merry-go-round where they throw the ball, whatever, from position A to position C, but it goes to position B, right, when they catch it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And what really confuses me, and maybe you can help me understand this, and Nathan always says it on his show, but I don't really follow, and that is the 2 reference frames, or the whatever, non-inertial spinning reference frame and the inertial spinning reference frame. And can you just help decipher that for me, or help me put in real slow terms for me to understand the 2 frames of reference that are required? And again, from my understanding, it's an apparent deflection, not an actual. So this is only something that we observe, we'll say optically, and maybe that's the wrong word, but it's not an actual deflection. But maybe
you got two questions in there.
Yeah,
the non-rotating, rotational, or non-rotating. I fucked it up already. The spinning frame is the rotating frame.
So the Earth would be the spinning frame.
That's the non-inertial reference frame.
Okay.
And then you have the inertial reference frame. Now, inertial reference frame have to move at a constant velocity. That constant velocity can be 0. Right? The non-inertial reference frame has angular velocity.
So to put in a real-world example, let's talk the Earth and an airplane, right?
Yeah.
Is that okay? And so the Earth would be the non-inertial spinning reference frame, and at least in the globe model, of course. And the
no,
or do I have that backwards?
No,
Yeah.
no, you don't. It's there. There is no globe model. So the Earth is the non-inertial reference frame, and the
I see. That could be 0. That was your point.
What
that Earth could be 0. The velocity could be 0.
In the inertial reference frame, that's what inertial. Yep, it could be 0 or move at a constant velocity. It has no angular velocity though.
Okay, you haven't helped so far. Yeah,
it's not that hard. The spinning frame is always the non-inertial frame. It has an angular velocity. The inertial frame is one that doesn't have an angular velocity. How about that?
Okay. And it is apparent deflection.
Yes.
This set effect. It's not actual deflection.
Exactly. So
when Bryant on the Whitsitt-Bryant debate was saying, of course pilots adjust for this. It's in the instrumentation, and they would need to do it when they go into manual mode off of autopilot.
Yeah,
he's full of shit. Yeah, because it's apparent, not actual in the first place.
Exactly.
Even if the globe were spinning, it would be apparent, not actual.
Correct.
Okay. I was close. Yeah.
Yeah, can I just go into a little bit on that? So, Brian Myers, when he was preparing for that debate, was actually going to known globetards to get his arguments. So he's meant to be like a subject matter expert, or at least he, presented himself as that. But then he went to go and get his arguments from guys who aren't qualified, right? So then, how does that make any sense to anyone?
Well, and as soon as you start talking about domes and ice walls, and using the stereotype fallacy, look at me go, that's when I knew that he wasn't being quite sincere, right, in his argumentation anyways.
But he was literally consulting Fight the Tight Shirt for his globe argument. It's like, well, we've argued with Fight the Tight Shirt before. We don't need to, just get him to tell someone else the same things to say.
No, and I thought Whitsitt did quite well in the debate. Other than the dude speaks so freaking fast sometimes. Just slow down and really let your point sink in. But he just, he definitely is very, whatever. He's very fast in his speech. So. But yeah, I'm just taking it all in. I'm really enjoying learning about this topic. It's been eye opening for sure. Coming from a blind guy. Yeah. Well, thanks for the lessons. I appreciate it, honestly.
What's your account name, bro? Or your avatar? Bro?
Like the blind spot.
Are you called the blind spot?
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. No worries then. Just so I can keep an eye out for your future.
Yeah. No, that's my moniker, I suppose.
But did you see what I did there?
No, I can't see what you did.
He's gonna keep an eye out for you.
Oh, I couldn't see what he did.
That's good. Yeah. Sorry, I'll shut up with the eye puns.
No, I love them. It's all day long at work. That's all people do is make fun of me. It's quite enjoyable though. Should we talk some more about Terry Kath? Is that his name? Did I get it right?
Yeah, you got it. We don't need to talk about it here.
Earlier on, there was a lot of guitar porn happening in the chat.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn now. I'm kind of torn with Kath because I think somebody else has his number. Not taking anything.
Like in the top 3, you mean? He might be kicked out. Is that what you're getting at?
I don't think he top 3. That's difficult. I know who number 1 is.
Is this the Texas flood guy?
You bet your ass. It's really not close. But this is subjectivity, but I think it's not close.
Well, I'm going to ask you about a guitar player, and it's going to sound probably non-serious, but it's a serious question because I've heard that his skills are quite good. Probably not top 20, 50 or whatever, but what are your thoughts on John Mayer and his guitar skills?
Yeah, I would put him in top 20.
Okay. And I know nothing about this subject, right? So I'm appealing to authority here.
Look, blind spot. Forget guitar skills of John Mayer. You want to hear about QE's vocal skills?
And no, you don't.
Can you sing?
No.
I heard you did some classic rock FE covers. Is this true?
Yeah.
Can I hear them?
No.
Do you have links?
No.
Listen, man, that's a real tearjerker. You shouldn't downplay it.
Is he using false humility?
I mean, I'm not taking the mick. I genuinely enjoy the song, but yeah, I understand if he doesn't want to play it.
I got a good question. Is John Mayer better than Roy Clark?
Who are you asking?
Anyone?
Okay. Because I don't know who Roy Clark is. Where's Sonny when you need him?
Isn't he here? I heard him rumpussing before.
Sonny, get over here. Guitar questions.
That's all the questions you got after 3 weeks?
Oh, I've got tons more. I just don't know what's appropriate.
Go ahead. It's no ballers are in here. If they could.
Well, no, I think I honestly have some questions about. I don't even know how to phrase it. Be like, we'll call it community questions or personalities within the community.
I want to deal with more.
No, and that's right. That's why I don't want to bring it up. But for someone who's new to Flat Earth, it's confusing. Honestly, there seems to be a lot of, be it appropriate or inappropriate, divisions, right? Or factions, right? And maybe even a bit frustrating for someone who's new, to be honest, right? To understand, okay, well, why shouldn't I go listen to X, right? Or why shouldn't I go? And again, obviously, different people have different opinions. And again, I'm not trying to bring it up here, QE. It's not what I'm getting at, but I'm just putting it out there as something that's frustrating for someone who's new to understand.
Yeah,
why, you know what I mean? Why there's so many factions? Yeah.
Why? Well, that's a hard question. Why questions are really difficult to answer with human behavior.
Yeah.
It would be pure speculation. You have to. I would say you don't listen to other people. I say you do listen to other people. Right?
No, that's what I've been doing. Right. I just soak it all in. Right. I don't care. It's not that I don't care, but no, maybe I don't care. I'm just going to get the information that I can gather and then evaluate that information to the best ability that I have to hold it to a standard of evidentiary, right?
Yeah.
Whatever. So
that's what you do. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's always a constant evaluation. No one's above reproach.
Let me ask you this. This is a question I posed somewhere else. I can't remember where, but I didn't get a satisfying answer. And I kind of consider myself coming from an Aristotle's tradition of philosophy anyways. And I appreciate Thomas Aquinas's method in the Summa Theologica, the way he challenged the argumentation of his day, which is initially beginning with the steel manning of the argument of the opposition. And so I'll put this out there as, what would you say, maybe QE, it doesn't have to be you, but it could be anyone else here. What are the three best arguments? Let's steel man the opposition. It's easy to say, man, they don't have R. Okay, fine. What are the three best steel man arguments that a Glober would present you that are even somewhat challenging? Let's put it that way. Maybe that's
none. I haven't been experienced any since I've been out here for 7 years. I haven't experienced a single coherent argument. Not one.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe somebody else, they might have heard one. I haven't.
No, when I tend to debate Globes, it tends to be a bunch of yaha and nah, but not much substance. Other than that, lots of appeals to authority, lots of appeals to popularity, like no actual arguments. I would mention that I don't know if you quite know what a steel man is. So steel man is when you take someone else's argument and make the strongest form of that argument, right? So it wouldn't be.
Yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be down to the Glober to present the steel man to us. It would be down to us to steel man their position.
That's exactly what I'm asking for. Yeah.
Fair enough.
You can't, because all they have in actuality, the rest is barely, it's just background noise. All they have is, in actuality, photos from space. That's it. That's all they got. All the rest is just mind-numbing minutia to try to be clever, but they're Dunning-Kruger. All they have is, like I said, photos from space. They don't have, in actuality, there are no actual photographs, and their fairy tale vacuum of space is the second law of thermodynamics violation. That's it. That's all they got. In actuality, when it boils right down to it, that's all they got.
That actually brings up another question I had, which is, I've heard, again, I'm new, you know this, QE, right? So excuse my ignorance, because I'm sure I have a lot, but
not at all.
I've heard the idea that the atmosphere of the Earth stretches now past the moon, right? So 250,000.
You got to stop because you already mentioned the paradox.
The atmosphere, yeah. Well, let's just say the sky and the qualitative nature within that sky extends theoretically past the moon.
Doesn't matter.
And so I'm thinking about this in the context of, was it you that mentioned this just a few minutes ago about, or maybe someone else did, that a rocket can't even fire in space because there's no.
Don't worry. Yeah, you'll get your ass tore up with that by Nathan for begging the question. It all boils down to, it doesn't matter how far they extend it. It's still extending out to the vacuum of space. Still, no matter where you extend it to, you're still in a second law of thermodynamics violation here.
Yeah. So again, yes, I understand that let me play Baldwin for a second, right? Or whatever.
Oh, God.
So no matter what what you're saying, if I understand correctly, no matter what the gradient is, and in fact, Bryant Mercer, whatever, mentioned this, that essentially, I don't know, there's always particles. It's not a pure vacuum or whatever he said, right?
That's another red herring fallacy. It doesn't have to be a pure vacuum. We're not talking about pure vacuums. Pure vacuums don't exist. So that's just an incoherent red herring fallacy to disguise his train wreck. Go on.
Yeah, so if the gradient
of what?
Of the Earth sky.
Of gas, the gradient
of gas were to extend.
Hold on.
Out.
Relax.
Yeah.
The gradient of gas pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So right away there's a problem because they're appealing to it's a red herring fallacy because the question actually is, how do you have gas pressure without a container? They're looking for, when they bring gradients up, that's delta X. So you have X, which is gas pressure, which is the subject. They're appealing to delta X, or a change in gas pressure, right? Which comes first, gas pressure or gas pressure gradients?
Yeah, the gas pressure, obviously.
That's why it's a red herring fallacy, away from the argument. We can discuss that.
No. You're trust me. I agree with your argumentation. I'm trying to phrase what look, right, coming from 40 years of this, right? And let me ask this question. Let me get it out. Let me put it this way, QE, and then please feel free to tear me down afterwards. I don't mind, because I don't necessarily ascribe to this notion, but I'm curious if there's any validity to this concept. So let's know that we're talking about concepts here. So let's say I had a gradient of gas pressure, right, inside of a container. Sure, let's say there's some containment, some method of containment, some container of containment, whatever. And that gas pressure within this containment was a gradient that went to like 0.0000 whatever, 1, right? And then likewise, adjacent to said gas pressure, I have this concept, we'll say, or this idea, right, of a vacuum, which is also gradient, right? And in that it's very low at the adjacent point, but increases further down. And I think the obvious answer is, well, it doesn't matter. The vacuum will, the gas will, nature abhors the vacuum. The gas will fill that vacuum no matter how low the vacuum gradient is at the point of adjacency. Likewise, to the gradient or the minuscule point of gas pressure that is on this side of the adjacency. Do you see what I'm getting at? Like if I put two gradients that went to like infinitesimally small gradients, they would never equilibrate. That's impossible. That would be a second law of thermodynamics violation. Therefore, no matter how small the differential is between those two, we'll call them adjacency points. I know I'm making up shit here, but you get what I'm saying. That it would inherently have to fill that void. Is that a fair way to? Do you see what I'm getting at? Do you understand what I'm thinking about?
Yep, it's still a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Okay. Yeah, there's no way to equilibrate those two other than the gas pressure that exists to begin to at least fill that void. Yeah, or fill that vacuum.
Denominator.
Yeah.
Which that would be 10 to the negative 17 torr. So how the fuck are you still breathing?
Yeah. And so maybe a better way to phrase this question is, right? So the gas pressure in a container not requires, but because you can have a propane gas cylinder that is half full, right? So there can be, we'll say, not empty space per se, but it doesn't fill the entire container, right? Is that correct? Is that even fair? Or is it just that the pressure reduces, but it is actually filling the entire container? Now you got me thinking about that.
Yeah, that doesn't sound coherent.
So let's say I've got a propane gas cylinder for my barbecue, and I use half of the gas in there. Right? You with me so far?
Yeah.
So is the remaining 50% gas filling the entire container? It's just at a lower pressure?
Yes.
Or yeah, okay. Yeah, then that debunks what I was thinking. Dude, I'm learning, man. I'm just figuring this out, so I'm just thinking through it.
All right.
You have to bear in mind the cognitive ability of globers to really understand these concepts, right? So they'll tell you that there's a gradient on Earth, like a gas pressure gradient on Earth, but the only way you can demonstrate it is in a container, and the only way it's ever been demonstrated in a container. So the only example they have of this gradient without a container is the thing that's in contention in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I guess the way I was thinking about it, let's say there is a container, and let's say that container edge is on the other side, the dark side of the moon, right? Let's just, for hypothetical purposes, just for my own silly brain here, right? And that gas pressure, the gradient, of what we think of right now, maybe goes to the Kármán line or whatever you want to call it. It goes to what the globers say is the edge of the Earth, but the rest of the space is quote unquote vacuum. That would not be possible even in that situation. The gas would fill that space up to the backside of the moon, the dark side of the moon. We would just have lower gas pressure within that container, period.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I think I got it. That makes sense. I've got a lot of research to do, for sure. I know, but I'm learning. I'm not afraid to admit ignorance.
Well, they certainly are.
No, for sure. Honestly. And that's what I've noticed. And that's really one of the reasons that solidified me investigating this further, is that you just see that ignorance on one side of the equation here. Whereas the other side, we'll say the FE side, is presenting really solid evidence and good argumentation. And at least that's the way I perceive it anyways at this point. So
I'm just curious, has anyone claimed on the globe side that because the temperature is so low, as it approaches like absolute zero, that the gas molecules really slow down? Just curious about that.
Where does the temperature approach absolute zero in nature?
Well, they say in space, outer space.
In space? I don't think so. In their paradigm, that those gas molecules per se are still getting bombarded by the sun. Are you talking about close to us or farther away?
Yeah, whichever. They might claim, let's say, somewhere wherever it's not so hot. But then, yes, like you mentioned, there will be sources of energy in their imagination that will be causing excitation. Plus, large balls of gas obviously have some temperature anyway, and they can't point at Jupiter and say, "Oh, it's near absolute zero," because
no, it's not anywhere near absolute zero. It wouldn't be anyway, because as long as the temperature is above absolute zero, the gas molecules will retain kinetic energy and still move. May move slower, but there's moving.
What is absolute zero?
I think it's 273 degrees Kelvin, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. I can look it up real quick 1 second.
No, I'm just curious. Yeah,
I think it's somewhere like that.
That was an interesting question. Yeah.
Absolute zero. Temp.
Yeah,
No,
you're right.
I'm sorry. I got it kind of convoluted. It's 0 Kelvin would be absolute zero, and 207. That would be 273 degrees or minus 273 degrees Celsius.
Okay.
Yeah, we were discussing this yesterday about the amount of 273s that are in the globe model. Well, whatever, like the maths that they present us to back their idea. These same kind of sets of numbers seem to come up a lot.
I do have another question for you, QE. On one of your shows, I don't know if it was a recent or a back catalog episode, you were talking about the thermosphere, and you're talking about the aluminum that was used in the construction of ...
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know. What were you... Lunar lander? What were you referring to? What was made of the aluminum you cited?
The ISS.
The ISS, okay. So,
I was begging the question for him because I could have I caveated it with the second law, but go ahead.
Yeah, and you mentioned that too. So the ISS, does it sit in the thermosphere or not?
Yes.
It does, okay. And so the aluminum... Okay, so that actually answers the question, really. Because you had mentioned the concept of, well, when you put your hand in the oven, right, and take it out, right, you don't necessarily burn your hand, even though the oven might be at, whatever, 425, right, or whatever the case might be. But that isn't the case here because it's literally resides within that thermosphere, correct?
Yes, you'll be given that argument that you could put your hand inside of a
right
500 degrees, it doesn't burn. Well, yeah, that's a stupid red herring fallacy. It's also a false comparison because I'm not using convection as the argument.
Mm-hmm. That's right, yeah. And where did you get the specs for the aluminum? Is that like straight from NASA?
I don't know. Specs for aluminum. I don't know where I got it from. You'd have to go back in the presentation.
Yeah. I'll
Those
go take
are
a
all
look.
listed in various places, melting points for each element and alloy.
Gotcha. Because I thought that was a brilliant, and when I say brilliant argument, I mean, and again, a lot of my questions are because I want to go talk to whatever, my dad, my son, you know what I mean? People I know that are in the same place I was 6 months ago or a year ago, whatever, you know what I mean? And I don't think you start with necessarily, and I know it seems like you can, right? Just, well, no, second law, third, blah, 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 right? You have to, I kind of, and again, this goes to my point earlier about being somewhat predisposed to the arguments. I already was convinced the moon landing didn't happen, and I was already convinced of geocentrism, right? And so it was. Do you see what I mean? It's a bit of a gradient, if you will, right? Of coming to that truth. Let's put it that way. And so I don't know if I can necessarily just start with some of the core arguments, but if I can break down some of those barriers, right, first, and then move to the core arguments to solidify the point. Do you see what I'm driving at? Yeah.
Yes. You don't have to use the second law of thermodynamics with gas pressure without a container. You could just ask them, have you ever seen gas pressure without a container?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one thing I would mention as well is that they do try and baffle you with bullshit a lot. Right, so they'll come up with terms, they'll either misuse the terms or they'll just deliberately use very big words that can that don't really mean very much in order to kind of intimidate people who don't really know the subject that well. So just they know every trick in the book.
Yeah, but he's talking about.
Yeah, you're talking about like anti-flat earthers or globers. I'm talking about my dad and my son who don't have a clue. Yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah.
I apologize. Then I did conflate.
No, I got the sentiment though. Yeah, for sure.
He's not one of us. Get rid of him. But guys, you have to do something like objectives. bring something from the Antarctica. Because people will not believe. They will just believe if they see an objective thing.
Well, yeah, and that's my point about the ISS aluminum construction point that QE brought up, right? Because my dad was a mechanical engineer, right, for his career. He understands. First of all, he was in metal stamping and fine blanking, right? So he understands the metals very well. And so if I can say, well, hey, here's this thermosphere layer that goes up to 4,500 degrees F or whatever, and here's this aluminum alloy, whatever QE you call it, 22-12693, right, or whatever it was, right? And hey, let's go look. What's the melting point of that, Dad? Well, the melting point's 1,200, 1,300 degrees F. Okay, so how does this work, right? And by doing that, you already break down that, okay, hang on, there is something to question here, right? That doesn't make sense. That isn't logical. Okay, so now I'm willing, Dad, am willing to now dig a little bit further. Now I will give your next claim a little bit more credence because you've already shown me through what I can understand that's something's wrong about that. Maybe the ISS is not in that layer. That might be the next logical step for someone who's believed in the indoctrination, right?
And Dio said it's
that's right. Not far from my house, right? So
no, there are no takebacks. Their story is their story, and that's it. They can claim it somewhere else.
But you kind of soften them up a bit, right? It's a few kind of body blows or whatever. That kind of okay. No, I'm willing to listen now, and that's why I thought I was glad when you begged the question. I guess what I'm saying, Huey. It's so, and I know Nathan's been doing this for so freaking long, and it's just so ingrained in him. And again, part of his beautiful shtick is just that tear down from moment zero. You know what I mean? And it's fun or whatnot. But sometimes people like me need to have that additional layer, right? Of how do we break down the bullshittery before we go hardcore, so to speak. Does that make sense? You get what I'm driving at?
Well, I taught him that.
Yeah.
So there you go. So
he's not afraid to admit it either.
So,
Absolutely.
I don't know. My hypocrisy knows no bounds.
Guys, I do my own way. Like I convince people with their faith and belief. Not only objective. Talking about fucking Arabs, man. Will not believe until you mention something in Quran. They will literally listen to you.
All right, it was fun, guys. I'm going to have to take my leave of you. Have a good evening.
Yeah, take care, buddy.
Yep. Out.
Cheers. So what you're saying is that in your environment, it has to be Quran-based. It has to be because that is, we'll say, the fundamental belief system, right, is through the interpretation of the Quran, no matter who, whatever, and excuse my ignorance here, whatever imam or interpretation you might ascribe to, but you have to go there first. It's not necessarily so scientific. Is that what you're saying?
It's more like spirit, man.
Mm-hmm.
They will not believe that it's a pole surfing in the space. Basically, we have a faith that no one have ever left the earth, only one person should know that. It's in our belief. Not everyone knows it.
Yeah, there was someone. There was a gal in here last night, Alpha Cat, I think her name was, who was mentioned. She is a Muslim or what? Her and her husband, and she was talking about the way she has to kind of have those discussions with, we'll call it fellow believers, right? So, yeah. Yeah, different strokes for different folks, right? Certain people have to be presented with the evidence, whatever that evidence might be, whether it be scientific or spiritual or otherwise. They have to be presented it in their own way, right? For you to break down those barriers. I guess that was my point earlier about breaking down those barriers. Is you have to know your audience, I suppose, is probably the best way to phrase that.
And let's not forget, like, I'm sorry, man, but let's not forget that the Jews hiding something. And I'm pretty sure of this.
That's definitely a contentious issue in your part of the world, for sure.
It's actually a much more contentious issue in our part of the world than in his.
Yeah, I suppose it's. Well, where are you from? England, I suppose. Great Britain.
Yeah, I'm from England, but I've also lived in the Arab world, so I understand the differences.
Yeah.
Guys, I believe.
Well, hang on. I'm learning here. Would that be a stereotype fallacy, though?
Talking to me.
Would what be a stereotype fallacy?
And sorry, who's the guy from England? What's your name? I can't read names on here. I apologize. Crypto. So what? And the Arabic gentleman. I'm sorry, I don't know your name either. I'm not trying to exclude you. I'm just. Say it again.
My name is Ali, man, and I'm trying to let you understand something, but you didn't let me say anything.
No, go ahead. I wasn't interrupting you.
Man, all I'm saying, it's so simple that if it is so flat and there is someone who's trying to hide it from the other people, yeah, there is someone behind it.
Sure, and I don't. Yeah, and I don't know, right? And so we were, me and Crypto were talking about logical fallacies earlier, and so I'm curious, Crypto, why you would help me understand why that's not a stereotype fallacy to say a group of people is hiding X. Let's say, put it that way, right?
I don't know that it's a stereotype fallacy. I think it's just a baseless assertion until you provide evidence, right? Because a stereotype would be, stereotype fallacy is a stereotype, right? So it's like saying, person of type X always does thing Y, right? But if they actually are hiding that, then it couldn't be a stereotype. It would just be factually true or factually untrue.
But it would only be factually true if every person that fit that group categorization literally was hiding Y.
Again, not necessarily. So let me give you an example, right? So do you follow any American sports? Like, obviously,
Yeah, I mean, not in detail, but go ahead and give your example. I might be able to pick it up.
Right. Okay. So if I was to say to you that wide receivers tend to score touchdowns, right? That's true, right?
Yes, tend. Yes.
Right. But there'll be one or two wide receivers that suck at catching or whatever, and they don't score any. So I don't think it would be a stereotype fallacy to say that wide receivers.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. But you qualified it with tend. If you said all wide receivers score all touchdowns, that would be a stereotype fallacy.
Well, let's put it in the same way that he did. So he said this group of people are hiding thing X, right? Okay. So this group of people, i.e. wide receivers, score touchdowns. Is that true? That seems like it's true.
No. Hang on. This is really interesting. I think that's a fair statement. And again, Ali, this has nothing to do with your actual statement. This is literally me learning some logic here. So don't misinterpret what we're saying here. I'm just trying to understand logical fallacies a little bit better. So, but Ali, feel free to clarify or provide evidence for your claim. I'm curious. You say that a certain group of people is hiding shit. Yeah, what do you mean? Tell me more.
I would say it's probably not the best to go into the specifics of this particular thing because it is a topic that is sensitive to YouTube. So
okay, fair enough. I was trying to avoid it.
Hello, everyone. I just want to chime in and say what's up, and I've been listening this whole time, and I've been really enjoying the conversation.
Cool.
It's been a really
Thanks for joining us.
good night.
Yeah, no, I've learned a lot, so I love everyone's input. Helps me out.
It's interesting too with that gentleman. That bothers me when people say what that guy just said because it's a very broad statement, right? And it's like you take the Freemasons for example. There's a lot of people that are Freemasons. However, your regular Freemason that you meet on the street, a police officer or a doctor or whatever, they might not necessarily be privy to the higher up structure of Freemasonry. And so there might be obviously secrets that are held at the very top levels. And these people call themselves Freemasons, but they're not a part
This is bang on. You're 100% correct.
You know what I mean?
And
so, like, look at all the astronauts. They're all Freemasons, right? Now, they know they didn't go to the moon. So they're lying and hiding something, and they're Freemasons. Now, your Freemason neighbor down the street, he doesn't know anything about that. He doesn't know that they're lying about the moon. So, and it's, that's how I like to kind of think about it when people use that J word. Because I also there's a group of people that claim to be Jays, and they're really not. They're just hiding behind that. They're just hiding behind that, but they don't really follow that. If you get my drift.
This is 100% dude, and this is something I've mentioned several times over the last couple of months now, which is for another J word. I feel the same way you just mentioned about the Freemasons in regard to the Jesuits. The Jesuits, like there are thousands or tens of thousands of Jesuits throughout history, and not all are assholes. Period. And and they're not all part of the diabolical plot to push forth a heliocentric model onto the masses, right? Whether or not that claim is true in the first place, I don't know, right? Obviously, a lot of people, I would say, assert that, and there probably is some evidence towards that, and that's something I need to research. But yeah, in the same vein, right? It's another J word where it's not necessarily that all Jesuits are necessarily diabolical evildoers. And look, that might be an unpopular statement. But as a traditionalist Catholic, and I know that's probably not even that positive of a thing to say. I just don't see that necessarily. I know a lot of people that have been Jesuits, be a priest or otherwise, that aren't pushing heliocentrism or evil people or whatever. So I think that is my point about the stereotype fallacy, right? I think that does come into play, and we have to be cognizant of that. And yeah, look, I am not a fan of Freemasons. I think Freemasonry is a terrible ideology, if you want to phrase it that way. But you're right. You're absolutely right in that. In fact, I remember I was living in Canada at the time, and I was actually doing some door knocking for a political candidate at the time. And, I was with a Freemason. He was next to me, right? And we were just going door to door talking to people or whatever. And, but he wasn't a bad dude, right? He's just some guy from Poland or whatever that I'd met. And, does he know the 33rd degree secrets of the cabal or whatever? No, he doesn't, right? He's just whatever local lodge guy, right? And so I get that completely. I fully get the point. So.
Those concepts and that shit, I don't even think is spoken about in their presence. They don't even know anything about that shit.
Yeah, one thing I just wanted to mention about this, though, we seem to be going along this route of like hyper individualism now with this kind of rhetoric. And as fair enough, people are individuals, but human societies don't make sense if you entirely exclude the group, right?
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I know where you're going. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So I do think the general statements are necessary in order to describe human interactions. Whether they describe every member of that group or not is down to the nuance of the statement, the nuance of the person saying it, yada yada. But I think general statements do have their place as long as they're accurate, really.
But I think you can get to a point where a group is such a large amalgam that it's difficult to ascribe the group nature, which I think is what you're trying to assert here. The group nature, or the nature of the group, applies to even indirectly to members of that group, right? Even though you might be a good Freemason, by being a Freemason, inherently you are adhering to, right, or complying with, or however you want to phrase that. But if you think about a larger group, and look, maybe it's a matter of the economy of scale. I'm an American, right? And so all Americans bomb Arab countries, right? Well, no. America may have done that, but I, as an American, definitely don't ascribe to that. I'm anti-war, right, or whatever the case might be. And so I think, and again, that might be an economy of scale argument where it's not necessarily that just because I'm an American and part of that group, whether that be by choice or not, right? Do you see what I'm getting at, Crypto?
Yeah, but you're actually not a part of the group that bombs anything because you're not a part of the American military, right? So,
well, potentially, I could be though. I could have just been an enlisted man that got his college paid for, did his 2.5 to 4 years, and got out. You know what I mean? I'm not, but yeah.
I doubt you'd be joining the military if you're anti-war,
right? Fair enough. Well, that's why I wasn't. It's also because I'm legally blind and they wouldn't accept me. So,
yeah, that's also true. There was something else you said that I really wanted to pick up on, but it was to do with the nature of groups. What was the thing you said before the American military bombing the
I'm just saying, like that you can't necessarily ascribe the entire group's stereotype, if you will, to every member of the group just because they are members of the group.
I think that's the whole point of a general statement, is that it's always going to have outliers. Like, I think that the issue there is that when you say X thing is true about group Y, people get all butt flustered about the fact that you didn't caveat it with, but there's 3 members of the group.
Right. It's like a bell curve thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's the nature of a general statement. Like, if you don't understand what general statements are, then, well, I don't think I should have to caveat every single general statement I make because someone else doesn't understand what a general statement is, you know?
So because there's 3 good Freemasons or 3 good Jesuits, that's almost like a statistical anomaly.
Well, it might be. I'm not making a comment about Jesuits or Freemasons, but a good example of this would be men are taller than women, right?
Yes.
Okay, so men are taller than women.
On average, yes.
On average, by about 3 or 4 inches, right? And it depends on which it depends on a few different factors, but it's about 3 or 4 inches on average, right? So if you were to then go and get a female basketball player and say, well, she's 6'5", right? And then you go and get like a 5-foot dude, and then you'd be like, oh, men are taller than women, debunked, right?
Debunked, destroyed. Yeah.
Because obviously it's a general statement, so of course there's going to be outliers. You know.
Yeah. No, that's a really good point. Yeah. And who was it that just joined and was talking about the Freemasons? What was your name?
Paul.
Paul. Good to meet you, Paul.
Good to meet you. I think one of the issues, too, when you make general statements like that, though, is for somebody that's new to this and might not understand all these things that we've already learned about these situations we're talking about, that might turn them off. And it's not that I don't care. I'm not butthurt about it. But part of the problem, too, is a lot of these terms we use, like Americans or Catholic or Jew, they're really just constructs built to divide us and separate us and to control us, right? It's not... I think you guys understand what I'm trying to say. And so when you make a general statement like that, it doesn't really help in any discussion, I think.
I'm definitely not a typical flat earther when it comes to this, but I disagree with that. I think those terms, I think people define themselves. I think the terms came after the division, but I understand that I'm not typical in this this topic for believing that, because most people will say, yeah, the division came first.
Hey, Crypto, I got a question for you. You were talking about differences in men and women.
Yep.
Do you believe men on average are more intelligent than women?
I mean, intelligence is a difficult thing to quantify, right? But if you're talking about raw IQ scores, there's about a 3-point average difference.
Yeah. But that's the point I was trying to make in another group, yeah.
Yeah, so then it comes down to, like, because this is obviously then going to be subjective, like, how accurate do you think IQ tests are at measuring general intelligence?
That's what people say. They dispute IQ tests when it doesn't work in their favor. If women were more intelligent, it'd be a different story.
Oh, yeah, I think you're definitely right there. I think if IQ tests showed that... I mean, look, there's so much nuance to this that people just throw out, right? So I feel like I need to go into this in depth in order to actually justify my answer. So, first of all, there's this bell curve. Women tend to cluster around the mean. For most psychometric and psychological tests, women tend to be more average. So there's like men basically are more extreme. So there's more idiots and there's more geniuses in the male population, right? That's a general truth, of course. Again, not always, but it's generally true. And then you've got this 3-point difference as well. So this is why when you start talking about things like why are most CEOs men? Well, it's just a factor of statistics at that point. You've got, even if you ignore the 3-point difference, right? At the 120, 130, 140 IQ level, the further up you go, the fewer women there will be. The more men there will be to every woman, which means there's way more competition. I don't know, I can't remember exactly what it is, but there might be like 10 men to every woman at the 120 IQ level. There might be 15 to 1 at the 130 IQ level, etc. But this is just how the numbers break down, you know.
So it's very interesting.
But then what people will do is they'll just say, oh, IQ tests they have flaws, and they do have flaws. Therefore, intelligence isn't like a metric that means anything. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's what I was trying to point out.
Yeah. It's such an enormous leap.
So we've gone down the path that men and women are equal. There are no women. There are no men. Now we've gone to transgenderism. Now we've gone to this full-blown ideology. So this was a progression. It was very fast. Was it 8-9 years this started? So this is what I'm trying to spell out to people. This is a dangerous ideology they're pushing based on no evidence and based on pure emotional reaction. It's terrifying.
They've been pushing radical egalitarianism since, like, for as long as I can remember. It just takes different forms.
Oh, yeah. But I mean the progression to where we are now to gay marriage.
It's definitely
10 years ago?
It's definitely accelerated in the last 10 years for sure. But I would even go so far as to say the root might be as far back as Seneca Falls Convention, first wave feminism. But I'm sure that's an unpopular opinion in the 1840s. But I think maybe the Frankfurt School, right, and what they came to promote. So sorry for the dog in the background.
When we're talking about intelligence and IQs and things, what about when you think about inventions and innovations? I mean, it seems to be dominated by men.
Yeah. Another perfect example.
Is that a level of intelligence?
Yeah. No. I've got a perfect example that everyone can equate to is gaming. All the best gamers in the world in all games are men. I don't see women anywhere in the top 10 of any gaming. And I'm just like, well, it's not a good metric, but it's a good example.
Yeah, I mean, men, as I said, men tend to be kind of like at the extremes on both ends for all sorts of different, let's just say, intellectual tests you can make. So, I mean, intelligence is one of them, but men tend to be more risky at the extreme end than women. Sorry, let me put that in better terms. They are more comfortable with risk taking, right? And obviously, that means that what you're going to see is, say, there's like 1,000 men who take a risk, and they took a greater risk than the same 1,000 women. Then the men who took the greater risk and it didn't pay off for them, they're going to get really fucked up. But the men who took the greater risk and it worked for them, they're going to get the greater reward, right? So,
well, and I think crypto, to your point, is that intelligence is not so easily quantifiable. I think that's really the root of the question here, right? And if you look at chess grandmasters, right, and their FIDE score, men compared to women is always hundreds of points higher, right, at the upper echelon of that sport or whatever you want to call that discipline. But I think that doesn't denote necessarily intelligence, right? And I think that's what your point was, Crypto, is that intelligence isn't just this, like, men are very competitive, right? By nature, more competitive than women. And so, and maybe to the gaming point, I don't know what your name was, but to the gaming, it's a competitive kind of sphere, right? And so I think there's just different things that we're predisposed towards, right? As the difference in the sexes. And look, maybe that's an unpopular opinion in 2023, but I hold it. And we're just designed differently, right? We're made for different purposes, and that's okay. That's a beautiful thing. It's not a bad thing. And women excel so much more at other things that we suck at. So, yeah.
That's exactly right.
Sorry.
And they worked this out thousands of years ago, and it's just getting thrown out the window.
We equivalate a lot of intelligence too nowadays to your level of schooling and what type of degree you have. But really, that's not a level of intelligence at all, because that's just memorization and regurgitation. That's your ability to how good you are at memorizing and then regurgitating what you were told. But that doesn't really take much intelligence, right? There's nothing to do with intelligence.
I wouldn't say it's got nothing to do with intelligence, but certainly it's not impressive if someone could just memorize and regurgitate a bunch of pseudoscience that they learned on a degree 3. Like, who cares? So yeah, I mainly agree with you, but it's hard to say really, because but the thing is just saying that. See, the thing that I really, really don't understand is that you've got all of these academics who try and deny the concept of intelligence at all. It's weird. So you'd need to have a level of intelligence to be able to analyze that position in the first place. It's like, it doesn't make sense, But the other thing I wanted to mention though is, like, why would we want to compare men and women in that way anyway? It's like we're not in competition with each other. I don't even. So, men and women earn different amounts of money. Okay, well, chimpanzees and dogs eat different amounts of bananas. Do we need to start force feeding bananas to dogs? Do you know what I mean?
Terrifying.
Well, hang on. Who's the dog in your analogy?
I don't know.
You understand the push, though, and why it's being done, right? It's to demoralize men and make them.
Yes.
It's to mind fuck them and make them feel weak and inferior, and empower women and make them think, hey, and part of that too, I think, is women have an inferiority complex towards men.
Right.
Yeah. That's 100% accurate.
Think about it, right? They talk about empowering women, but what does that actually mean? Like, well, in context,
because they're not empowering. Yeah, you're right, because they're not doing that at all. That's the complete opposite.
They're actually disempowering them and telling them they're smart.
Amen. Yeah.
Disturbing.
No, this is what they're doing, right? They're quote unquote empowering women to want to go and get slave jobs just like men do. Like, okay, so you get to work 50 hours a week just like we do. Okay.
Yeah. It's not empowering to be fill your head up with a bunch of lies and believe them. It's not.
Let me jump in real quick. So my wife and I, we've been married. We got together when we were 17. We had our son when we were 17, and just this year celebrated our 25th year of marriage. Wow, this is completely anecdotal, right? This is so I understand it's not evidence, but when my wife and I got together, she said, look, you know what I want, what my dream is, I want to be a stay-at-home mom. I want to just be a housewife and a stay-at-home mom. That's what she wanted to do. And so my entire life has been spent working towards helping her achieve that dream, if you will, right?
Her dream, yeah, interesting.
Yeah, and letting her accomplish that, right? And the problem is, and I feel so bad for her and for other women on both sides of, I'll call this quote unquote fence, which is, look, if you're a woman and you decide to stay home and rear your children or just be a good housewife without children, whatever, if that's what you want to do, the other side of that woman fence, the female fence, will look at you with scorn. And likewise, for those women who go to work, right? Because for whatever reason, maybe they're single moms or maybe they're not. Maybe they're just married and it's a two-income world we have to live in. And trust me, I feel the pain of that because we don't have two incomes. But the world that we have set up, at least here in the West, it's a two-income world. And so the women that do have to go out and they have to go get daycare and they can't spend the time with their children, well, they're looked at by the other side of, well, what are you doing? Why aren't you watching your kids, right? And so it's like neither side of that equation can win. And that's why I say it goes to that root of feminism, because it's almost like this own divide they've created within themselves, so to speak, right? Within the female gender, let's say, and where they can't win either way now with the paradigm that they've established. And it's so frustrating to watch it from either side, right? My mom went to work, right? But my wife has decided she doesn't want to work. And so I see kind of both sides of this equation. And it's so frustrating because either side looks at each other with this disdain almost, right? And like, or feels inadequate. And I guess that's really what it's not that they look at the other side with scorn as much as they feel inadequate no matter which side they're on. I'm not good because I'm not going out working and being a wage slave, like you said, Crypto, right? Being part of the two-income household that I'm supposed to be because the West said so. But on the other side, I am part of the wage slave, but I'm not at home with my kids. I'm shipping them off to daycare, and I can barely cover the daycare costs because I'm in this It's so frustrating to witness this. Do you know what I mean?
What's interesting about what you just said, though, bro, is that's almost women's nature to begin with. They're very judgmental of each other. All women judge each other horribly. I think we as men don't judge each other as much, or sometimes not at all. Like, I don't give a shit about any other man really and what he does. But women, for some reason, are fixated always on other women. They're their worst critics of themselves, and they put a lot of that pressure on each other for some reason. It's like a lot of women don't even like other women. It's very bizarre. And I think it's super empowering for a woman because that's in their nature. That's what they're really good at. They're designed to make babies, right? And to be nurturing and caring. And I mean, yeah. And the whole idea of a woman wanting to join the workforce and all that shit, dude, that is an idea that was implanted in their mind to make them feel like if you don't do this, then you're not if you're not valuable, you're wasting your potential. But that's all bullshit.
No, that's how my wife feels. 100%. Yeah. And look, and it's one of those things where we decided that, and I'm glad I've been able to afford her, to accomplish her dream, so to speak. But it doesn't take away from the fact that she's still, in her mind, by society, chastised for not going into she'll say, should I go get a job?
Bro.
Yeah, no, dude, it's so rough. And I empathize with them. You know what I mean? And it's this false dichotomy that what I argue, and I hold to it, is that feminism has put in place for these women. And it's so sad because it shouldn't be that way. And you're right. They have, anyways, whatever. I'm not going to,
you're right on, dude. I'm with you. I get it. And, a lot of this too is all put in place to destroy our humanity and to break us down and separate us and to get us away from our true purpose and who we really are. And it makes people fucking miserable. It's a total mindfuck.
Any physical evidence of Earth curvature?
Let's compare it to a woman's breast.
Well, it's been some real fun topics tonight for sure.
Yeah, I was listening earlier too when there was a bunch of people in the live stream too, and I was listening on the live stream on YouTube, and the conversations were so good. I wanted to jump in a couple of times, but I didn't want to fuck up the flow of the conversation, so I just stayed out of it. But yeah, it's been a super great night.
What were they talking about at the time?
I mean, fuck, dude, I don't know. I've been drinking.
Yeah, me too. I've been here for like 5 hours, so I'm sure it was part of it. But yeah,
but it was good, dude. And then there's a guy in here. I think it was Andrew, and a bunch of people probably. I think it wasn't his first time. He's been here before, I think. But
yeah, he was the one talking about Newton.
Yeah. It was good. It was interesting. I love hearing it, dude. Well, I like hearing like honest and good conversations that don't. When people don't get butthurt and cry and But it is funny how it does seem like a lot of. As soon as the conversation gets good and you hold a Glober's feet to the fire, they get really sleepy.
Yeah, gotta go. It's bedtime. I gotta fly to Europe. Gotta go.
And it makes me think too, they must never just listen to the live stream and listen to other Globers come in here and talk to us, because they all do it. Like, come on, man. You don't think we see through that? Come on, get out of here.
I don't even get the mental shift you have to take to be, I'll say, an anti-flat earther, right? Rather than a Glober per se, because 2 months ago I was a Glober, right? And what does that mean? Well, it means I spent 40 years of my life listening to public education or whatever, right? And so,
and
of course,
didn't question what you were told.
Right. And so, but this whole idea of an anti-flat earther is what's really intriguing to me. Like, there's these people that are just so ingrained in defending what appears, at least at this point, and look, I'm new, so maybe there's more to come, but we'll see. But at least at this point, they're defending a position that is fairly indefensible, I would argue. And look, maybe there's a couple of points they can point to. I don't know. That's what I was asking about earlier about, steel manning an argument. What is the best claim that a Glober can make, or an anti-flat earth? Who knows? And QE, who I respect tremendously, really didn't seem to have any a real validity to any of their argument, right? And so, but the idea is that you actually you go from Glober to anti-flat earther, right? And so you've now, I would almost argue, going from a position of neutrality. I would say, me 3 months ago, I was not neutral. It was what I believed, right, or whatever. But now going almost into this religious dogmatism of anti-flat earthism, if you will, and it's a whole different pair. Do you see what I'm getting at? Like, it's
yeah. I totally.
Who are you? Are you fucking
Well, I
kidding
also
me?
understand sort of the mentality of those people too, because I think a lot of them have identity issues and identity crisis issues where they need to fit in, and they've always fit in their whole life. Even if they didn't like the group they were fitting in with, they would appeal and do whatever they had to do because they didn't want to be
NPCs
outside of the main group. They were scared to be different. And also, when you look at the way media attacks them and the way they attack Flat Earth in the beginning from when you're very young, and how ridiculed they label people that once believed in the Flat Earth, like in the past, they say, these dumbass people that used to think the Earth was flat, they thought they'd fall off the edge and all this bullshit, right? And so it makes you, when you're very young, think, oh God, how dumb is that concept? That's so stupid, right? And then also, they've also created this whole fake space nonsense and aliens and other worlds and planets that one day we're all going to get to go to. And that is such a strong and emotional kind of thing that people cling to and want it so strongly. They don't want to let that go because it is fascinating. It would be very it'd be amazing, right? It really would be, but it's not reality. It's not, So I sometimes I get it. I understand.
I think there's a strong, powerful group that have been paid, or individuals that get paid by government or organizations to push the round Earth constantly.
Oh,
because
sure.
as you said, there's no way that that individual or group could just be so stonewalled on the subject without not listening
Well, no,
to any
that's not
debate.
true though, because I know a lot of people in here that have been flat earthers for a while. They can't even talk to their own mother or their father, and they're not being paid by anyone.
No, I mean round earthers, that they're getting paid.
What do you mean?
Well, I definitely. Well, if you think about and I've mentioned his name a few times tonight, which is Bryant, whatever Mercer, whatever, who debated Whitsitt the other, whatever, who knows when. But he has a physics degree, right? And so his entire world, his entire life's work, is the globe model. Do you know what I mean? Or at least exists therein.
Sure.
And so for
His
him,
whole existence.
yeah, and so I totally, and maybe that's where the anti-flat earther comes from, is that, look, I spent my entire life doing this work, and if you just get rid of gravity, I'm fucked. You know what I mean? Or whatever.
That trips me out too, though, because me and the type of person I am, if that happened to me, and it sort of has happened to me in little scenarios sometimes in my life, where if I spend all this fucking time and energy into something I thought was real, and I wanted to achieve it so bad, and then I got it, and then I learned it was all for nothing, I'd be fucking pissed, and I would never want anybody to have to suffer through that again, and I would want to destroy the whole system. I wouldn't.
But you have to learn first that it was not real, and that's that's the mental block. I don't want to learn that, because if it's not real, I will be pissed and I'll lose my job or whatever. Right? I don't know. We're now divining the thoughts of others. Right? I don't know, but an interesting.
It's so fun, though.
Yeah.
There's no Globers in here, fucking. And I can't see the screen, so if I'm, sometimes I can just ramble and talk shit. So if there's anybody new ever in the chat, somebody's looking at the screen, just tell me to shut the fuck up and bring them in. I got a thick skin, man. I'm not going to be, my feelings ain't going to get hurt.
But look,
it's really nice to meet you too, Blind Spot. I'm really glad you're here, and I'm glad you're interested in the topic and learning. And I sent you a friend request.
Okay, and who's this again? Is this Paul?
Paul.
Okay, yeah. I'll definitely accept, and I appreciate the comment. And yeah, I look, I'm obviously leaning towards one position more than the other, right? But I'm so new that I'm just trying to soak it all in right now. But the evidence that has been presented thus far is pretty damn convincing, and impressive. Which 3 months ago you asked me, okay, what are the flat earthers? I don't know. These guys are a bunch of nut jobs, right? That would be my sentiment, right? But coming into it with an open mind and being somewhat unbiased, or trying to be somewhat unbiased, it's not easy, right? And taking a solid look at the claims and the evidence. And again, I got to commend the FED guys. That's because of the way I found my way here. So to speak, is through a podcast. And again, I love the podcast, not a bad podcast, but it's a lot of Jesuits and Freemasons and ice walls and whatever. And that's not good evidence, period. Right? What I need is the real claims of what can we measure, what can we know, how do we navigate, right? And what is science, right, versus pseudoscience, and what is math as an abstract concept versus probabilities, et cetera, right? And so I've really been impressed with the entire community, honestly. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it is difficult too when you first kind of hear about this for a lot of people, because there's so much disinfo out there and bad information. I'm new to TikTok. I've been looking at TikTok and I see a lot of supposed flat earthers out there and making just ridiculous claims about ice walls and other land masses, and it's not proof of anything. And for me, I never thought about, I'm 45, right? And my whole life, I never thought about flat earth at all. I just accepted that it was a globe, and I never thought that flat was a possibility. Until I'll be 100% honest, I was doing time, and I was listening to the radio late at night, and I was listening to the Coast to Coast radio show, and the guest was Edward Hendry, and he wrote several books about flat Earth. And that was my first time even really hearing that concept and hearing that it was a real thing, and people actually still were talking about this and still believed in it. So it got me super interested. So, of course, when I got out, I deep dived and went into it, and lo and behold, I'm a flat earther.
That's cool. Yeah, I never got to listen to Coast to Coast. I don't know. I seem to have missed that, but is that Art Bell? Is that who that was?
It used to be Art Bell. I think he's passed away, and now it's George Norrie. Yeah, and see what's funny about that too is I was so
like behind a paywall, right?
All the time is I'm sorry, what?
It's like behind a paywall, though, isn't it?
No, they were broadcasted where I live on a AM radio station. Every night at midnight. Yeah,
gotcha.
So yeah, that's how I was listening. And the whole reason why I was always listening to that too is because I was a Glober and I believed in aliens, and they were talking about aliens all the time. Because I did a whole thing where I was super into ancient aliens, and they were responsible for pyramids and maybe even creating us. You know, I was so obsessed with all that shit. But
the Feast of Nonsense, yeah. I used to listen to a podcast called Mysterious Universe, and it was out of two guys from Australia. And it's still, I'll recommend that podcast to anyone. It's absolutely hilarious. It's all about aliens and Bigfoot and DMT and ayahuasca trips and you name it, right? They'll go to all the different whatever. But if you can take it as an entertainment piece, it's fantastic. The guys are hilarious and they do a great job. And so for a long time I listened to that until I kind of, there was other reasons I kind of thought aliens weren't real. But then Flat Earth has just even confirmed that further. So, yeah.
Yeah. I always knew, too, that the moon landings were fake. And I was fortunate enough for my grandfather to teach me that when I was very young. Like every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, any time I went to my grandparents' house, there'd be hours where I would just sit down at the dinner table, just me and him, and he would just talk for, hours the whole time I was there and just spew all this stuff. And I just absorbed it all. And I'm so grateful for him.
I hope to be that grandpa. I hope to be that guy. You know what I mean?
Like, bro. Yeah, me too. Me too. And you know what's funny is he was kind of known as, like, even by his own kids, some of his own kids thought he was a kook and an asshole, and nobody ever wanted to hear what he had to say. He was pretty much known as the local nut, but he was the smartest man I've ever met.
Yeah.
I mean, he knew things that he should have known.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so crazy, bro. And he knew things that have even come to light that he would bitch about and complain about for years, and now it's all true.
It's funny because I told my parents, this is years ago now, because I was convinced of this through Bart Sabrell, obviously. I was like, yeah, no, there's no way we landed on the moon. I'm just telling you. And my parents just laughed, right? And they said, you sound just like your great grandmother. And I'm sure I met her when I was like 1 or 2, but she used to, for the last few years of her life, she lived with us in Germany, but she maintained to her dying breath, we never landed on the moon. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, okay. I'll take that stigma. I'm okay with it. Yeah. Call me the crazy kid.
My grandfather, he went to the Air and Space Museum, and I think it's in DC. And they have, like, I don't know if they're replicas, if they're supposed to be the real thing of, like, space modules and all this other bullshit. Oh, and the, like, lunar lander. And he was in there just pointing out everything wrong with all those things, and just, like, trying to holler to the rooftop to everybody that's in there to come listen to him, and to the point where they almost threw him out until he just decided, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna leave. You know, fucking. But it's amazing, dude. He was so fucking intelligent. And there's so many things that I wish I could share, but I don't want to talk about them in the live stream. But other issues, dude, that blow your fucking mind. And yeah, and I wish it's unfortunate. By the time I woke up to Flat Earth, I never got to get back with him and see him again and have that conversation with him.
That's too bad.
Yeah, and I think he knew, but I think he was holding that because I think he probably thought maybe I wasn't ready for that. But fuck, man, he had to have known. Yeah, I want to be that type of grandfather too. One
You
day.
know, and I don't live too far from the Johnson Space Center here in Texas, and I've been there 2-3 times now, and never thought twice about it, right? But I told my wife the other day, who swears she never wants to go back already. I was like, I need to go back now. Oh, it's going to be fun. I'm going to get some "We Didn't Land on the Moon" shirts. We're going to get the hats. We're going to just walk through that place and look at it with a whole new eye, right? And you know, she even mentioned today, because you can do 2 different tours. You can go see the control room, right? If you go take the tram or whatever, or you can go see their training center, right? And so when you go to the control room, it's the control room supposedly, right, from 1969 or whatever. And she's just like, it just looks so fake. All of it is so fake. And it's just such a joke, right? And you go to the training center. You're not allowed to take pictures, by the way. You can't bring your camera, no pictures. And you stand on this mezzanine and you're overlooking all this cool technology, right? Just like metal shit. You know, it's just cool stuff. And there's one dude who's like turning a wrench. You know, it's like, it's just like, okay.
Right. You know what's funny too is how they use, like, I call it word wizardry, right? Because you're saying how fake it looks, and everybody realizes how fake it looks, and they've taken that and they knew that, and they say, well, that's how you know it's real, because it looks so fake that it can't be real, but that's how you know that it is real. I'm like, fuck you. And that's the same thing. They did the same thing with the word conspiracy. You know, they're the ones that put that word out there and made the public absorb it and get it into their mind. It's fucking crazy, dude.
Well, and I will say the one thing that was impressive when I was there was seeing the Saturn rocket, right? And so this is, I don't know if I think it's Apollo's rocket, right? The rocket that launched the supposed Apollo missions or whatever. And that thing is fucking huge. I mean, it is massive. And you can see, and look, I don't think anyone here disagrees with the fact that, hey, they launch rockets, right? Yeah. Period. Right? We all know that. We see whatever. And so you see this marvel, we'll say, of human engineering, right? And it's impressive. It certainly is. But then to hear someone like Don Pettit say, yeah, we just destroyed all that technology. Like, and there's no telemetry data. No, we got rid of it all. And, you know,
if I can interrupt you real quick, when you're talking about that rocket, how close are you allowed to get to it? Can you touch it?
You can definitely touch parts of it. Yeah.
Really? Awesome.
Like, yeah, it's so big
that
it's tough. It is obviously cordoned off a little bit, but you could definitely, you know, touch the sides.
What do you think? What do you think about some flat earthers saying that they're just elaborate, helium balloons,
like satellites, or you mean the rockets themselves?
Rockets themselves.
No, I mean, look, I don't know.
Actual people in them. They're not made of metal. Well, they're made of very little metal. They're filled up with helium and propelled somewhat by, you know, like propulsion system combustion to a point. But
yeah, I mean, I suppose all I can say is that this thing was about like 2 football fields in length, right? Or maybe not. Maybe it's a football field and a half, right, or whatever. But it's fucking massive. It's got all kinds of what I would consider to be like hydraulic piping, right? So just these small, you can tell it's for oils or gases or whatever. This piping that goes around, right? This, you know, maze of wires and whatever. What does it mean? I don't know. Is it helium inside? Who knows? It's not open. It's not like a cut section, right? So it's just this massive contraption, we'll say. And at the very end of it,
impressive.
It looks impressive. And at the very end is, I guess, a fake lunar lander, since we destroyed that, you know, or whatever. And so who knows? Maybe it's all just, you know, built for display. But yeah, I don't know. You know, I know my parents have been to Cape Canaveral for a launch. And they've seen a launch. So I don't know if it's complete helium. There's definitely some combustion going on, I would argue. I'm not going to deny the combustion, I suppose. But
do you mind if I ask you a bit of a personal question?
No, for sure.
I'm just wondering how long you've been blind, from birth, or was it something that happened? Like,
so it's a genetic disease. It's called Stargardt's disease, and so it's theoretically, I suppose, from birth, but it manifests as juvenile macular degeneration. So it kind of began noticeably in 6th grade, although I was wearing glasses from pretty early on. But in 6th grade, I was unable to see, the blackboard or whatever, even from the front row of the classroom. And so at that point, we realized there's got to be something else going on. But it took them until age 13 to diagnose it. So I guess theoretically, from the diagnosis of age 13, I knew at that point I would never drive a car. They told me that, right? And so from that point until now, I suppose, if that makes sense or answers your question.
You know, I'm a total dunce when it comes to subjects like that. I don't understand why they can, if my vision is really messed up and I can't see and everything is blurry, they can give me this LASIK surgery to correct my eyesight, but they can't correct like a blind person that can't see at all. Like, I don't understand how that works.
Well, yeah, and I can see. I'm legally blind. I have no central vision, so I only have peripheral vision. But LASIK is for like stigmatisms, right, or different eye conditions. Mine is it's actually the macula, which is the center of the retina, right, which controls your central vision, and that's completely scarred. The tissue is scarred, and that's what Stargardt's does. It just degrades. In fact, vitamin A, which is what everyone should intake to improve their vision, is actually the opposite of what I should do. And we didn't know this until recently, but Stargardt's is actually, it's what happens with the garbage collection of the vitamin A processing. The garbage collectors in your eye, for example, know how to properly dispose of that garbage and get rid of it properly through the system, we'll say. Whereas in my eyes, it's the garbage collection system of vitamin A processing that is faulty. And so it just accumulates and then begins to scar that macular tissue. So, if that makes sense. Wow. Not something that you can correct with LASIK or whatnot. So,
does that mean that you can sort of like see out of the corner of your eye?
Well, it's funny because it's the corner of my eye that I use for my central vision, right? So, it's funny because I went to the store the other day and I'm talking to the gal at the counter. It was a cigar store. I was buying some cigars, and because of the way I look at her or anyone, I look to the side, right? Because if I look directly at your head, literally your head disappears. And so I have to look to the side to see your face, even though I can't see your face very well, but at least to kind of make, quote unquote, eye contact. Ironically, it's off to the side. And so she actually starts looking behind her, right? She turns and looks behind her. This happens all the time to me. She thinks I'm talking to someone behind her, right? But no, I'm actually talking to you. I'm just looking at you as if I'm looking behind you, right? Or whatever. So, yeah, there's all kinds of different comedic situations that I run into. But, yeah.
Interesting.
Hey, bro, I'd like to share something with you about the moon landing that I've never heard anyone else say, and I like telling new people that I meet about it in the hopes that maybe one day I will find someone else who's heard of this. But my grandfather said when they were watching the supposed live footage of the astronauts on the moon, and my mother remembers this too because she was a small child at the time, at the bottom of the screen ran the words, "This is only a simulation." And my grandfather said that was the only time those words were ever on that screen, on that footage of the moon landing. And he said every day after that first time, it was taken away and never shown again. And he swore to that forever. And my mother remembers it. She was in the room when he said it, and she remembers seeing it. But nobody else that I've ever talked to, and my grandfather wouldn't lie, and my mother wouldn't lie. She doesn't even give a shit, But I just always
my dad. I think my dad was born in 1954, so he would have been 15, right, or whatever. I'll have to ask him if he even watched it live. But yeah, I mean, it's just, if you dig into it, it's just one comedic error after another. It's just such a joke. There's no way, if you actually pay any attention, that you can conclude that we landed on whatever that is.
Well, has the government ever clarified where the moon is, as in the moon? So is it a Hollywood studio they call the moon?
Yeah, like all McDonald's burgers are 100% beef because the company that provides beef is called 100% beef, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows?
I've still never heard anybody give, like, any Glovers give a decent explanation about to fit the buggy on the lander. Like, how did that work? Has anybody else ever heard an explanation for that?
I didn't hear what you said. What, can you say that again?
Yeah, you broke up a bit.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
Yeah.
The buggy. Like, I've never heard a Glober give a decent explanation about the buggy. They got
How
that
they
on the
fit it
lander.
on there? Yeah.
It's just bullshit.
It really is.
And who was filming? Who was the cameraman there? He got there first and filmed the landing, which is quite incredible.
You know, I don't know if this means anything, but my grandfather said when he was there at the Air and Space Museum as well, he was there with somebody. I don't know if it was an elderly person, a very old lady. And this was in a time when nothing was roped off. So you could walk up to everything and touch it. And she said she went over to that lunar lander and picked it up by the foot. You know, she just went over to the foot and just grabbed it and lifted the whole thing up. And I don't know if that means anything, but it's kind of strange, don't you think? Because it looks heavy.
Listen, they have to be very aerodynamic. Don't worry about it. All right, it's very lightweight. It's super graphite. All right, it's.
I always thought that was funny, though, you know, and I believe him because the man never told a lie. Well, at least to me, I don't believe, because everything he's ever told me, either I looked into and was true, or eventually came fucking true. So I don't know, man. It's funny.
See, basically, you could go to a science museum now and just start protesting every object in there, like dinosaurs, the moon stuff, the pendulum.
Well, there's literally no point in going to museums
there as well.
Yeah.
I went there as well when I was a teenager, and I was looking at the capsule that they supposedly came back to Earth in, and it fell in the ocean. And I was looking at it, and it was riveted together with corrugated steel, so there was like gaps. And I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck? How there's gaps in this fucking. And I'm thinking, and I pointed to my dad. I was like, Dad, see, this is corrugated steel. I can see gaps and not only that, it was the inside of it. There's no way 3 men, not even 2 men, could fit inside this capsule. It's astounding.
They are
man.
tiny. Yeah. Even the replicas they have. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
This is mocking That's really good engineering, you know.
Yeah, dude, it's so crazy. I want to go back there again now that I'm wiser. I want to go back to that museum, man.
Well, you wonder why they had to destroy it all, right? Because they knew if people actually saw what they were claiming, it was BS, and so that's why they had to destroy it all. And it's very difficult to figure it out again. And so.
You know, I was talking about this a couple of days ago too. Is I went on a road trip once with my parents when I was like 13 or 14 or something, and we went through Arizona, and we stopped at that supposed meteor crash site. Right, this huge crater in the earth that supposedly was caused by a meteor. But at the time, I just listened and absorbed the information, and I never questioned it. I want to go back there so bad again and really. And start asking some questions and take a really good look at what I'm looking at, man. This shit, none of it makes sense.
Well, think about
something. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Think about another technology that's, we'll say, relatively obscure. That had we lost it, we wouldn't be able to get it back quickly, right? And I don't know any good examples. Maybe off the top of my head, like I don't know, reverse osmosis filtration. I don't know, right? I don't even know what that is. Right, but let's just pretend that we lost all the blueprints, lost the telemetry data, whatever you want to call it, the first reverse osmosis machine. But man, I bet you there's other humans that would just be able to put that all together within 30 minutes, 45 minutes. This whole idea that we lost all the technology and now we have to relearn it all and figure it all out again, it's just a fucking joke. There's no way, dude. I just don't buy it. It's insane.
It doesn't make any sense. How do you lose? Oh, come on, man. It doesn't make fucking sense, bro. And then,
but I landed on Mars. But I still got to figure out the moon. Okay, got it. Yeah,
right. Right.
I remember as a kid, we were often told not to ask questions or question authority. Quite often.
Yeah. That's one of the problems I had early on with religion, because I was raised Catholic and sent to a Catholic school for the first 8 years of my schooling. And anytime I would try to ask a question about any subject, I never got a good valid answer. It was always just like, well, because God made it that way. And I was like, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. Fuck you. And it just turned me off so bad. But anyway, let me digress. So I'm going to show you guys something really interesting. So when I was on that road trip with my parents, we stopped at some souvenir shop, right? And in that souvenir shop, now mind you, I'm a young child and I still believed in dinosaurs and shit. They were selling petrified dinosaur poo. And we bought some and I still have it today. And it's just it's so funny, right? I think it was probably like, I don't remember exactly how much
Hang on. Did you say dinosaur food?
Poop.
Oh, poop. I was like, are you going to petting zoo? Yeah, okay.
Where would they find it?
I don't know. But, I was a kid and I was like, wow, look, this is dinosaur poop. Wow. I was so fascinated. And I was like, can I get it? And they bought it for me and I was so proud of it. And I think I took it to school even and like showed my classmates and like, bro.
The question is, how much did they pay for that shit?
Yeah, I think back then, and it's pretty small, and I actually looked this up recently, and apparently there's, of course, different types of fossilized, goddamn petrified dinosaur shit, and so depending on what kind you have, it's like supposedly changes the value. But I think the one we bought was probably like $5, dude. I don't know, but here I'm gonna I just took some pictures of it recently. I'm gonna put it in the stream so you guys can look at it.
In your car.
It's just a fucking rock. It's just a fucking rock is all it is.
Crush it up and put it in your petrol tank. Your car will run.
Well, you know what I was thinking about doing is so I live not too far away, about a half hour from the University of Wisconsin. So I was thinking about just going down there and knocking on some doors and trying to ask people, hey, I found this in my backyard. Is there any way somebody could run some tests on it, tell me what it is? I've never seen a rock like this. And I'd be curious to know what kind of rock this is and see what the fuck they tell me.
Yeah, go to the geology department, right? Yeah.
Some different, get all different independent tests on it and don't tell each one. Blind. Do it blind. And
right. I didn't make. Hey, I found this in my backyard.
Are you making fun of my eyesight right now?
My wife thought I was. I wasn't just.
I
wasn't even thinking of that when I did.
I'm thinking you can, through some clever engineering.
So yeah, that's my dinosaur shit. yeah, right?
Yeah, like just breed them or something, right?
Yeah, it's just a fucking rock, dude. It's a fucking rock. It's funny. Oh, it hasn't even gone through yet. Still sending. Oh, fuck.
Crazy.
Like, my interconnect.
Why do some dinosaurs turn into oil? Turn into rock. Like, I don't get it.
Do you wash your hands after touching that?
No, it's a fucking rock. I've licked it.
I've licked it. Looks like a rock to me.
Yeah, it's a fucking rock. It's a pretty interesting rock because if you
get it analyzed,
the side that's cut, that's sliced and smooth, actually has some interesting like colors in it and shit. But I mean, even still, to say it's dinosaur shit, I mean, it could be another animal's shit that is just old. I mean,
did they find? Well, like, where did they find it? Did they find it like
underneath.
Dude, yeah,
end of
I don't
a
know.
dinosaur
this was
skeleton
in like a
or what?
basket. This was in a basket that was filled with other, and it was just labeled petrified dinosaur shit. So that's all I was told. I don't even remember where exactly it was, because we did just a road trip and we just went out west as far as I think Nevada, and then came back and turned around and came back and looped down through the south and came back up to, I live in Wisconsin, so we went to Mount Rushmore and we did like this old, it used to be Route 66 thing. That's all gone though. You can't do that anymore.
What you could do is cut off samples, right? Cut off samples and send one to one university and say, I don't know what this is. Can you tell me? And then send another one off to a university and say, this is well, I've been told this is a moon rock, right? Can you test it? And send one off to another university and say it's dinosaur shit and see what they say. Like just different things.
That'd be I mean, who found this and said this is petrified dinosaur shit?
So I'm saying, did they find it at the back end of a dinosaur skeleton? And just
let's pretend for a second, because we have to, that it actually is petrified dinosaur shit. I don't think there's that much out there that you could buy it for $5. You know what I mean? So I just feel like you and your parents were scammed. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course we were. Of course. Yeah, shit's funny, man.
It's like the Dutch Prime Minister.
Just something is funny is that, and you hear it and you believe it. You don't really doubt it or question it. Man, and you just run. I mean, when you're young, you're impressionable and you don't know shit. So you appeal to authority and adults to not lie to you and teach you what you need to know and truth. And it's rough. It's fucking rough, bro. I'm amazed sometimes that anybody even makes it as far as we do at times. But I also know that the only reason why we do is because we're given a gift from the Creator to help us open our minds and awaken to the truth. That's really where it comes from. Shit, I'm sorry. The silence. Did I just kill the chat? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Fuck you guys. Motherfuckers.
I don't know. Can you see any corn in it? Petrified corn would help determine that. Shit.
I don't know. I can't see any. I just see abstract. I mean, you can see it. Look at it. Look at it for yourself. You see any corn in there? I see a fucking rock. A colorful rock. That's what I see.
Look, I'm like, and just an ordinary rocky fine lying around.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, wasn't there a thing too? I mean, somebody that probably knows better than me can explain this, but wasn't there a thing with the supposed moon rocks? Several moon rocks were given out, and tests were run on them. And fuck, what did they say? They turned out to be not moon rocks at all. Cause,
it was like petrified wood, is what I heard.
Yeah. That's what it was. Right. Like, it's funny because shit like that happens all the time. It even gets into local media and mainstream media, but but nothing. People listen to it and they're like, oh, and nothing. Nobody. It's so crazy, dude. Nothing happens.
Just wave it away, hand wave. Yeah, nothing to see here, right? So
yeah. I mean, everything is so in your face. It's crazy, dude. And it's crazy how easy when that veil is lifted, you really can't put it back on. You really can't. And all the deceptions become visible. It's unbelievable. Funny thing about astronauts too in space is, I'll try to find this and post it for you guys. We were talking about this the other night. We were talking about how the astronauts use the bathroom in space. And so I was trying to do some research on it, and I found this article that was talking about this like condom type thing that was attached to a hose in a bag, and then it had another hose on the under end of it. And so the astronauts would put that on and they would pee in it, and then they would connect the other end to somewhere, on the fucking ISS. Or no, not the ISS, I'm sorry, but the space shuttle or capsule or whatever the fuck it was. And remind you, they're traveling at 16,000 miles an hour in space. And so the pee would then go out into the vacuum of space, and it would freeze and crystallize, and the sun, the light from the sun would shine on it and make it glow. And it was like this pretty light show that they could see out the window when that piss went into space. But they're traveling at 16,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, not a chance. Not a chance.
Huh? No, actually, it wasn't the sunlight. They said it was starlight made it twinkle. But every astronaut that I've ever heard talk about stars when they're in space, they said they couldn't see fucking stars. So what are you talking about? But the light from the stars made their piss twinkle, and it was a pretty light show. You're moving imagine when you're going 50 miles an hour in your car and you throw a cigarette butt out the car. I mean, and you're moving 16,000 miles an hour, and you can see your piss go out the window and freeze and make a little light show. Are you fucking serious? If anybody actually wants to read that, I will dig into my thing and find it and post it. But if not, then I'm not going to fucking do it. So speak up if you want to see it. Otherwise, I'm not fucking doing it right now.
Paul, you are a star. Okay?
I don't know about that. I don't want to be a star.
You're made up of nothing but stardust.
No, I used to believe that shit too. I used to believe shit like that I came from the stars. I used to look at the sky all the time and think, man, because I suffered for a long time with identity crisis, and I didn't know who I was or why I was here and what my fucking purpose was, and it really fucked my life up. So a lot of nights I'd be looking up at the stars and just feeling this like sense of, man, I wish I could go home, wish I could go home. Like, and that's not my home up there. It's just some bullshit idea to make me not understand who I was and be lost, because they want us to be lost, right? That's the whole purpose. That's how you can control somebody. You take away their whole history and lie to them about where they live and their purpose, and you tell them that they spawned out of ooze and have no purpose and there's no meaning to anything and everything is just random. It's gonna fuck some people up, man.
Effect, yeah.
Kind of coming in a little low. I didn't hear what you said.
And then it snowballs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Millions of people mindset. Generation after generation.
Excuse me.
Just thought I'd ask you on spot. I can only imagine what this topic must be like for somebody who's never experienced sense of all, whatever, has no vision. I mean, if they could comprehend the whole ocean, but like, as like apart from being able to like the difference between like a topic. Our surface, like pale, a sphere, with the physical sense, their hands, they can feel the difference, and then you try and explain that about the surface that they're living on. What does somebody say to what does a glober? How does a glober convince who's had any vision at all their whole entire life? They can't use pictures from space.
There's actually a link posted in chat probably a couple hours ago now. He's a guy that's on here a lot. He's probably one of the mods or something. I don't know his name. But he posted it about a guy on YouTube named Tom Edison. And he's someone who is totally blind from birth. Totally blind. And his reaction to those concepts. And, and he mentioned that people send him like 3D printed models of things, and he uses his hands to figure out what is it, right, and try to feel it and get the texture, through tactile inference, right, or whatever. And he's almost spot on all the time. But when presented with this claim of the sphere, anyways, and the globe, he seemed to rebut it. At least that's what I remember. Anyways, I need to go watch the video myself. I haven't seen it or heard of it, and I think that's kind of what you're talking about. Now, for me, it's not quite like that, right? Because I do have peripheral vision, right? So I can see whatever. I can see a tree. I'm sitting on my back porch right now. I can see a tree over there. It's probably, I don't know, 200 feet from me, right? And I can kind of make out some shape or whatever. I can see this black substance kind of, what do you call that? Like you can see it on the background. It's contrasted against the background of the sky, which is kind of gray right now. So I can see it, right? And so I have some vision enough to see what's in front of me. But for someone who's totally blind, dude, I can't even imagine, right? And yeah, that would be difficult. But I'm going to dig into it. So Tom Edison is the guy's name. Apparently, he's on YouTube. He's a blind guy, and so I plan to look into some of his videos and see what he thinks. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think I found it. It's Indio posted it at 10.
Indio, yeah, that's right. That was.
If anybody wants to go back, because I had to go back because I remember that too. I forgot to save it. And
Can someone play that? I don't know if Paul, if you can you play it?
No, I don't. I can't. Unfortunately, I can't. No,
I can't. I'll see.
Because the audio was really quite interesting.
It was always interesting for me just to think about somebody that's just born blind in darkness, and that's all they know, and it's normal to them because they've never experienced anything else. And to live in a world where sight is so important, it's, man.
Well, and I've met some people. I've met some, like there was a guy in my church up in Canada. His name was David, and he was totally blind. And I went fishing with him and a sighted person who took us both fishing, right? So the sighted person was obviously running the boat. But David, the totally blind guy, he fished entirely by himself. And what I mean is he tied his own knots, he baited the hook, right? Like all of it. It was all, through tactile. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there. I'm like, I can't see this string. Could you, or this line? Can you please untie this or tie the, and I feel like an idiot, right? Because I'm even half-sighted, we'll say. And here's this totally blind guy who's able to accomplish something I couldn't accomplish. You know what I mean? It's like, it was really eye-opening. It was eye-opening. Yeah.
It's really interesting, too.
It was interesting.
And I used to always like to ask people, would you rather be born blind or be able to see and then go blind? Because at least you got to experience some sight. And it's a crazy thing, because when you can see and then you go blind into where you can't see at all, then are you missing that? Whereas when you're born blind, you don't know. So what are you missing, really? Right? Because it's all
probably,
you ever know.
It's probably arguably more depressing to have sight and then lose it entirely than to not have sight at all. You know what I mean? From a mental standpoint. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. But yeah, and the way people, because I used to think, especially when I was a kid and you're young and you just think, man, how can they handle that being born blind? Because I'm not thinking the fact that they're not missing out on everything I'm seeing because they've never seen it at all. So they don't experience it. So it's not like they're really missing. I mean, they are, but they don't, they have no frame of reference. So it's normal. And they just have to deal with what they were given and adapt. And it's really impressive.
Yeah, it's one of my wife, she'll even say I have selected vision, right? Because it's almost like you adapt so well as a person to your environment, your your circumstances, right? You adapt so well to them that you just function in that environment as such, right? And so I'll be like, I'll be walking through the kitchen, and my wife, we have 2 dogs, and she spoils them, so she'll feed them whatever, put some food in their bowl or whatever, some rotisserie chicken and some kibble or whatever, and she sets it on the ground in the kitchen, right? God forbid she puts it by the food dishes, right? And so she just sets these landmines for me, right? And I'm walking through the kitchen, and there goes a bowl just flying across the kitchen, and I'm like, dude, you understand I'm blind? Like, I can't see that bowl. You can't just leave it there, But yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Mm.
Are you able to play that audio from Tom Edison?
I thought, was it somebody said they were going to. Was that you?
Yeah, I can't find it because I can't. The browser version.
Do you want me to repost it? I'll repost it.
Yeah, thanks. That'd be great.
Because what did I say it was 10
10:49? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll copy it and repost it for you. I think this is it, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, and it's cool too how people that are born either deaf or blind, they really rely on all their other senses, and their other senses are heightened in a way to, different than people that have all their senses. Their hearing.
I like to think so. Yeah, I like to think so. My wife would argue that I can't hear very well. Yeah.
Well, you have probably selective hearing, is what she's complaining about.
That as well. Yeah.
It's fascinating too when you see people that walk down the street that are blind and use the cane to tap, and how they explain to you how they can get around the city, and they count steps, and that's how they know when they're at the destination they want to get to, because they've done it before with someone else that guided them there, and they counted and memorized how many steps it takes them to get there. It's fucking amazing, dude.
Because thanks for that. It was actually played earlier by Indio, so I'll play it again. Hang on.
Okay.
I'd like to look at the planet Earth, from space, like from the Hubble telescope or from the space shuttle or something like that. I've heard it described as a big blue marble, but I guess you have to see it to believe it.
Awesome. I love it.
Yeah. Just gotta see it to believe it. It kind of reminds me of what they say about the American dream. You have to be asleep to to believe that too. Is that how that goes? Did I say that wrong?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. The Carlin quote, yeah. Watch more of, if he's ever seen that clip. I'll have to watch the whole review, more of his videos.
So does anybody know? I was looking into my friends list and people that I've messaged in the past, years ago when I first got here, that I used to talk to a lot. And I have a ton of deleted users of people that I was friends with in this server, and it just says deleted. So I don't know what their names were. Is that because they were booted, or did they do that themselves? Is it? I mean, what's the deal with that?
Either way, I think. Could have.
Either way, okay.
Could have. Yeah. It was either terminated by the platform itself, or they might. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if you.
Yeah, because I've never looked at this. If I removed. Let me see. Can I go into my thing and delete my account? And I mean, I suppose I can, right?
And yeah, I think.
Well, yeah, but you can't. Okay, so if you're a moderator or administrator here, can you actually delete my account? I don't Is that? Can you do that?
No.
You can ban me from the server, right?
You can't. Yeah, only the platform
Hosts can do that. Yeah, you can get reported to do it. Yeah, no moderator. Moderator has
the ability to delete the account. Okay. I wonder what happened. I mean, there's so many of them too, like over 10 just deleted users. So crazy. And unfortunately, like I took a long break from the server for a while, like I don't know, it was like 6 months or something, because me and my fiance were having a baby, so I wanted to just take a break and focus on her and whatnot. And then I came back and I was like, damn, it just where are all the people that I used to talk to? I know one of them. I guess like he either left or asked to leave or was banned, and then he started his own thing. And then I go over there sometimes, but there's never anyone fucking in that one. Which reminds me, is there any other like flat Earth servers like this that exist that you guys are a part of that you could link me to and I could join in? I have one other one, and it's what is it called? It's called Flat Earth Reality. But I go in there from time to time and I check it out, and there's never anybody in there talking at all. So I don't even know why.
I can link you some. I don't know that
please do.
They're somewhat active. I'll send you like 3 or 4 ones that I hang out in, like occasionally. They're made by people that are in this server. And then there's the Science versus Pseudoscience. Are you a part of that one?
No, I'm not.
I'll link you that one. And also, Modern Day Debate server is actually pretty active. They've got a section dedicated just to the flat Earth topic. So I'll give you that one too.
Okay, thank you. Did a new person just come in?
If you're talking about me, I don't think I can be called new.
Oh no, okay, yeah, I see. I've seen your name before. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Great.
The weather sucks, but
oh yeah, way too hot here.
Yeah, it was really just humid as hell here today.
Oh yeah, where are you at?
Yeah. I'm in Wisconsin.
Huh?
South Central Wisconsin. It was just South Central Wisconsin, yeah. It was just
Oh wow, I bet it's really humid.
Yeah, and it's been, all that, it's been cloudy as shit from all that. I don't know if it's smoke or what the hell's going on, but
Right.
it's been messed up.
Yeah, it's super surreal for us right now that I guess half the country or more, I don't know how much of the country, to be honest, is covered in smoke, but we don't see it here in Texas.
Yeah. You know what's funny too is I actually the other day, because I wasn't paying any attention, because I don't really watch the news, so I wasn't paying attention. I was like, how the hell is the smoke reaching me? Because I thought it was on the eastern side of Canada. I thought it was over there somewhere. And so I Googled to try to see like a map of where the fires are. And the first link I was given was, of course, from NASA.
Right.
So right away I was like, oh, fuck, I can't believe any of this shit. And it's funny because the map that they showed me, it looked like the entire region from the East Coast to the West Coast is on fire.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Wow. Well, move to the south, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I saw some pictures or video or something of like the Statue of Liberty today. So it was just I'm barely visible through all the yellow smoke. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's really a strange thing that's kind of happening. I don't know. And
Is it
it's so.
yellow for you too?
You broke up. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Is it that yellow? Is it that yellow for you too?
No, it's not yellow at all here.
Okay.
It just looks like fog. It's very foggy.
Does it smell bad?
No. I don't smell anything. No. Which is odd, right?
Well, apparently there's some huge deposits of I actually don't remember what chemical it was, but there's some sort of chemical deposits across sections of the U.S. Mainly going from like I don't know Texas to New York or something. Huge tracks and it like slightly swerves toward Florida or Georgia. So I'm not surprised that you don't smell it, but apparently a whole bunch of the country thinks it smells like burning tires right now.
Oh, wow, it's weird. Yeah, no, we're not getting that at all. It's so crazy too, because you just don't know what to believe sometimes, because you can't believe anything you hear in any sort of media, and you just wonder, am I being am I being poisoned right now by by something? Is this what is this? Is this really smoke from a fire?
I know. You think people would be panicking more. I mean, the way they handled COVID, at least.
Yeah.
They don't want to have to admit they're wrong, though. I bet they caused it.
I don't know.
10 years ago, or probably maybe more than 10 years ago, roughly 10 years ago, I woke up and like I was yellow. There was just like this yellow haze everywhere. And learned that it wasn't just our town; it was all over the state, and I think large parts of the whole country, like large parts of the country, several states were experiencing this yellow, luminous glow in the sky. It was crazy, and it was apparently down to a dust storm. Yeah, that was what they called it. It was so spooky. It was so weird to just. It was real. Yeah.
They called the fire a dust storm?
This wasn't a fire. It was just a dust storm. That's what they. It was just
when you would go outside, though. Could you like taste it in your mouth at all?
No, not really. I think it did. No, I didn't taste anything, but I think it did leave residue on like cars and I don't know. I think a little bit. It just reminded me of that, and then the sunsets during the sunrises during our really bad bushfires a couple of years ago. The upside to it, I guess, was there's really pretty sunsets and sunrises.
Yeah, it is funny too how people, as a whole society, the masses, they will panic over certain issues, but then don't flinch over other issues.
I know, it's so weird. Oh my gosh, that's a weird thing to me.
But I guess they are appealing to what they're being told, right? So they were told to panic over one issue, and they're not being told to panic over this issue. So
yeah, they just get along.
Yeah. But isn't that interesting too? How they can just manipulate a mass amount of people by just telling them there's a problem and you should be worried. It's, and they don't question it. They don't think, wait a minute, what? You know, they're just like, oh my God.
Well, now that you mention it, I remember before the panic, they used to say, oh, well, the reason why newscasters don't make a big deal about stuff is because they don't want people to panic. But now we know that's true.
Right. Yeah, that's one of the things they say about like aliens too. They use that whole story like, well, yeah, the government's made contact with aliens and they know about it, but they don't want to let the people know because they're worried people will freak out. Okay.
Yeah.
They used to say that a lot.
And they just like took this belief and ran with it, possibly.
But where did we get the whole UFO story from in the beginning? It was the government.
You're right.
You know?
Of course it was them.
Like, bastards.
Well, Nikola Tesla put in a patent for a UFO, for a flying saucer. So the technology has been around a long time.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't equate to aliens from outer space, you know?
Right.
Like, I can create a UFO.
Yeah. Well, you can get creatures that look like what they tell us are creatures from outer space from all sorts of ancient civilizations. I think those are...
Oh, wait a minute. That doesn't mean... But, okay, so...
But they're not from outer space.
Right, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, being from outer space is a recent adjustment to their story. But, they've been around, but they're not from outer space. I mean, I learned 8 years ago about the time of Flat Earth that the foremost, experts on extraterrestrials in the U.S. said that they're actually not extraterrestrial. They're actually of terrestrial origin.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know, how much of that is just disinfo from the new stuff that I've been learning about like all the Native American tribes, for instance, in the United States, all have a similar story that they tell about a race of white, red-haired giants with 6 fingers that ruled from coast to coast, the entire country, and were miners and builders, and they gave birth to offspring that they called wizards, and they were known as moon people. Shit. And then you put that in a biblical context too, and it sounds very similar to what we're told in about fallen angels.
Mm-hmm.
And their great knowledge of the stars and the clock. It's but I don't know where we get these like lizard people thing from, because that's not really mentioned that they were, like reptilian. I don't know where the hell that all comes from.
Well, where that all comes from is the giants' ancestors, because the way the giants are born are through humans and what Christians call fallen angels.
Okay, so they were actually reptilian looking?
They are actually shapeshifters.
You know what okay. I could see how that could be possible.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not really of this world, right? They came from another realm and fell here. So they're not... I'm sorry, finish.
Okay. So the deal is that there's a race called the John, and the John are what the angels are. And Satan was one of these John. When him and his ilk, rebelled against God, he cast them out of the garden. So that's where the John are from. That's where humans are from too, actually. We also were made there. but they were cast down and transformed into jinn. So we're still humans, but they're jinn, and they're shapeshifters. I think the angels shapeshift too, because God has them take the shape of humans when they come here for us.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so the jinn are shapeshifters, and they do live down here with us, except it basically is like another realm. They don't exactly come from another place. They're still here, but it's a place where we can't see them. Like in Stranger Things, like the what did they call it?
I've never actually watched that, so don't reference it.
Oh, it's fine, because that's actually not a perfect reference anyway, because in theirs it's like very dark and weird and bad. But it's like a counter space to our space.
Well, what's interesting too about what you just said is the story of Eden, and Lucifer was there in the form of a snake, right? And tempted Eve to eat from the tree of knowledge.
Well,
but how did he? And that supposedly Eden was supposedly on Earth, right? So how did he get from heaven to Earth? Because wasn't he sent? Didn't he come here because he was cast out of heaven and fell and took his buddies with him?
Actually, the funny thing is, he was cast out of the garden before humans were. So he was cast out of the garden for not submitting to Adam, right? When Adam was...
Okay, yes. I'm sorry.
So he was cast down to Earth, and Adam and Eve, or Hava, were still in the garden. So it wasn't that a serpent whispered to them. I mean, I don't know what their dream was, but basically he came to them in a dream.
Well, and that is interesting too, because when we talk about lizard people and you see these certain depictions of what appear to be a human form person with like a lizard head or a snake, and they say that sometimes he can appear as a serpent. That's kind of fascinating.
I've actually encountered a jinn before. I knew a man who he's a really evil guy. He was really good at fooling people, though, so at the time I considered him my friend. But he said that, and he was actually my husband.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was actually my husband's friend, not mine. But he had claimed to have found demons before, many times. What? He claimed that he had summoned demons.
Oh, summoned demons. Okay.
And he even had like a broken summoning circle tattooed on his back.
That's fucking creepy.
I know. And he asked me one time, he was living with us, moving off of us, and he asked me if I wanted to see magic. And I hadn't found the Quran yet, but I had noticed these spiritual creatures, and I wanted to know what their deal was.
What do you mean you noticed them? How? Where? How?
Drug use, mostly.
Oh, okay.
It just I don't know. And actually, I never thought anything about the spiritual realm until my father-in-law told me why he believed in ghosts. So he grew up in an infamously haunted town near here.
Hold on. We're getting away from the original point of the jinn. Let's go back to that before you get to that and finish that story, please.
Okay. So he asked me if I wanted to see magic, and I said yes. So he whispered some gobbledygook that I suppose was supposed to scare me, like, whatever.
Right.
And right at that moment, there was a tapping at my kitchen window. There was a bird, and he told me to follow it.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me stop you just for a second. When this was all going on, were you under the influence of any narcotic?
No. So So I followed the bird, but it tried to lead me up a 40-foot ladder while I was pregnant. And so I was like, no. And so I started ignoring it after that, and it tapped on my kitchen window every morning at 8 a.m. for over 3 months.
That is interesting. Mm-hmm. What kind of bird was it?
Hmm?
What kind of bird was it?
It was some kind of red-breasted bird.
Like a robin?
Oh, no, I think it was too fat to be a robin.
Wow. So then that was the experience that you had, that you were convinced that this guy was, would you say jinn? A jinn?
Yeah.
Did anything ever happen after that with this man? Like, where is he now? Where did he go?
Well, he had a snake that he kept in our house, and when the baby was coming, it started to become an issue of like, okay, well, we can't have the snake in the house with a newborn. And he tried to convince us that it had clamps to keep the thing shut. He's like, "Don't you trust me?" And I didn't really trust him, but instead I was like, it's not even that I don't trust you, but I wouldn't even trust myself with that,
Wait. Why was the relationship with this guy so close that you kept the snake? It was his snake, but you took care of it and had it in your house?
I didn't take care of it. He lived at our house.
Oh, he was living with you. Okay.
Yeah, because when me and my husband were first together, he took us in when we had no place to go.
Oh, okay.
So
did this guy sell drugs by any chance?
Was he pretty much. He used to deal meth, and then he stopped doing that. I think he still kind of sold maybe marijuana on the side, but he had averted from most of his bad ways, and yet he was still amazingly bad.
Yeah.
So we kind of owed him. He moved into our house on literally our anniversary, and literally on Valentine's Day. Boba. Oh, sorry.
You're breaking up really bad.
Sorry, my dog was barking.
Oh, that's okay. I love dogs.
Tiny. Barely counts as a dog, but he is 100%. Gotta bark at everything.
So you were indebted to this man because of basically drug use, and so he took over your home?
No.
Is that...
No. We weren't indebted to him because of drug use. We were indebted to him because he let us live at his house.
Ah, okay. Because you had no... Okay. Jeez. Okay. So what? So then what happened?
So when eventually I put my foot down about the snake, he decided to pack up right then, and he left. And he tried to be in contact with my husband a little bit longer, and my best friend, who he tried to steal from me, a little bit longer. But the more we realized how horrible he had been to us, the more I was like, hey, we need to cut contact with him altogether. So he doesn't know where we live anymore. We don't have contact with him.
Wow. That is a wild story.
Yeah.
I'm a little confused though, and I'm not trying to be a dick or pass judgment or say that you're full of shit. But I'm confused on how you make the connection of the fact that he was just a djinn and not just an evil using prick human who was very good at manipulating people to get what he wanted.
No, the guy wasn't the djinn. It wasn't the man who was the djinn. It was the bird who was the djinn.
Oh shit. Okay, so yeah, I misunderstood completely then. Holy shit. Okay. What the fuck? So the bird... Wait. Okay. Holy shit. I'm confused, actually. Did anybody else pick up on that?
Humans are not djinn.
I thought he was the, because you said, okay, maybe I just misunderstood.
No.
I am a little slow.
This is a man who had summoned demons before, to his own admission. But humans are not the same as jinn. They're different.
So that possible bird was one that he had summoned before, and okay,
I don't know if he summoned him before or what, but
well, how did he? I mean, he led you to it, right?
No, he whispered something in my ear, and the moment he did, a bird started tapping on the window.
So right. So that, I mean,
but we were inside.
Right. Well, yeah, it taps on the window. You're inside, and the bird's outside.
Right. The bird is outside. Yeah.
I've actually had that happen to me many times where cardinals, and recently, actually, was it an Oriole? When was an Oriole was tapping the hell out of my window at the same time every fucking day. And I'd go out there but it never said anything to me or tried to lead me anywhere. It'd just fly away. But that's crazy.
Yeah, the bird didn't say anything to me, but
it was trying to. How did you know it was trying to get you to follow it?
He just told me to follow it, so I did.
Who, the guy told you to follow it?
Yeah.
He told you to follow the bird. So then you went outside, the bird tapping a window, and then the bird flew away and you followed it? And it led you to a ladder, and it tried to convince you to go up the ladder, but you didn't?
It just sat up at the top of it.
Okay.
So, well, and it wasn't very far either. It was just around my backyard. So it could have flown off a far distance, but it didn't. It just went where I...
Yeah, it's not like it flew, yeah. It didn't fly out of your vision of sight and you, yeah. I understand. That's, wow. Man. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. Well, I started piecing together that there were spiritual beings, if you want to hear the other story.
Well, hold on a second. Actually, let me, because you were talking about when you've done certain substances, you also experience a presence or are seeing these entities. And I've dabbled with substance use, but mainly just marijuana and cocaine. But I've a couple times I've done shrooms, but I never I never experienced anything like that. I never did LSD.
Well, it was whippets actually.
What? Wait a minute, whippets? Isn't that just how do you don't hallucinate from whippets, do you?
You do if you do enough of them at a time.
Holy shit. Okay, well, let me get to my point. So recently, a few years ago, this was right before the situation that happened in 2020. I broke my arm really bad, and I was in the emergency room, and they were trying to dope me up so that I wouldn't feel any pain, so they could try to reset some of the bones, and everything they were giving me wasn't working. And so their last resort was like, okay, well, we have to give you ketamine. And what am I going to say? No. So I said, all right. And once they gave me the ketamine, I kind of blacked out, but yet I was in total darkness, and I could see images of outlines of what looked like humans surrounding me. Kind of, they weren't talking to me or saying anything. They were just there. And I was kind of, I guess, in a, seated position, and I could feel a part of myself sort of trying to escape my body when I was in this area. And I could also hear voices of people yelling at me to not leave and to stay and don't go, stay here with us, stay here, like screaming. And I thought in my mind, as this was going on, I thought it was the nurses and people in the room with me in the ER, in the room. But I couldn't see them. I couldn't see anything. It was total darkness, but I could see this weird outline of these figures around me. And I also had this weird feeling that I've been in that place before. I've been here before. I know this. but I didn't quite know what it was, but it wasn't new. And I was trying to kind of get away. And there was a point where I actually I felt, I could see like my body, like I left my body, but it was darkness, but it was just like an outline, you know what I mean, of shapes. I could see it like I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and it didn't feel good. It was terrifying, and I hated it. And I felt like the figures that were around me were not good, and I was terrified. And then I snapped out of it, just out of the blue, and I was like, "What the fuck was that? What's going on?" And I asked the nurses and stuff, "Were you guys yelling at me and talking to me?" And I was so confused, and they all were just laughing, like, "No, what are you talking about?" I was like, "You guys weren't like hollering in my ear and shouting for me to," and I didn't. It was so bizarre and terrifying. It was the worst experience of my life, and I would never do ayahuasca or ketamine or any of that shit again.
Yeah, dude, I think you must have been seeing the right stuff, because actually I was having a hard time explaining what I had seen to someone, like just earlier today. Even weird the way these conversations come up all at once, right? About the spirit realm, and even though I've never talked to someone about like how it seems to me before, and I use basically the same words, like kind of an outline kind of deal. I don't know. It's like almost ethereal.
It's total darkness, but you can see. There's like a how the fuck do I even explain it? There's like a crisp sort of line that outlines a human form.
Yeah, the images are clear, even though
it's like if you were to draw people in pencil and just fill them all in, shading using the side of the pencil, but then the outline of them you use the tip, right? So it's darker. That's what it was like, and it was total darkness. Yeah, it was fucking terrifying. And I don't know if I was really confused, because I didn't know if I should leave, because there's this weird feeling that something was trying to draw me out. But then I heard these voices telling me, "No, don't go. Stay here. Stay with us. Don't go. Don't." And it wasn't the figures that were surrounding me either. They were silent. I didn't hear it. It wasn't them. And somehow I knew that instinctively too. But I wanted to leave. Like I didn't want to listen to the voices. But like and actually it felt like it wasn't that I wanted to leave. It was that I felt I wasn't in control really at all. It just, it's hard to describe. It's really, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to fuck this chat up, but if somebody new comes in and we want to talk about flat Earth, man, somebody tell me.
On that note, we've got Motor City Brent is with us. No rolls. So I just wanted to say, Motor City Brent wants voice permissions for this chat. Could you please go up to VC check-in 1, and I can check you in and give you a bit of an induction, and we can get you back down in here so you can open your mic.
Thank you, T-Dub. You're a boss. And I'm sorry, Punkin, if you want to keep talking about this, maybe we should go to like chill chat, 'cause I'll talk to you all night about this shit, because I'd like to hear more about your experiences, but I don't want to.
Well, I'd like to talk about China more.
Well, that's not even. I don't even know if that's fair to do. I mean, we do it sometimes, but I've been doing it so much the last couple of nights.
Really?
I just found out, somebody just recently told me about where the wave comes from, why people raise their hand and show 5 fingers. And where that gesture, that greeting came from. And they said that it came from the Indians used that to, when they would see, approach other people that looked like humans, because apparently these things had 6 fingers. So they would raise their hand to show other people that they were first meeting that I'm not, I'm a human. I'm not one of these, whatever the fuck we call them. and that fascinated me. So, yeah, so I just went on a deep dive recently, and I was trying to find out as much information about that as I could, and it's fascinating to know that almost every Indian tribe in the United States says that same damn story of a race of giants with 2 rows of teeth and 6 fingers, and they ruled over this land relentlessly, and were in total control, and they were evil, they were bad, they fed on humans.
That must be why there were so many warrior tribes here.
Well, and then I've been discovering and talking to a lot of people in here that have been teaching me about the truth of this country, and that I didn't know this until recently, that even where I live in Wisconsin, there's pyramids. I know of one state park here where there's like a half pyramid, and then there is supposedly pyramids in Rock Lake under the water, and that there's really pyramids all over the United States, and that the pyramids in Egypt are just basically what do people say, like Disneyland, and the United States is the real Egypt. This is the origin of all of that shit. It's all here.
Yeah, I was talking about the 6-finger native hand wave the other day.
That was you, bro?
Yeah.
Thank you for putting me on that journey, dude, because that's been really interesting. Because I'd never heard that before. And
yeah,
of
we
course,
have a lot of native tribes up here, and like I was just curious, and I started talking to them about it. I was like, I'm just curious. This is a story I heard, and they would say the same thing. It's red-haired giants, 2 rows of teeth, 6 fingers.
Yeah, it's amazing.
We'll
and
also mention the contrast between the metric system and the empirical system.
Yep.
I don't think all the giants were red-haired. Maybe the ones over here were, but not all the giants.
Well, I mean, that's not even important. What's important is there's this similar storyline, and there's pyramids all over the world, not just in the United States. They're all over the fucking place. And I know for a fact the history of the country I live in is complete horseshit. But when I think about this idea, when I start to try to put pieces to the puzzle together, and I hear that Indian human tribes actually toppled the giants here in this country and somehow figured out a way to defeat them and take control back of their lives. And then to find out that you're all of a sudden then European settlers all of a sudden coming here in mass and wiped out the Native Americans. Now, think about that. But we're told that these peaceful white European settlers just came here because they wanted to live free and not be under the rule of the king or queen. You know what I mean? And they just wanted to live in peace and be able to practice their religions and just live free and not be bothered. But then they came over here and slaughtered an entire race of people. Does that make any sense to anyone? And then their founding fathers that created the United States government, I mean, it's structured similarly, and it's a fucking system of control and oppression, but we call it freedom. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Well, you ever notice there was like 10 years between whenever they like won their independence and when, or like 10 plus years, right?
Well,
and
it was a large span, we're taught, but whatever. It's just, it's the fact that they say that this country was not really inhabited or had cities, or it was just a couple of Indian tribes wandering around.
Right.
And it was nothing until white European settlers came here and made it what it is today. Bullshit.
It makes you wonder.
Yeah, that we bought a huge area from France.
They escaped the crown just to become buddy-buddy with them and become a colony of them. a handful of years later, that doesn't add up. You know, I see there's a meme that goes around, you know, astronaut comes back from, you know, the moon, and he's grabbing a gun, and they're like, wait, what's wrong? He's like, moon's haunted. And they're like, wait, what? Moon's haunted. He's grabbing a gun and going back. It almost makes me feel like that's how, you know, the white settlers came here, and the natives were just like, hey, we got a fucking problem. And, you know, with these, you know, giants, and they went back to Europe, brought back a bunch of fucking guns, and we're just like, all right, let's go to town. So you have, you know, all these, you know, the British and Indian wars and all that stuff, you know.
Yeah.
It's just stuff that makes you wonder, just like, did this actually fucking happen? Like,
right. And this is just speculation.
Yeah, of course.
And in my own mind, but I think how I've been trying to rationalize it and think about it is, I think they were experimenting on ways of control in different ways in different parts of the world. And it wasn't that they were all working in unison. They were trying different things and doing different things. And the old model was using the clock sky to control the masses and say, hey, if you don't do what the fuck we tell you, you're going to anger us because I'm God and I'm going to take away the sun. And then they, you know, because they knew when an eclipse was, all that bullshit, right? But then they were trying to do another system of control because they knew eventually that humans are going to catch on and they're going to follow that bullshit anymore. So they said, we need to figure out a different way to control the masses. So let's take a couple of humans and put them in power and say, these people are elite and have royal blood. And they'll believe that because they look like them and they need a leader. And it's not going to be us because, you know, we're weird and we're giants. And so they were using that system of control and it was working. And then so that's what they were doing in like Europe, right? And in America at the time, they still had the pyramids and the fucking stars and shit. I don't know. I'm just spitballing, but it makes sense in my mind that that's totally possible.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I like talking about this subject because it's sometimes
no, it's a very intriguing subject. Like it just makes you wonder.
It is about flat Earth too. I know it's a bit off topic, but to me,
well, it's about true history.
Yeah, that's because they use the globe Earth to wipe out our history and our true origins.
Yeah. And I ask you, what's the point in knowing about flat Earth if you don't find out about true history?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Well, because all you're solving is the all right, I know where I am now question, but you're still not solving the well, what happened here question.
Right. And why can nobody answer that shit? It's like you never get it doesn't make sense. And then they talk about, you know, fucking millions of years. Like all the come on, man. Seriously? Millions the earth is how old do they say the fucking earth is? All this bullshit and we've only fuck off. It doesn't compute. It doesn't add up. And just entire races of civilization just disappeared overnight. And there's no records. They don't know what happened. But we have all these structures all over the world that somebody was here and somebody built shit. But we don't know who they were. We don't know where they went or how they even built it.
Yeah. Well, it's like in Indonesia when we were having those terrible hurricanes and stuff, and then India as well. As the water receded, you know, and they looked down, there was miles and miles, like a square miles of like just these structures that are just underwater. And it's just like people just aren't thinking like we need to look down. Up is not our answer. Down is.
Exactly, bro. And that's why they do the whole heliocentric model in the first place, because it gets people's mind off of where they actually are, and they're not looking down. They're not looking around them. Mm-hmm. They're looking fucking up and thinking
bro,
that's
where
they
that
need to be.
Word. They try. Yeah, that's why space is ever expanding. So you're going to be ever expanding curiosity upward.
You know how many times the Quran? You know how many times the Quran says to go look at all the ruins? Like, I honestly don't know how many times it says it because it says it so often.
Yeah, I always found that interesting too. You know, having like traveled in the military and visiting like different cultures, I like to learn like the architecture and like just the culture and all these religions and all these stories that are told. They're all almost the same with just, you know, slight different changes or name changes, you know, based on the culture and the language. But it's just they're all the same.
Yeah, and you know what else about that too is that's why it's like a puzzle, right? Because they interject shit that we know is bullshit and cover, but then they sprinkle in truth with all of them.
Yep.
But they try to confuse it. Yeah, it's fuck, dude. It
almost makes you have to Venn diagram everything, and you're just like, well, everything intersects here, so this is probably the most accurate answer.
Right, exactly. And anything that you research and that doesn't fit or make sense, that's their bullshit. And you can see it. Once you're awake to it, like, you can see it. It's just hard to piece it all together because the research you have to do is fucking endless, dude. And you can't show it to anyone. You got to do it yourself. You I can't really share it with people,
Oh, I feel you, brother.
I think it's a loss to time, and won't know, like, not in this lifetime. I don't think it's possible to know some things about what happened here.
I think we'll see some milestones in our lifetime, but not full answers to what we're wanting.
Just like to see their story.
Yeah.
Just in the bin. That's even if it's just left at, well, we don't know what happened. I just like their answers that they put forward to us, their version of history.
It's funny. We don't even, we don't even need the word history. If you really honestly just break it down to what it is, like, it's the truth.
Right.
We don't even need the words like history and science. Well, what is it? It's the truth. It's observable. It's experimental. We can prove it. That is clearly what is true. That's the truth.
Yeah.
There's just so much fluff and everything. That's why they call, putting letters together to make words spelling. It's, there's double meanings in everything they've taught us.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, spelling. Fuck, man.
Y'all want to hear the world history I've pieced together from the Quran?
Yeah, why not? Fuck.
So, first, God created Adam. And...
Wait, hold on. That's what the Quran actually says? He created Adam before he created the earth?
No. Just the timeline of humanity here.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, I've been drinking.
Sorry, I'm being more specific. No, that's understandable. Actually, he said he was going to create a successor in the earth, so the earth was already established before mankind was set upon it. But anyway, so it started with Adam. Sorry, I got it now. So it started with Adam, and we've discussed earlier that whole happening, and so people lived around 1,000 years at that time, and they lived and grew in sin until finally God decided to destroy them with a flood. Thereafter, I assume, to make it fair, he started destroying every nation after they received a prophet. A prophet would come to them, deliver them the message, worship God and God alone, turn away from your evil deeds.
Oh, and wait a minute. Is Moses in the Quran?
Yes, very much. He's actually the most mentioned prophet in the Quran.
So he wasn't destroyed then with the flood?
No. You mean Noah?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Noah. I'm sorry, shit.
Yes,
is Noah
Noah
in the Quran?
Yes, he is.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, he is in there quite thoroughly, actually. Tells a lot more than the Bible does, I think. But, so
every civilization is destroyed after a prophet.
Right,
That's
right.
what you're
Right. Actually, only Jonah's people just accepted outright after a prophet was sent to them. So prophets were always sent to their own people.
Mm-hmm.
Moses wasn't Egyptian, but he was raised as a prince of Egypt. So God continued to destroy nations after allowing them to grow and after they became sinful. He makes it very clear that he only does it because they're being very evil and people are basically begging him. And so he does that until the time of Moses. At that time, he seals that era, and he still sends one more prophet to correct one more people's ways because they had started being very evil and corrupt. But because of their promise with God, he wasn't going to destroy them. So he sealed the total smiting of people and sent one more prophet, the anointed one, to the Jews, and most of them rejected. And because most of them rejected,
right? That was Jesus.
Right, that's Jesus, correct. So, just by the way, we do believe he's born of a virgin. He is the Messiah. Okay. All right, so I skipped
But
that.
you don't believe that he actually died for absolution of our sins.
Right. I believe that you still have to pay for your sins. You have to fast and do charity.
Yeah, I just learned that the other day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, continue. Oh, wait a minute. Before you continue, I had a question about what you said about each people were given their own Messiah. Because I'm confused about that.
I didn't say that. Not their own Messiah, their own prophet.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what I meant. Their own prophet. Because that confuses me, because that means we only have so many prophets, right?
Right.
So how do I know who my correct prophet is? Because I don't even know where I'm from.
Yeah.
So I believe in Jesus, and I follow that.
Here's the thing.
If he's not my actual prophet, am I condemned?
You should accept all the prophets.
At the moment, we shouldn't be going into
I'm sorry, you're right. Fuck.
Yeah, let's just discuss it as a point of an educational view. Like, this is what the Quran says.
I'm not trying to question or I'm just intrigued. I'm not like trying to make doubt or say anybody's wrong. So please don't take offense, anyone, to anything I'm saying.
So do you want to hear the continuation?
Not at all. It's just that we shouldn't go too deep into the theology of it or anything like that.
Yeah. Damn, you're right. I know. I'm sorry.
Okay. So basically, the Jews, most of them, even though there was a faction who did not, which was the case sometimes when a prophet was sent, the Jews lost their holy places, the sole holders of the scripture.
Yes.
And so God fulfilled his promise to Ishmael, the line of Ishmael, and put the scripture in their hands so that it would be immutable until the time of judgment. So now we're just waiting until the end. And there will be one more big judgment before everything is over. One more messenger, at least some people, even Quranists, I've heard say that it'll be Jesus. But be that as it may, we're waiting for one more prophet to come, or a messenger to come and kick things off.
That's so interesting.
I love the chronology.
Yeah, just like all this stuff is so fascinating to me, because I've never really, even growing up as a Catholic, I swear nobody really taught me about the Bible. Like all those years I spent in Catholic school, I don't really remember reading the Bible at all, except for the occasional times, like once a week when I was in church and I would hear somebody read a short scripture, up at the podium, and that was it. But there was no context. Nobody ever really explained a lot. And when you asked the question, it was always just, that's God is mysterious or this bullshit. And I never went to a Bible study because my parents were really, they never wanted to leave me alone because they were well aware of some funny business that sometimes went behind the scenes in some places. I wasn't allowed to be an altar boy. Not that I wanted to be, but they knew, they were very cautious of, leaving me alone in that sort of environment. I won't go into detail of why they knew that at that stage, but they were cautious and protective.
Yeah.
So, I was very, it's such a weird thing. And, to be raised Catholic and not even understand what it is, what it means, what the Bible says. And when you try to ask questions and be ask, okay, why am I kneeling? Why am I doing this? Why is this man in these weird robes? Why do I have to kneel in front of him and he puts this piece of fucking bread in my mouth? Like, this is weird. Am I worshiping? Do I need him to speak to God? Because I hear God all the time in my head. I have conversations with God. Why do I need this dude? Who the fuck is this guy? You know what I mean? It was so
nice
bizarre.
long road trip. You're just sitting there driving. You know, who else you gonna be talking to?
Yeah, right. And it's not like, and some people that aren't raised religious don't. They think like you're actually hearing a voice, and like I don't, man. It you guys, some of you guys in here know what it is. It's
listening to wisdom.
Yeah, it's not a fucking.
Makes you wonder who your consciousness, or not your consciousness, makes you wonder who your conscience or that little voice that's like, hey, don't do that is, sometimes.
Well, yeah, you instinctively know sometimes whether the decision you're about to make, is it the right decision or the wrong decision? And you have the choice to make up your mind then of, are you going to actually go through with it? And where does that come from, right? I don't know. It's not taught. It's
I don't know who it was that was saying that there's a higher self and a lower self there. I don't even know what context they were using. I feel like it was scriptural, but I just don't remember. But it was scriptural. Yeah, I remember who it was now. But he was explaining about the inherent polarity in people and everything.
Well, I don't think that wasn't in us originally with Adam and Eve, right? That happened because Adam and Eve chose that other side. So what we would call the evil side, the devil, Satan, they chose him, and now we're stuck with him, and he has dominion over where we are now, the earth. He has dominion, but we still have that light in us, and we still have the choice to follow the light or go with the darkness. It's still in us.
Well,
but
God still has dominion over Earth.
Well, he does, but he leaves it to us, does he not? He leaves it to us to make Earth what it is.
We have no power to harm or help ourselves, even.
What do you mean we have no power?
Like, without God's say-so, you can't do anything. Like, if you are basically being disobedient, God can make the path difficult for you.
I'm not talking about being disobedient to God. I'm talking about there's certain things that go on here that we allow and we don't do anything about. Evil persists in this world because good men allow it to and stand by and do nothing.
Yep.
We have the ability and the power to take control and make this realm what it should be. We have that ability. We do.
Well, then why aren't we doing it if we have that ability right now?
Because not all of us are on that same wavelength and that same mentality, and not all of us know we have that ability. They think we respawn from an ooze, and there's no creator. We're an accident. There's no purpose to life.
People have been domesticated and
God can raise up a few over many, can he not?
Yes, but he's leaving it to us.
I wouldn't say leaving it to us, but it is a battle we have to fight. I agree.
But he's giving us. I mean, he helps us. He gives us the tools. Everything that I have is really because of him. Even the knowledge and the awakening of flat Earth and all that. Like when I'm talking about putting the pieces together and researching this fucking puzzle, most of the shit that comes to me, it's coming from him. He's giving it to me.
Exactly. Right? That's why it's not up to you. It's up to God. All you have to do is have the will to do it, and God will supply you with it.
Right. But yeah, you have to have the will. And what do I want to say? So
that's what you're saying. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, okay, so it's like this, right? It's like us in this struggle of trying to awake people to flat Earth. We can't force it on people. I believe that we can try to help plant seeds in them to try to remove the veil from their eyes, but ultimately they will be blessed and understand the knowledge when the Creator gives it to them and they're ready, right? But we can help that process. I think we have a role to play in that, do we not?
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So it's not just all of God's will. We have a mission, and our mission is truth. Our mission is to expose the lies, right? And expose his existence.
Oh no, God makes it clear that he only allows those to be harmed by Satan who he wills. And God creates means of denial for people who he has placed a blind over their ears and their eyes and their hearts. God purposely misleads people.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I can understand that. I struggle with that idea though, because of the idea that, we were all Globers at one point, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like you would be, what kind of person, and how could I be righteous and good if I know something is wrong, if I know a well is poisoned and I don't speak up and I tell people around me that still want to drink from that well to not drink from that well, whether they want to hear it or fucking not.
Yeah, I know. That's why the Quran says all that's upon you is the warning.
Yeah, and even if you don't, so people that are just wandering around and not understanding where they are, and they see water, let me drink this, not knowing it's poison, but I know it's poison.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think. Yeah, because that is a good point too. Then, well, why didn't God just tell them, "Hey, don't drink this"? I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, people earn their blinds by their evil deeds. God punishes people.
Okay, I get that, but I'm not so sure because I was very wicked. In my past life, I was an awful person. I don't deserve the understanding and the knowledge that I have today. I am very unworthy. I'm a sinner. I sin every day. I'm not worthy of his grace and his love, but I was granted it and given it, and I don't deserve it. I deserve to be in hell.
Of course, God is the most forgiving, the most merciful. God says the reason why he extends our life is so that we won't go to hell like we deserve.
But what that doesn't compute with what you just said, though.
Well, here's the thing. What the Quran says is that God doesn't change your situation until you've changed your heart.
God doesn't change your situation until we change our heart.
Mm-hmm.
God doesn't change our situation. So how? Can you state that in another way? Because I'm having trouble making sense of that. That makes maybe more sense because, because how do you change? So even still, so it's up to us then. He leaves it up to us. So he's not.
The only part you have to worry about is your heart and your actions.
Well, yeah, because now I'm going to start to get into. I can't go anywhere from there because anything I say from here on is going to be questioning, and it might, yeah. I don't know how to continue without not being a informative way.
Here it says, God will not take you to task for the vain speech in your oaths, but he will take you to task for what your hearts earned. And God is forgiving and clement.
But what is a heart? What does that mean? Your heart? What is that?
It's your heart. I'm sure you know what that means.
Yeah, okay. A heart is a muscle in my body that pumps blood.
You also feel things in your not.
No, I don't. I mean, we say that.
You also memorize things with your heart, do you not?
What do you mean memorize? Like what?
Like, memorize by heart. You have to know it by heart, not just in your mind.
You have to know it by heart. Use a different word than heart. What else can we call that besides heart? Wouldn't that be just...
It's not for me to change what's written.
Yeah, but... That makes sense. Because if you're following your heart, that's sort of like a step towards what you feel to be right for you, right? It's what you believe, but that doesn't make it right, does it?
It's here. It says, "Our Lord, make thou not our hearts to deviate after thou hast guided us, and bestow thou upon us mercy from thyself. Thou art the bestower."
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that means.
So yeah, your heart can cause you to deviate. It's all in there.
So what do you mean? Okay, so if my heart can cause me to deviate, what the fuck?
Then you have to change your heart.
If my heart can cause me to deviate, so my heart is steering me in a direction that I don't want to go. But I have the ability to change that.
Yes. Just like you have the ability to memorize things by heart. You can control your heart.
Okay. I can You know what? I don't even know what that means. You memorize thing by heart. What does that even mean?
Well, it says that God taught Muhammad the Quran by heart, for instance.
Okay, but what does that mean?
I mean,
so he was just given that knowledge, and it was just put inside him, and he didn't have to.
No, he had to memorize it by heart.
I don't understand. I'm sorry.
He specifically said that he made it easy to memorize.
So if I need to memorize a textbook, what's the difference from me reading it and studying it and memorizing it versus, okay, I'm going to memorize this by heart?
He would memorize it by heart with the study of Michael. Sorry, not Michael, Gabriel. And he would come back and they would all receive it and he would write it down.
Wait, what? Who are you talking about? No, I said what's the difference between me reading a textbook and memorizing it just by reading it, and then let's say even writing it down, versus what does it mean to do that and learn that way to memorize it versus memorize it by heart?
I mean, what is it to like know what the back of one's hand looks like. It's like something that you know by heart is something that you memorized it so much you can do it like when you're half asleep. Like it's something that you know in your heart. You've inscribed it there.
That's actually kind of all right. Hold on. Let me look at the back of my hand. So, that's weird because I've never been put in that situation where I saw another hand and had to think, is that my hand? So
Right.
I don't even know if I would recognize my hand versus another hand if I didn't feel it and didn't know it was attached to my fucking arm. So yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Chances are you would recognize your own hands, I think.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So chances are you would recognize your own hand, I would think.
I mean, yeah, maybe. I would hope so. But it doesn't. But that's only because I've always had it, right? My hand has always been with me since my eyes were open and I could see. So I didn't. It's not that I memorized it. It's just always been there, and I know what it looks like, and it's a part of me.
Yeah.
So that's what you're saying. So that's what memorizing something by heart means. Is it something that you've always known to be true? You just are now discovering it and real. Okay.
No, it's something. I mean,
how would you say that to somebody that was blind and has never seen the back of their hand? Like how?
Did no one ever tell you as a kid to memorize something by heart?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I understood what the hell it meant. Like you can say that to me now, and I'm an adult, and I don't know what do you mean? Okay, like give me an example. What do you want me to memorize?
It's like, okay, think of it this way. It's like a belief that you hold so dear that you instantly think about it above other things. You hold it close to your heart. And it may be something
that's a belief, though. It's not. It's not something It's not okay because like this is a really weird subject. It's okay, so you're talking about a belief that you care so much about, you hold it close to your heart. But you can hold a lot of things close to your heart. It doesn't mean that it's something real, tangible, or the truth, or even good for you. So that.
Well, if you receive it from the messenger of God, I think you can take it as the truth, the gospel truth, if you will.
Well, yeah. Well, of course, if you receive it, but okay. But what I'm trying to say is, what was I was gonna go somewhere about feeling like something.
It's like I memorized the Pledge of Allegiance by heart. I still know that thing, even though I haven't done it in I don't know how long.
So yeah, I don't. But yeah, okay, but that's not. I think it's a bad analogy. You know it by heart, so you can just recite it without reading it. But you had to be told it and recite it over and over and over again.
Yeah, when I was a kid, that was one of the things. That was one of the things I was told to recite or to memorize by heart. So I put my heart into it.
You didn't memorize. Okay, but that seems false to me because really what you did was recited it over and over and over again every day until you couldn't. It was so ingrained in your mind. How could you forget it? You said it over and over and over again every morning for fucking years. And somebody just told you, you know what I mean? So that's why I'm confused.
I mean, I've forgotten lots of things that I used to do every day, though,
Well, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So I don't understand what you mean by that entire.
It's different when you commit something to memory because it's important to you.
Yes, but the Pledge of Allegiance wasn't important to you. You were just told to do it.
No, doing what I was told and doing so successfully was important to me. And so I did my very best and inscribed it on my heart.
Okay, but I was told the same thing, did the same thing, and did it for years. But after a while, I stopped doing it, and I didn't care anymore, and I stopped reciting it, and I've totally lost it now. I could not. I don't think I could say the Pledge of Allegiance right now. I pledge allegiance to the flag.
So it's not just from saying it every day, see?
I'm sorry, what?
So it's not just being around it every day. You're saying, oh, well, of course you would because you've done it every day. You did it every day too. And you lost it.
Well, I lost it because I stopped doing it. So I didn't.
I stopped doing it too. Man. I haven't done that in ages.
But that's just memorization. That's just your ability to. It's fucking weird. I feel like I'm missing something. Tell it to my heart. That's funny. I see you had a change of heart. I'm just now catching up with the voice text. You guys are hilarious. Yeah, and I'm not challenging you or anything. I'm just trying to work this shit out in my own mind of like, you know.
It actually mentions heart so many times in the Quran.
Really?
So many times.
And I think that my problem is I'm confused about what you're saying the word heart in that context, but then in we're told that this muscle in our body is called a heart. And I don't know.
I mean, for all I know, they could be using two different words in Arabic. I guess I could ask my friends.
Yeah. I don't.
But I don't think so. The way this uses it. Well, I mean, I don't think there would be cause.
I could put my okay. So you could. Yeah, we have to define what is heart. What is a heart? Somebody tell me what a fucking heart is. He got heart. Yeah, what the fuck does that mean? Isn't that just a way of saying you put your effort and your desire or need, you put your energy into a certain thing? But that's not. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you know they actually found that that the heart technically may do more thinking than the brain does? It actually sends more signals to the brain than the brain sends to the heart, for one.
No, I've never heard that at all.
Yeah, the gut does some thinking too.
I'm sorry, who said that?
I don't know. Science.
Science? Oh, so you can't cite it, you can't post it?
No, it's been a while. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
that's, I mean...
I think that the brain is overemphasized because they're trying to pull apart the human and say, oh, all you are is your brain. And I think your brain is
definitely. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on because there's our physical bodies, and then we also have this other aspect of us and how it all works and where it all comes from. Maybe it is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't fucking know what it. Yeah, fuck. Maybe you're right, man. So, I mean, I guess you could say, yeah, fuck, I don't know. I appreciate you sharing all this, though. It's fun to talk about.
Yeah, for sure.
And now that you said that, like when somebody says memorize by heart, like, yeah, I never really thought about exactly what the hell that meant.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't understand it, actually, because
here, this uses heart in terms of understanding again. Or actually, I don't know if you heard. It says, and among them are some who listen to thee, but we have placed upon their hearts coverings, lest they should understand it, and in their ears deafness. And if they see every proof, they will not believe in it. When they have come to thee, they argue against thee, those who ignore warning, saying, This is only legends of the former peoples.
Wow, that's
almost word for word for Flat Earth.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, that was awesome. That's awesome. But that's another interesting thing to me about scriptures is I do believe that certain aspects and words have been manipulated in a fashion to be confusing, but I think the ultimate message, you can't fuck with it because it comes directly from the creator, right? But they can trick us and fool us into possibly aspects of regions, names, and families and shit like that, and hide shift name, shit like that. They can't fuck with the message and the truth and the reality, but they can, I think, possibly manipulate little things, right? How do you feel about that? Just to confuse.
The Quran actually is very clever in the way that it tells you the locations of the places they're in. It'll like spread it out across the Quran and be like, oh, in these places we're on a well-known highway. This place is in a rocky region. They built their houses into the mountains. It like spreads the information across so you can find it. Like my friend, I believe that he found Sodom because it matched the description in the Quran.
What do you mean he found? He found where he believes the location of where it actually happened.
Mm-hmm.
And he did that using the Quran?
Yes.
So because I've never read the Quran, so is those interpretations the same as any other biblical text, like the Christian Bible? Or is it different?
Well, it's a slightly different story in the Quran, and using what is in there, you can find clues as to whether you're on the right trail or not. For instance, it says that the punishment for the people of Lot was being pelted with like hardened clay or whatever, like basically being like pelted to death with like some kind of crazy stone.
Brimstone.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that. My friend actually went there and collected shards of them.
It's funny that you mentioned that. I believe I know the place you're talking about. There was someone that was going out and looking for biblical locations, and they believe they have found, like you were saying, that location based on like those little, rocks of brimstone they're finding. Plus, the location matches up in multiple religious texts.
Yeah, and the like Swiss cheese circles all over there, like it was evidence of the shards burning into the ground. And you could see like right where it pierced through people's skulls, the people all had holes going through them. And the whole place had been turned upside down, so the bedrock was on top, which the Quran says that after they destroyed them, that they turned the high to the low and the low to the high. So people typically take that to mean that, they destroyed the ones who used to be the opulent ones, the high ones. But it's literal.
So that shit is so fascinating.
Oh yeah. And it said that they had that they were committing sexual immoralities with men from both worlds. So you go and you see the carvings that they recovered from there, and they are freaky. Total like alien reptile, like jaguar, you name it, all like humping men in the exact same way.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like, oh my gosh, some real creepy stuff. And every single animal they depicted on there had a penis.
Wow. See, that's what's so interesting to me too, because for a while I used to think that, a lot of these things that we think are architectural finds are, possibly bullshit and not as old as we think. And because I didn't find them, I don't, you know what I mean? And our history is so screwed up, and it's so difficult to understand the meaning of any of it, like the things they find on cave walls of these giants that kind of like have a reptilian head, and they're like, they have their hand up to what appear to be stars in the sky. Like, what is that telling us exactly? We don't know, but we're given a story. And fuck, it's amazing.
It's almost to the point where you're just like, if whatever you're saying, I'm just going to believe is either completely opposite or any other potentiality besides what you're saying.
Well, it's when you put all that shit together, because we're given this information, and it's all that knowledge is passed down to us by the same people that tell us that they've been to the moon, really, and they control all that information. So it's hard to figure out, like, but then when you place it in biblical context, and you can sort of piece it together better. And it does fit, and it's creepy. Fuck, I don't know where I'm going.
I see what you want. The Mississippi lines up with the Nile. That's all I'm saying.
Man, it's man.
There's some pretty interesting ruins in the Grand Canyon no one never really knows about or hears about till they start looking it up.
Well, and that's what I was talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah.
The United States, and how there is the Native American people have all these stories of these massive civilizations all over the country, and it was all built and controlled by these giants. But all that's been wiped away and buried and not spoken about.
And put on land you can't touch, almost like they're national parks.
Well, and when you think about it, why is our structures of control, like government, it is so steeped in that Egyptian shit? Like, there's a reason, right?
Probably some kind of influence, you would think.
Yeah, but it's crazy. But people ignore it and don't fucking, like, how do people not see that shit? How do people not look at a dollar bill and see a pyramid and all over the country see structures that are built that we're told only came from the other side of the pond in a country called Egypt, these obelisks and shit. Why are we building that shit here? Why? Well, we didn't. Why? I don't know, man. It's bizarre.
From what I can tell, every single pyramid points out the equinoxes. And there's like other monuments besides that also do the same, like Stonehenge and I know some various others.
But okay, every pyramid, like even the ones that are hidden and we're not told are pyramids. Like in Wisconsin, we have a state park called, I think, if I have the pronunciation right, it's Atzlen. It's Atzlen. It's like Atlantean.
Atzlen. Yeah.
Atzlen Park, State Park. And there's like a half pyramid structure, like an unfinished pyramid. But I don't know
if the half finished one could do it or not.
If it could line up with. And so I'm also told that there's a lake here in Wisconsin called Rock Lake, and at the bottom of those lakes are actual full pyramid structures. Of course, I don't know. I've never been to the bottom of that lake and seen it, but it seems to be a known thing. that is not really disputed.
In Bosnia, they have these giant underground pyramids that have all these like underground tunnels, and they all interlink and interconnect, and it's almost like a labyrinth. And they just can't explore them all. But like you're finding these same things all under the Egyptian pyramids. Same thing. They have tunnels underneath them that no one's allowed to explore and go down.
Yeah, it is.
You should wonder: has anyone ever tried, to maybe look under the, these Aztec or Mayan pyramids? Maybe there's, tunnels there too.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. They make it seem like all this is somehow just a random occurrence, that in all these, because they tell us that these people didn't have contact with each other all over the flat Earth. And they didn't have the ability, some of them, to traverse and go to other lands. But yet they're building similar structures. Well, how is that possible unless... obviously there was something else steering that and doing that. That is hidden from us today. Right?
Yeah. Are they evidence of giants or technology or both?
I think the ancients were just on a different tech tree than we were per se.
Yeah.
We're a petroleum-based technology through and through. It's what we are. Whereas I think they had a more their technology is more of just use what was around them and adapt natural stuff around them. They were more in tune with the Earth and how everything on it worked than we are.
Petroleum is natural on the Earth too.
Yeah.
Okay, but that doesn't explain. They were more. So you don't believe that they were controlled by a entity or group that had more knowledge than them, and actually were building these things and had ways that they didn't share with us humans because they used it as a form to control us and enslave us.
I think some of them did for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm sure some, without a doubt. I don't doubt that whatsoever. Whether it's human or whether it's a greater powers or whatever it be, I can only speculate and guess. But I do believe some. You are right. There is some sort of influence that keeps trying to steer us a certain direction. We're kind of hey, let's go over here, and they're like, no, back this way, kind of deal.
I'm sure many of them thought natural.
And that's how I think about oil, oil, because we're oil dependent. But that's a system of control that they put on us to control us, and because they
can control it and they can regulate it. And if all our technology is reliant on that, bam.
Right? And they had to constantly change the way they controlled us because it wasn't. It would work for a while, but eventually it wouldn't work, and so they had to create different structures and different means of control. And currently the one we're under now, that's all a part of it. And the governmental structures are all a part of that. And even the heliocentric model, that's where that came from, was another way of controlling us and wiping out our history. It's all the same. To me, it's all a system of control that has been in planning since the start. I mean, it's
yeah,
and it's all
exactly.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
If you look at the history, you see that the history, as I explained earlier, civilization after civilization waxed so great in sin that they were wiped out all of a sudden. And we do see pretty much all of their sins present in the present time, but they I think I lost the point. Geez, what was I gonna say? Sorry, I lost it.
So that's another thing that intrigues me is the whole sort of idea of multiple restarts. So when these multiple restarts are happening, apparently that's the controllers that are trying to manipulate mankind, they're not affected by these restarts.
Well, Satan has been alive since the beginning of mankind. He is thoroughly aware of how to fool us by this point. You know, he was quite adept at it from the start. But especially now, near the end, he really knows his stuff.
So you think that basically with the restarts, what is essentially happening is mankind gets so lost that there's no ability at all to wake up to Satan's deceptions, and it's a complete wash, and the only best thing to do is to completely wipe out the entire existence for a minute and do a full restart and repopulate and recreate us to try to start again.
Basically, that's what's been happening since the beginning of mankind.
Interesting, because you bring up the powers that be that control, and you could relate that to these named families, and how they're all and they all interbreed and they keep these same bloodlines, and it's just the reason they're probably are still here after all these resets is because they're aware, they're told of these resets, they can prepare, they can know, but the average layman, the average you and me, we're not told, we're not going to know. Why would we need to? We're not doing anything wrong or incorrect. They're the only people that need to know when their time's up.
Well, and that's what I don't understand about the point of the resets, though, because I can't see a time where it was that necessary that humanity was just completely lost.
And that's because exactly. We just don't know.
Well, it wasn't that. It was only one time that God wiped out all of civilization all at once. That was Noah. But the other times they were individual cities, individual states.
It was compartmentalized.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
And so the evil ones were the primary ones being wiped. The evil ones were the ones being wiped out. They had made everyone increase in evilness, and everyone, or most people, were evil. Only the believers escaped. But Satan, well, for one, there hasn't been a huge smiting in forever, so Satan is perfectly happy to pick out families as he did before, and they're not going to die out anytime soon since the smiting has stopped.
I love this conversation. I just wanted to wait to jump in until y'all were finished talking.
I liked, my dad tried to explain it in layman ways to me as a kid. Is so Earth, with this realm we live in, is a house. God's the landlord. He's the owner of it, right? We're here on rent. As long as we follow the rules of the landlord, we get to stay here and keep living here. Satan's here. He's a squatter out in the backyard, basically. He is here, and he may say he lives here. Oh, this is my house. This is my land. It's really fucking not. Pardon my language, but that's the equivalent of what he's doing. He may lay his claim here, and he may say, "Oh, I'm the ruler of this." It's but you're really not.
Okay, but with that, I'm thinking though. So what happens then to an individual that is from birth brainwashed to not understand and manipulated and controlled and dies not knowing the truth? Is that person condemned? And are they condemned? Were they condemned at birth already because for some reason they were not part of God's people, so to speak?
I guess it gets more into beliefs and stuff. I genuinely believe some of these people we see out here in this world are not actually people. They are literally just empty husks and shells for us to interact with. I genuinely believe that.
Well, in the Quran it says that they're like cattle or worse.
Yeah, that's how, I say, people seem to have been domesticated. People who can't think, people who lack the ability of critical thought or even inner thought.
Well, really, it's rather than Satan squatting in your backyard, it's really God gave you this whole world as long as you serve him. And then Satan sets up shop in one little corner and goes, "Hey, it's dangerous out there." come over here. I'll protect you.
And those that know and that are aware are looking for truth. They're just like, wait, what? Are you kidding me right now? You know, and everyone else is just like, oh yeah, sure. It's just a funny thing to picture. I always liked how there's just so much intermingling of all, you know, like cultures, religions, histories, and stories. It's very interesting.
Well, and I like it too because, you know, there's a lot of people in our community that believe that if we keep spreading this message that there's going to be a massive awakening and it'll topple the power structure and we can have this utopia. But I don't believe in that. I don't think that's possible.
Not in our lifetime, at least.
Some people are so manipulated and so obedient to the system that any, the controllers could come out and say, "Hey, this is what's going on. Yes, the Earth is flat. This is why we had to tell you it was a globe," and people will believe it. So you know what I mean? They really will, because it happens every day. People accept bullshit and lies and obvious lies, and nothing happens. Nothing at all happens.
Yeah.
So I think it's that this is the way it's always been. Since, the going back to the garden, and I think it's part of our experience and our mission here is to wake up from the deception, and that's really all we can do. And then from then on, our mission is procreate and keep trying to spread the word and awaken others. And just that's it. That's all we can do. We can't. And then you put in the context of scriptures, and that's kind of what Revelations is like. It's going to come. It's not from us. We don't change anything, and there's no utopia in the end times. It's horrible what's going to happen. It's only going to get fucking worse, right? It's going to be horrible until finally the creator is going to say, "Okay, this is fucking enough."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, at the time appointed, if it wasn't, they'd be wiped out already.
Yeah. Man. I hope we didn't lose any Globers that have never heard this kind of conversation before that want to come in here and talk about the globe, and because I'm not paying attention, I'm on my phone and I'm not looking at
all conversations brought to you by Critical Thought.
I told someone that the other day. I told him, well, he actually was asking me if it's okay for a Christian to read the Quran, and I told him, hey, this life is a trial, and the trial is, are you going to look for the truth?
That's one thing I do want to talk about, but maybe I can't say on the live stream. But I would like to have the conversation of your feelings about me or anyone else that believes that Jesus was who we're told he was in the Christian Bible, and his whole purpose and his whole message was what it says. And we were, God said, okay, I understand that man can never live up to my expectations that I wanted him to live up to. And he loves us so much, and he understands that we're not perfect like him. And he took pity on us and saves us from damnation to not being able to live to his standard with that sacrifice. So, but Muslims, for instance, don't believe that. So then how do you feel about Christians? Do you actually think that people like me that believe in Jesus are condemned?
No. Of course not. I mean, you're people of the scripture. You're people of the book. So that means that you have to abide by your own doctrine, and you have to give charity. You have to be a good person, do good deeds.
Can I point out one thing that oh, hey Tito, how's it going?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Now we might be starting to get to the point where this needs to.
Yeah. I knew that. I knew that.
I was gonna do the same thing, T-Dub. I was gonna do the same thing, bro. But go ahead.
Feathers. And I don't mean to. I'm just curious of.
Well, what we feel about them. Let me just tell you what the Quran says to say to Christians and people of the scripture is, "My God is your God." If you debate only in the best of manners. You guys are the closest to us. It says straight out, the closest to you are those who say we are Christians.
Okay. Well, and that's why I find it interesting because, Christians say that, it doesn't matter to me what you believe because you're ultimately saved anyway, regardless of whether you know it or accept it or not. As long as when it comes time, you can kneel and ask forgiveness.
Yeah, that's similar to how I was brought up. I was brought up Primitive Baptist.
Anyway, we've got somebody. We've got Mormon. Is it the Book of Mormon in with us? I think that's how it's said. Is it? Because the guy with the Hebrew lettering? He's been in the debate text and he's made a video for us to watch.
Oh, nice.
I've just posted it in the live stream.
Did I?
To do with measuring curvature, apparently. I watched most of it, and there's a lot of simulation in there. I don't see any actual measurement in reality, though. Would we like to begin a discussion about this?
Is it one of those, well, it works on paper kind of deals?
Are you going to play the audio or no? All the audio not depict what you're talking about?
I posted in the live stream voice text for anyone that wants to. It goes for nearly 8 minutes, not very long. So if you just wanted to if anybody wanted to give it a quick watch,
yeah,
and then
browse it over.
Comments, yeah, because he's interested in our response to his video.
Okay,
because it is a video that's been made by him personally. In direct response to us asking the question, how do you measure the radius or how do you measure curvature?
Oh, okay, I'm definitely.
Well, did I say I made the video?
Oh, sorry, I thought that you made it. Sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem. No,
It's
I
my
didn't.
bad.
I just the guy that made it sent me the link to this Discord. So I'm just open-minded and just wanted to know how you responded to that kind of content.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, that's my bad for assuming. I assumed that you had personally made that video in response to us asking.
No damage done.
So, okay, but it is in response to us asking somebody else, right?
Yep. But just to the video, just ask to answer to the content. Maybe you have a way to explain. I'm not acquainted with all your way of doing things, so.
I'm definitely going to look at it. Let me just real quick. I want to say, Pumpkin, it was a pleasure talking to you and everybody else that joined in.
Oh yeah, that was
the last hour or whatever. It was wonderful. And if you guys want to continue it and jump down, I will. But if you guys want to watch this video, I'm down with that too.
Yeah, browsing it over to see what he's showed us.
Oh, my mic was off. Yeah, it was good talking to you guys too, really. I mean, I've been enjoying it.
The Book of Mormon, do you understand what's being said by the video?
Not. I guess so.
It would be claiming that the angles taken on a flat surface versus the angles to things of the horizon. I guess it would. The curved surface would be like contrasting those two things, right?
Come again.
Contrasting the angles taken of things like elevation angles. Basically, it's contrasting the difference between elevation angles taken from a flat surface compared to on a curved surface.
I don't know. At the end, he proposes an experiment to try the video. Do you think that would work?
Looks just like a lot of presupposition, a lot of works on paperism, not that he himself has done it or is doing it himself.
Yeah.
You'll see that a few times he's actually showing that there's these angles using a curved baseline. I'd like to know how he's achieving that, because that's not possible.
Why not?
Because to get an angle is a measurement between two straight lines meeting at a vertice, right?
It's the angle from what would be the stars and him.
But he's like, hang on a sec.
Okay, guys, hold on a second. I haven't watched it yet, but I just went to it and I read. It says how to measure Earth, the curvature of Earth. Well, we already know how to measure it. The problem is when we go to measure it, it's not fucking there. So, do I actually have to watch this? Is it? Am I gonna? Is it necessary? Because we already know how to measure something.
Yeah. Come on, I'm just here for explanations. I don't want to debunk you or test you or anything. I just want how do you guys do it? Maybe you know to measure the curvature of the Earth. But
so, I guess the major synopsis I would personally am getting from it is he's just telling you how to do it. He's doing a lot of this is what would happen if, or this is what would happen if you would do it. There's a lot of ifs. There's not him himself doing it. It's okay, yes, this may be how you're supposed to measure the curvature of the Earth, but why is he not therefore doing it and then giving us that result?
So what happens when you measure the curvature of the Earth?
What about it? Have you ever done it?
I absolutely don't.
I'm sorry.
No, I never done it. I'm just asking.
Yeah, well, what? Go do it.
What would happen? Have you tried it?
Drop over it. Yeah, it measures flat. Thousands of people have done it.
Can you show me maybe a content or anything?
Somebody drop an example in the chat. I'm on my fucking phone. I don't want to do it.
I don't have terms to drop things, unfortunately.
Well, there's been many laser tests and observations done with the Black Swan, for instance. And you take the drop over distance, 8 inches per square mile of curvature with the radius of the Earth, anybody, it's not difficult. So what's the problem? And anytime anybody tries to put that to the test, it fails every time.
So you can just send a laser through just above the ocean, and it touches the other side of the continent.
I think so.
No. You're looking for an arc segment, okay? So if they're claiming that the Earth, particularly over water, the surface of water, they show us pictures of water curving around the ball, right? And they give us a specific dimensions of the size. That would be, circumference, diameter, radius, right? Based on that, you can get a curvature rate and a predicted curvature rate. That's what we'd be looking for. That's what we'd be going out to test with a laser over a surface, over a certain distance. There should be a certain amount of curvature, an amount of the surface of the water curving down and away from you, right? That if you've got a laser on one side of a body of water, target on the other side, right, the laser should shoot across, and if that target is on a curve that's curved down and away from you, the laser won't hit the target, right?
I guess so.
No. You guess so? That's not a honest and come on, man. You guess so.
You're saying I'm dishonest?
Well, yeah. Because what do you mean you guess so? So you're saying we're full of shit? So you're
No. I'm saying English is not my basic language. I understand half of what you're saying, and mathematics is not my thing. I'm just here to ask questions to understand. Maybe you have a guide or
So
PDF.
you're here to ask questions, and you're not here to absorb the actual answers of the questions. And you're going to use this idea that you don't understand English. You don't understand English, so you're going to whatever, dude. All right, that's cool. I'll shut up.
Did you want us to actually explain video to you? Is that why you posted it?
To explain what? Sorry.
Video that you posted, the link to the video that you posted, and I reposted it in the live stream text for everyone.
Yeah.
Is that what you wanted to do? Did you want us to explain a video to you?
No, but maybe I guess you guys have a mathematical way to view your theory, and you have a good argument and constructed document.
I posted a screenshot. I posted a screenshot from a part of that video. You see it in the live stream voice text?
Yes.
By the way, we don't have our own math. We use the same math you do. There's no flat earther math.
I agree. Yes.
Well, then don't say by our math. Like we're doing something different than you would do. That's dishonest.
I don't do math. I'm not a mathematician. At all.
So you don't understand what's wrong with the screenshot that I posted from the video?
No, I genuinely don't.
Okay. You see how it's got angles there?
Yeah.
It's claiming that it can get an angle from one curved line and one straight line.
Yeah.
That's not how that works. You need two straight lines. You will get angle.
Okay. I see. But isn't that what he says 2 pi r? Can't you calculate? No. I agree. Maybe do you have a video that explain why it doesn't work so I can learn further?
I don't need to explain why an angle, why you don't get an angle with one straight line and one curved line. I don't need to explain that. That's basic mathematics. Hold a protractor out to that, and you tell me the angle to that.
Okay, so I'll ask him. So maybe we can see.
I'd like to know how he's getting angle measurements from a curved surface.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and I'll finish watching the rest of it because I think I got halfway through it.
Oh, so yeah, you basically answered that. It's just really what I was looking for. Indeed, you can't measure without you a straight line. That's indeed not working.
But you're not going to be able to use the surface if you think it's curving to get an angle measurement. And if you're going to use a tangent to the quote-unquote horizon, like you'd have to be assuming that it's the edge, it's the leading edge of a sphere, the point beyond which you cannot see any more of the surface of the sphere because it's dropping down and away from you, like we explained. Now, that would be called begging the question, right? That would be assuming that that's what the horizon is. You've already assumed that it is that and that you're on a ball and that you can use the horizon to to create a tangent line in order to mathematically an angle. And then you can start doing your little calculations to infer that there is sphericity, but you've already assumed it. You've already assumed there is sphericity to even calculate.
Did I just miss something? What happened? Did he leave? T-Dub, you still there? You guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm still here.
Wait, did he leave? What happened?
1 sec. Hang on. Yeah, he left. Yeah, I think he's going to take that back to his friend, whoever that is.
Okay. I must have missed that. Was that too hard on him, T-Dub? Was I going too strong?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, I
don't
right away
know.
I just detected insincerity, and so, and maybe
Yeah,
maybe.
I'm still trying to figure that out too, like whether he's like presenting that as, hey, this guy has like debunked you, or whether he's like saying, oh, I don't understand this, can you explain it to me? Because like he said, I'm not very good at math. And
well, and that's why when you were speaking to him, and then he said, well, yeah, I guess. And then I said, well, no, what do you mean you guess? No, it's not a guess. Here it is. And it's not a guess. And then he tried to say, well, I don't understand English. Like, you don't understand the word I get, what that means when you say I guess, and how dismissive that is to the information you were just given. That, come on, that's bullshit, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, his...
Yeah, I have a low tolerance for shit like that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The video is definitely begging the question, and yeah.
Well, that's why I'm not even going to watch it, because just the title of it alone is, it's ridiculous. How to measure the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, okay.
And he uses a simulation. He doesn't even use like reality as an example. It's all just in a computer model.
And that's everything. That's all they have. Everything is always, well, let's suppose, or if this, if that. Well, let's imagine. No, we don't. It's not fucking. We don't need to do any of that. Let's do it for real, in reality.
But he says towards the end of the video, in seeing my simulation, how this is happening, well, trust me, we'll see this happen with the stars. If you move north or south over the surface of the Earth, this happens. Trust me.
Trust me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Trust me. Yeah.
He does say, "Oh, you can go out and see that you can do this. Like go observe it, go watch what happens." All he's saying is what happens is as you move further or closer, the angle, the elevation angle will change. He's trying to say that shouldn't happen on a flat Earth, I guess.
Well, that doesn't make sense either. It's just, okay, yeah, you can do it, but you don't need to. Don't waste your time. Just trust me. Instead of, you know what, don't listen to me. Don't believe me. But here is what you can do, and go do it for yourself and come back. Because that's what we say. We tell all of them that. Look, drop over distance. Do it. No. Let's not do that at all.
Right.
Trust me, bro.
Yeah, the guy ain't getting any angle measurements off a curved surface, and he does something in it. He didn't even use a tangent. As those that A and B, and then joins them up together, and then takes the angle, the difference in the angle between the two lines, which he presupposed stem from the center of a spherical Earth. I mean, oh god. Right.
I mean, you're not surprised. I mean, that's always the case, bro. It's always the same. Yeah, and that's why he comes in here and he shares his video, and he's asking questions, but he's not really. He thinks he's got some gotcha, and dude, come on, bro.
Yeah, well, apparently that's his friend that has been in this server. What's his name? Anturia. I don't know who that is. Apparently, they've been in this server. He says at the beginning of the video that he was in this. I think in this server. I think he was referring to this server. He was asked the radius or how to measure curvature. He said by looking up at the sky. And apparently, he was met with a lot of scorn and ridicule and laughing and like we're doing now, I guess. So he decided he couldn't explain it in words, so he decided to make a video of it.
And it's all simulation and wow.
Yeah. He's using distance and angle measurements to presuppose that he can use an angle to determine distance between his feet and the center of a presupposed circle.
That is so
Angle measurements to
confusing
stars.
when people come in here and do shit like that. And a lot of Globers are, I mean, they're some of them, I listen to them and when there's good conversation, like I don't get the idea that they're dumb, but when they presuppose stuff, it's like, dude, think about what you're fucking saying. You could do that with anything. You could anything you want. You could do that with, if you go into the mindset and structure your experiment or whatever around the idea or the outcome that you want. Of course, that's what you're gonna find. It's silly.
He's basically just using math that he can't even acquire to begin with because he needs angles from a curved surface.
Well, that's the other thing that irritated me that the dude said is he was like, well, our math. I was like, well, hold on. What do you mean our math? What is our math?
Yeah, they so want it to be a dichotomy, and so they can pitch their model versus our model. Your explanation versus my explanation. Well, yours doesn't fit. It doesn't work this way or that way. So we have the most accurate. Therefore, ours must.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. They don't.
To be correct.
They're not even trying to understand our position or what we're saying, because we're not presenting a model. We're using the model that was given to us, the globe model, and putting it to the test, and it doesn't add up. But then they come in here and say, "Oh, your model." What fucking model?
Right? Yeah. He's like, well, he's like, okay, yeah. Well, there must be curvature if we get these angles to this star and blah 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 blah. Okay, then where is it in reality? Then, okay, if the Earth is curving, let's measure it.
Yeah,
I just didn't know. You didn't just measure it. You calculated it based on something else. You inferred it.
Oh shit! I'm just catching up with the text, and I guess everybody did jump down to, I think, the biblical chat.
Right? Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't even know.
Yes, they're keen to keep talking about that, man. If you want to jump down there too.
I think I might just to see where they're at. We don't have any Globers in there, and I don't know. Do you and I want to talk about flat Earth? We're not going to learn anything.
It's gotten very quiet in here, hasn't it?
Yeah, but hey, dude, I really appreciate you, and it's great talking to you.
Oh, cheers, man. Yeah, thank you guys for. I ducked out. I ducked away for a while. But you guys obviously filled the dead air, and yeah, even though it got a bit deep into things we don't usually discuss in here, but that's cool.
Yeah, no, I always do that, dude. And I'll take full responsibility, and it's my fault. But yeah, I'm gonna duck out real quick, man. Check on them, see what they're talking about.
All right, man. No worries. Talk to you later.
Celestial navigation is not possible upon a spherical Earth. Hey everyone, John the Morgile here, checking in for a new Flat Earth video for you. I hope you do enjoy it. This is a pretty bold claim here about celestial navigation, and it necessitates one gaining a basic understanding of how celestial navigation is done in order to determine whether or not the claim is valid. And when I first heard the claim, I was skeptical, for I honestly didn't understand the first thing about celestial navigation, and frankly, it seemed hard to grasp how all the mariners, ostensibly over the last few hundred years, believed they lived on a spherical world, while somehow using celestial navigation, which is, according to this claim, only possible upon a planar world. In other words, if they believe the Earth to be a sphere, how is it possible for them to successfully utilize the techniques involved with celestial navigation in the first place? Well, the short answer is that celestial navigation requires triangulation or trigonometry. Trigonometry requires triangles, and triangles require straight line edges, not curved ones, categorically so. Of course, when you see how celestial navigation actually requires a flat Earth, then you witness Globers clinging to the notion that such triangulation is possible upon a spherical Earth. The cognitive dissonance becomes obvious. So, if you're going to try and find out where you are on the world or in the ocean, you're going to need a sextant to precisely measure the elevation angle or the altitude of a given star. You'll also need to know the exact date and time, and of course you'll need an accurate, detailed map as well. But a good sextant and a decent map are not going to be enough. You're going to need an astronomical almanac for the current year. Without this key resource, even the best observations, measurements, and mathematical prowess won't do you any good, even if you do have a map, a compass, and an accurate clock. Okay, so the clock isn't 100% necessary, as there are methods to determine the exact Greenwich Mean Time, for example, the lunar method without a clock, but for the purposes of this video, we'll just say you need an accurate clock too. So the Celestial Almanac, again, for the rudimentary purposes of this video, contains details about many easily identifiable stars and exactly where they'll be on a given date and time. Or maybe better stated than where they'll be, we should say the exact GP or geographical position of the star at any given date and time during that year. This is the key information that you'll need to determine your position relative to the GP of the selected stars based on the elevation angle of said visible stars with reference to this nautical almanac I just mentioned. So once you've established the elevation angle for a given star, along with the current date and time, along with the nautical almanac to determine the current ground position of the star that you're viewing, and then your exact distance to that ground position based on aforementioned elevation angle using trigonometry. So once you've established these, you have an accurate idea of your proximity to the GP of the given star. But that can be a very wide area, described as a great circle around the star's GP, which is called a circle of equal altitude, all depending on which star you're observing and its current elevation angle at the given date and time. See, this is what I never understood about celestial navigation, which finally clicked for me once I realized that the key was this nautical almanac. Again, you will need a firm grasp of astronomy in general, in order to determine one star from the other. It is well documented in this almanac exactly where a given star will be in terms of its GP on any given date and time. But of course, you must determine the star's elevation angle, coupled with the current date and time, to establish your distance or your circle of equal altitude from the star. The term circle of equal elevation means that if you were standing at any point on this circle, the star in question would be the same altitude or the same elevation angle in the sky, whether you were, say, standing way over on the west side of the circle or even on the complete opposite east side of it. As a side note, isn't it amazing how predictable and cyclical the heavenly luminaries behave? I mean, in a heliocentric paradigm, the last thing one would expect for the heavens is for them to behave like clockwork. Given all the variables involved with the standard model, the stars are supposedly in hypersonic orbital velocities, while the Earth, too, is supposedly adherent to the Sun's galactic orbit, while the Earth spins around the Sun off-kilter and wobbling, and yet the heavenly cycles are more perfectly predictable than clockwork. Truly amazing. Naturally, when considering the flat Earth hypothesis, this fact about the celestial luminaries' cyclical nature is not very surprising at all, while in the standard heliocentric model, such a thing is completely and totally counterintuitive. Anyways, once you've established the circle of equal altitude, which is a loaded phrase in my opinion, but again, has nothing to do with the altitude of the circle, but rather the altitude of the star would be the same from any point on that circumference, which could be hundreds or even thousands of miles around, depending on the star and your distance to it. Once you've gleaned the line of position, which is really just a small segment of that circle we just mentioned, you would set out to observe another star, measure its altitude and azimuth or elevation angle and cardinal direction to establish a second circle of equal elevation for the GP of the second star. Now, when you trace a circle around the GP of that second star, it should intersect or overlap with the circle of equal elevation of the first star, narrowing down your actual position on the world with each and every star that you apply to this process. The more stars you observe and plug in, the more accurate your position on the world becomes. Bada bing, bada boom, Bob's your uncle, and now you're celestial navigating. And that's the long and short of it. Sure, it gets way more complex than this basic overview, but hopefully now we can understand how celestial navigation is simply mutually exclusive to a spherical Earth and demands a planar surface for the baseline of 90-degree triangles used to determine the circle of equal altitude around the GP of the star. If you were to try to apply this logic towards a globe, you would find that you cannot get a 90 degrees to the GP of the star on a spherical Earth. It just simply cannot be. Again, the key part of this process, which is exclusive to flat Earth and simply couldn't work on a sphere, is the fact that trigonometry used to determine your distance from the GP of the star in question relies upon a 90-degree angle adjacent to the ground. In simple terms, you cannot have a 90-degree angle adjacent to a curved edge. The only reason celestial navigation works is because trigonometry relies upon triangles, which always have 3 straight-line edges. To hammer this home, I'm going to quote the wiki page on celestial navigation. Again, this is a quote from Wiki. For navigation by celestial means, when on the surface of the Earth for any given instant in time, a celestial body is located directly over a single point on the Earth's surface. The latitude and longitude of that point is known as the celestial body's geographic position, or GP, the location of which can be determined from tables in the nautical or air almanac for that year. The measured angle between the celestial body and the visible horizon is directly related to the distance between the celestial body's GP and the observer's position. After some computations referred to as sight reduction, this measurement is used to plot a line of position, or LOP, on a navigational chart or plotting worksheet, the observer's position being somewhere on that line. The LOP is actually a short segment of the very large circle on Earth that surrounds the GP of the observed celestial body. An observer located anywhere on the circumference of this circle on Earth, measuring the angle of the same celestial body above the horizon at that instant of time, would observe that body to be at the same angle above the horizon. Sights on two celestial bodies give two such lines on the chart, intersecting at the observer's position. Actually, the two circles would result in 2 points of intersection arising from sights on two stars as described above, but one could be discarded since it will be very far from the estimated position acquired by dead reckoning or estimation. Most navigators will use sights of 3 to 5 stars if available, since that will result in only one common intersection and minimalizes the chance of error. That premise is the basis for the most commonly used method of celestial navigation, referred to as the altitude intercept method. At least 3 points must be plotted. The plot intersection will usually provide a triangle where the exact position is inside of it. Accuracy of the sights is indicated by the size of the triangle. End quote. To take this a step further, whomever first established this process described must have been totally aware of the world's planar nature, to be sure. When researching who first developed celestial navigation, of course, the standard narrative is, well, it's Harry. According to the Canadian Encyclopedia on Navigation, question is, did the Greeks use celestial navigation? Answer, again according to Canadian Encyclopedia, says, quote, evidence suggests that the Phoenicians, the Arabs, and ancient Greeks were familiar with the use of nighttime positions of stars and constellations to aid in marine navigation, but this knowledge was lost to Europeans in the Dark Ages and only regained after about the year 1000 from the Arabs. End quote. However, when I searched the web for who invented the sextant, it yielded the result of 2 or even 3 men, John Campbell, a Royal Navy officer who died in 1790, and Sanford Lockwood Clewitt, who died in 1968. Another site says the first sextant was produced by John Bird in 1759. Quote, this is a very early example of his work now in the Netherlands Scheepvaart Museum in Amsterdam. The frame is mahogany with an ivory scale. It's so large and heavy that it needed a support that fitted into a socket on the observer's belt. End quote. So yet again, we find very unclear answers to a rather straightforward question. Who invented the sextant? If the sextant was first invented in the 1700s, according to one source, then how was such technology available to the ancients who ostensibly invented this process involved with celestial navigation? I doubt we'll ever have straightforward answers to many of these questions, but one thing we know for sure is celestial navigation only works on flat Earth, couldn't possibly work on a globe, and the people who invented celestial navigation and the people who invented sextants must have known the truth. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. One love, cheers, and God bless.
You tell us, what is the curvature? That sea level, 8 inch per mile square, that stuff. Because now 10 miles is flat, but you shoot to curve, something like 66 foot of drop, with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. That's Ireland. All around, it's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that? You can live with that. Because, people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
Water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Yeah, and not just gravity.
No, not just gravity. Kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, practically used to be as such. Where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the lack of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved surface.
The bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yeah.
So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, being it is observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something. It's not an actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is
something saying.
You know what? No, I'm gonna go for the Google definition because some of you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient.
Okay, guys. So apparent, clearly visible, or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question, like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
Actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be
Wait,
so.
quick question. Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual?
No,
it's not
like okay, visibly it's apparent. Yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So it appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
I'm just
That's
saying.
the non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve? No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time. Really listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and R's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah. How do you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve? You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
Like, he asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just
a follow-up question, is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good, because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with, so you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind, but, anyway.
I get that, but the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really? Mm-hmm. Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call, 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. And I want to explain.
When your conclusion is in your premises, it is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit. Like this has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Well, no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume you're trying to offend me
I know it's not very nice. But that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then.
No, I shouldn't go.
I'm speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not saying anything about that. I clearly specified.
No,
why
you're a bully.
I clearly specified.
You bully disabled people.
Why
anyway,
I call you a sophist.
The subject is done.
I
You're a bully.
specified why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no,
that's
but
just what I call sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know of. They've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly, the smart people who have the intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't.
I've seen plenty of dumb sophists, my friend. It has not. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
just
but
like
it is correlated
here
with
tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim. No, I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim. You've also made up the fact that you're probably not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
Oh no, I am disabled. No, do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. Like it's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop
I'm attractive and I'm smart. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on subject.
I'm not trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say, I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
He just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women can be great if you meet good women and you speak to them nicely.
It's just a sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you pull up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go. It should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly the moon must be very far away, we're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on. Yeah.
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking at
on just the surface of the Earth. There is the things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into like a constant circle about, can you find curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh, no, I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your
directly, yes. There. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, oh, actually, the atmosphere and blah, 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high do you need to go to see the curvature, April?
Like many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends. What eyes do you have?
You are saying now.
Sasha. It depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends on conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average the stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh, you think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how lake it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
there are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people think about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh, fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was like 30 meters.
That means lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google, with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google's saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
Do you believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe what nature shows you.
That's a false equivalence. Man-made theory is not nature.
April, you know how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. They equal sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland. What?
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use, I don't know, fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average.
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't
And what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
What is that in UK, that hills? You know what you have hills in Scotland? Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations, sorry, different, not elevation, what the fuck's it called? Different...
Yeah, I go to one hill.
Wait a second. It's latitudes.
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter. And now I go to Birmingham, and I go to another hill that is 200 meter hill, and I'm 200 meter above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meter in London above the sea level. But sea level is the same, it doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking Yo-Yo Smasher. That's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world. Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
But it's a level,
We have tides all over the planet based on
of course, tides more or less, but on some distance, for example.
Exactly. So this idea that there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made the photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, And then he got some mountains there with elevations, above the sea level.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is going to blow your guys' minds. Did you know
what's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, they're talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I didn't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect changes in the end.
Stories. If you want to present something to support your belief system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are not here to listen to your nonsensical stories and your belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because booties curve. What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being affected.
Yes. No. Okay. Here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving and gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not?
I'm getting some clarification on what you're saying. Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity...
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
I'm giving the explanation
I asked about whether oceans are conforming to it. meaning that they would curve around its surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't a sphere. So your question.
Okay. So what is it?
Invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So.
Approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We can observe the effects. We don't directly observe it.
That's what I'm talking about. One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like.
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It is. So how big is it? How big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Got an approximate radius.
Curvature has consequences.
Okay, yeah. Curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was a. Maybe it was
a premise in your
Maybe it was a suicide.
Okay, that's great. But enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic. Whatever you can do. But does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, bearing in mind the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly 4,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it will. Are you kidding me?
At a 1 foot observer height.
What do you want about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface. So, it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So, where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done, though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again, then. I'm
I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyway, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No promises.
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My airtime?
You have the airtime for it. Okay, now you're gonna waste it on not talking. So you're either gonna not talk about the topic or you're not gonna talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means that the logical...
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind-reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind-reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do. That's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know?
How can you know? Oh my god! I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too grand, that I can't show you them.
They're not too
laboratory.
Not too large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that, we can derive the rate of curvature. We can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it, like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah. We know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking patterns of the stars.
Oh, now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
something
anywhere
away from the surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hear my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it? Given the dimensions you've claimed we should, it's not that big. It's not too big.
Directly. Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature... What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach?
Well, like you say, we should see the effects of it, the main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you had to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. Do you believe this, yes?
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right. But now you're just talking about why you can't
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point. And then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. there are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the thing.
It's
that
not
you just
irrelevant
claimed.
because you
It
cannot
is irrelevant.
see.
It's a false
You cannot
equivalency.
see directly.
Okay, gotta meet you again. It is irrelevant.
This is a
because
false
it's a false
equivalence.
equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because as you can see, we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far, so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it, doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given the telescope, the telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a patch. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory. And then you give a definition that doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain this. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is... Yeah, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's... So with that, why is... I'm a bit confused with that, because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happened, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes, so in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me
knife.
questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
Need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a nap home.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So, it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So, it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils? Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been observed?
A question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
every person I can't remember the exact place. Every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where it?
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue Marble.
All right. Blue Marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. according so it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes. What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72, ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not
enough
accurate?
on it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones that... Right.
Maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. So, what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can.
How far away do you be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About.
According to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
the
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay. Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
yes, that's the point, my friend. The statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here visually. Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway, and there's lights on the ceiling. When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, that's the hallway's like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about
that. Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if, like, so every part, so every part is the, sorry, I'm a bit, you know, like, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across, from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About
how tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the top of my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so that would be at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you said that.
There's no reason.
Right, so then what must be the reason? Okay, so it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that most of our vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness' sake. Okay, it's not because of geometry, it's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry, it's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value. So you imagine,
resolution.
Yeah, 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different.
In that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So, for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right, and these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as one color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick. But it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water. Make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
imagine like a mirror. Oh, this is right. I'm imagining like a mirror, right? Okay, and this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
Mm-hmm. There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens. Not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellently
Yeah, it says
well
like-
said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes
we're
sense.
comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the Black Swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the Black Swan. In the Black Swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curve water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see. Doing the maths. 25 times 8. 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8.
It's 20. No, 25. 25 times 25 times 8 inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
Sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's kind of laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor. right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable? No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So, for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
5. Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The Miller-Rad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And there's supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything. One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military. Hey, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all of this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat, as stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
get
But
prestige. It doesn't.
you sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So okay. So let me ask you this question: why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right, so
fair for them to just
you're
not make that
now-
claim in the first
Fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. But the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
so
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude? You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter. of the day. So you're just using, to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage track? Yeah, but
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's
anymore
just-
or anything like
Come
that,
on.
that they don't track ships now?
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's
No.
using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. and it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So, good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It
Sonny? I just
wasn't
turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my
Right,
headphones
so-
off. Sonny, was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk from
Right.
here.
You sound like you're on some
You can solve,
headphones.
you listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be, who know the truth, are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? It can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glover logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel. So
Right, that's
pretty
false.
logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say, for example, that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say, for example, that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like, at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that
Oh,
point.
so what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
It's okay to
for
lie as long as it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. We own the science, and we think that the world should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it, and nobody never knows like how I go in, because it's like all most people hear is, "Damn, this dude's mic is terrible," and then they hear me screaming. But I did some work here. Let's see. Where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie, right? This is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie, because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that, we can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So, he grew up in the church, he worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop, or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not saying this. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually existing. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be